The year is 3204 in the northern Divine Region's Baidi city. Dark clouds loom overhead, and thunder rumbles across the sky. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure floats in midair, surrounded by crackling lightning. This man is our protagonist, Subai. He stands in the heart of the storm, enduring the divine thunder in hopes of ascending to immortality and entering the land of immortals. Unbeknownst to Subai, danger approaches. A female cultivator, standing upon a lotus flower, prepares a powerful divine thunder technique. With her sword raised, she launches a strike aimed directly at Subai. At the last moment, Subai manages to dodge. Though he avoids a fatal blow, the attack injures him, and he plummets to the ground. The woman descends and points her sword at him, demanding his surrender. She is Lin Wanqiu, one of Subai's own disciples. Subai, shocked and furious, can't believe that his loyal disciple would betray him. Outraged, he prepares a lethal counterattack, but before he can strike, another disciple, Bai Yuyu, launches a sneak attack from behind, piercing a hole through Subai's chest. Bai Yuyu then turns to Lin Wanqiu and insists that, despite their master's many sins, they should at least let him die with some dignity. Subai, gravely wounded, can only laugh at the betrayal. He had never treated his disciples unfairly. How could they do this to him? Enraged, he vows that he will not die alone. If he goes down, he will take them with him. Just as he is about to unleash another technique, a third disciple named Xuer activates the falling treasure copper coin, slamming Subai into the ground. He lies there, immobilized, stunned that even Xuer would side against him. Two other disciples, the eldest and the fifth, are missing, and Subai wonders about their absence. Xuer commands her master not to resist, blaming him for countless crimes that cannot be forgiven, and warning him not to blame anyone else for his fate. Hearing this, Subai only laughs and asks if they truly believe the false charges against him. But now that they have drawn their blades against him, he cannot forgive them. In desperation, Subai uses the Divine Soul's true body, law of heaven and earth technique, a self-destruction meant to drag his enemies into death with him. Realizing his intention too late, Lin Wanqiu and the others rush to stop him. She frantically asks Bai Yuyu if their senior brother, Heisayo, has a backup plan, because the situation has spiraled beyond control. Regardless of their efforts, they fail to prevent the inevitable. Subai detonates his own soul's true body, obliterating himself, his disciples, and half of the continent in the cataclysmic blast. But that is not the end. When Subai next opens his eyes, he finds himself in a strange, unfamiliar place. As he tries to make sense of his surroundings, he hears frantic noises outside. Peering through a window, he sees a world overrun by a zombie apocalypse, with people fleeing for their lives as hordes of the undead roam the streets. Realizing he has been reborn, Subai's thoughts turn back to his traitorous disciples. Why would they betray him? What did they stand to gain? For now, those questions must wait. His priority is to train this new body to its peak, return to the world of immortal cultivation, and make his former disciples pay for what they did. He attempts to gather spiritual energy as he once did. His cultivation had been close to the immortal realm, so if he can just sense the ambient spirit power, he should be able to progress swiftly. Yet to his shock, he feels nothing. Thinking his body might be too weak, he looks outside again and realizes the truth. This world has no spiritual power at all. Furious, he could hardly believe it. How is this possible? Without spiritual power, there was no way for him to cultivate in this world. In fact, merely surviving here would already be extremely difficult. Just then, a man and a woman burst into the house, having barely escaped from the zombies outside. They looked terrified, as though they had nearly died. The yellow-haired boy immediately grabbed the woman. Another person, possibly named Vertical, tried to stop him, warning that her boyfriend might still be in the house, and that it would be bad if they were seen. The yellow-haired boy scoffed, telling her not to worry. Even if her boyfriend saw them, there was nothing he could do. As he removed his clothes, the woman suddenly noticed a bite mark on his arm, and asked how he got wounded. The boy shrugged it off, saying he might have been bitten by those crazed people on the street, and insisting it was nothing serious. They continued their business until, abruptly, the woman realized the boy had gone still. She asked him what was wrong, urging him to continue, but to her horror, he had turned into a zombie and attacked her. She struggled, barely managing to push him away. Meanwhile, Subai heard the commotion and wondered if someone else was in the house. Searching through the memories of his new body, he recalled that the woman was supposed to be his girlfriend, and the yellow-haired boy was her lover. Subai smiled bitterly, realizing that the original owner of this body had also been betrayed by those closest to him. Opening the door, Subai saw the now zombified boy lunging at the screaming woman. She noticed Subai and begged for help. He stared at her coldly, said nothing, and watched as the zombie tore into her flesh. Then, without a word, he closed the door behind him, thinking, serves her right. In a world with no spiritual power, Subai knew he had to find a way to survive. Otherwise, he might die here before ever returning to his original world. Sitting on the floor, he tried to retrieve something, anything, from his sea of consciousness that could save his life. Yet with his current cultivation level, advanced magic items like the 9 Changes Spirit Pellet were beyond reach. All he could do was rely on luck and hope for the best. Finally, he pulled out a low-level magic weapon, the 10,000 Souls banner. Subai was disappointed. How could he have ended up with such a low-level magic weapon? He had hoped to retrieve something that could truly save his life in this chaotic world. Just as his frustration peaked, a blue window suddenly appeared before him. System prompt. It has been detected that the host has obtained the magic weapon 10,000 Souls banner. The host is now bound to the 10,000 Souls banner system. Current system level 1. Capacity 10 souls. Upgrade requirement to level 2. Hunt down an elementary mutant. Curious, Subai wondered what sort of system this could be, especially attached to a mere low-level weapon like the 10,000 Souls banner. As far as he remembered, the banner's only function had been to collect souls. The system then explained that by using the 10,000 Souls banner, he could harvest the souls of the dead, convert their soul power into spiritual power, and feed it back to himself. The higher the banner's level, the stronger the souls it could collect, and thus the more spiritual power Subai would gain in return. There was a catch. Any person who had been dead for more than 5 minutes would have a soul that completely vanished, rendering it uncollectible. Subai smiled. So it really is possible to transform soul power into spiritual power. Even if this world lacked natural spiritual energy, he realized that, with zombies everywhere, there was no shortage of materials to harvest for cultivation. He remembered the girlfriend who had betrayed him and the yellow-haired boy, both now zombies, banging on the door. Subai opened it, and the 2 zombies lunged at him. He swiftly killed them with the 10,000 Souls banner, but to his surprise, they continued moving even after he attacked. At that moment, he activated the banner's true power, collecting their souls and converting them into spiritual energy. Subai was amazed to feel a breakthrough in his cultivation almost immediately. After absorbing their souls, he now had 2 controllable souls at his command, and his spiritual power had grown noticeably stronger. He couldn't help but smile. Despite its humble appearance, the 10,000 Souls banner had proven to be far more powerful than he ever imagined. Sometime later, outside, people were running in all directions, desperately searching for any safe place to hide. In the midst of this chaos, Subai was also looking for supplies. His body was still too weak. I can't do much cultivation in this condition, he thought. First, I need to find some supplies, then consider upgrading the 10,000 Souls banner. Suddenly, a group of zombies perched atop a nearby building heard the commotion below and leaped down into the fleeing crowd. Among them was a plump, blonde-haired woman who panicked upon seeing the zombies heading toward her. In a desperate attempt to save herself, she grabbed another woman from the crowd and threw her at the zombies, using the poor victim as a human shield. Subai happened to witness this horrifying act and was shocked to recognize that the woman who'd been thrown to the zombies looked exactly like Lin Wangqiu, one of his disciples who had once betrayed him. Furious and confused about her presence here, he quickly summoned the 10,000 Souls banner and killed the zombies attacking her. Lin Wangqiu gasped with relief, grateful to be rescued. How did you end up here? Subai demanded, glaring at her. Not long ago you used the Divine Thunder technique on me, forcing me into a wretched state. Now you can't even protect yourself from a handful of low-level monsters. He could scarcely believe that his former disciple, who had once caused him so much trouble, was now so weak. Yet Lin Wangqiu only stared at him in bewilderment. She had no idea who he was or what he was talking about, and she couldn't understand how he already knew her name when, to her knowledge, they had never met. Standing up, she thanked Subai for saving her life and asked if they had met before. Incensed, Subai pointed his spear at her. Don't pretend to be crazy. You won't get away by feigning ignorance. Startled, Lin Wangqiu tried to calm him. This isn't the time for wild accusations. There are more monsters nearby. We should leave and find somewhere safe. Hearing her words, Subai hesitated. Did I get the wrong person? He wondered. Or is she simply not the Lin Wangqiu I once knew? Subai still found it difficult to believe that the woman before him wasn't the traitorous disciple he remembered. She looked identical to Lin Wangqiu, and he was sure he would never mistake her face. Unless, he thought, unless coming to this world caused her to lose her memories. As he moved closer, hoping to investigate, Su Bai's stomach growled. Lin Wangqiu smiled at the sound, and mentioned there was a large shopping mall not far away. She planned to gather supplies there and possibly take refuge. She invited Su Bai to join her, and although he hesitated briefly, he eventually agreed, if only to see for himself whether or not she was truly the same Lin Wangqiu. Gripping his hand, Lin Wangqiu urged him to hurry so they could stock up on supplies and wait for rescue. Su Bai followed her, still torn between suspicion and curiosity. Even if she really has lost her memories, he thought, her betrayal remains. Sooner or later, she'll pay for it. After half an hour, they reached the entrance of a Walmart supermarket. While standing at the front doors, Lin Wangqiu asked for Su Bai's name. Hearing this, Su Bai realized she truly seemed unaware of who he was. She wasn't faking her confusion at all. He refused to let his guard down. Stepping past her, he answered curtly, "Su Bai." Following a brief introduction, Lin Wangqiu invited him to head inside. She suggested they use the store's resources and wait for rescue. But to their surprise, the supermarket was already crawling with zombies, and not just ordinary ones. Among them was a mutated zombie that stood out. It kept mumbling phrases like, "Apply for a card, get 50% off," before slaughtering several normal zombies in its path. Then it charged straight at Su Bai. Su Bai smirked as he felt the creature's aura. It's probably at the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm, he realized. That must be an elementary mutant. Lin Wangqiu, terrified, hid behind him, urging him to retreat and find safety elsewhere. But Su Bai saw this as an opportunity, not a threat. A sacrifice that could help him upgrade his 10,000 souls banner to level 2. Summoning the banner, he commanded 2 zombie slaves he controlled to attack the mutant. The supermarket erupted into chaos as his zombies clashed with the others, killing them one by one. However, the mutated zombie soon noticed Su Bai's slaves and charged in to attack. Su Bai quickly ordered them to pull back, but the mutant was too quick, and killed one of his zombie slaves. Seeing an opening, Su Bai launched a sneak attack from behind. At the same time, his remaining slave, a female zombie, leaped onto the mutant's back and bit into its neck. The mutated zombie roared in pain. Su Bai quickly ordered his slave zombie to slam it into the ground, knocking it unconscious. Then, he activated the 10,000 souls banner to absorb its soul, making it his newest slave. Right after absorbing the mutated zombie, a system window appeared before him. System prompt: "Congratulations on defeating an elementary zombie. The 10,000 souls banner has been upgraded to level 2. New capacity 5 additional souls. Next upgrade requirement: hunt down an advanced zombie, a foundation stage beast." Su Bai frowned at the new requirement. "My current cultivation is still at the spiritual sea realm. To defeat a foundation stage beast, I'll need to absorb more spiritual power first." Meanwhile, Lin Wangqiu was awestruck by Su Bai's display of strength. She had originally dismissed him as some crazed individual, never imagining he was this powerful. Watching her childish admiration, Su Bai found it hard to believe she could be the same disciple who had once betrayed him and nearly ended his life. With the mutated zombie defeated, the survivors who had been hiding in the supermarket cautiously emerged. Relieved that the threat was gone, they began redistributing supplies and preparing to wait for rescue in relative safety. There seemed to be enough resources to sustain them for a while. Lin Wangqiu turned to Su Bai, pointing out how large the stockpile of supplies was. "If we use this wisely, we can stay hidden in a safe place until the rescue team arrives," she suggested. However, the other survivors were not so welcoming. One man stepped forward, glaring at Lin Wangqiu and Su Bai. "This is our territory," he declared. "You can't just help yourselves to our supplies without our permission." Several others quickly agreed with him, insisting that they had risked their lives to gather everything during the chaos. They weren't about to let newcomers take advantage of their hard work. Lin Wangqiu bristled at their accusations and shouted back, "If Mr. Su Bai hadn't killed that mutated zombie, all of you would have been sitting ducks, waiting to die. Now you want to claim these supplies for yourselves and ignore the fact that he saved your lives." However, they didn't believe him. They said he was as thin as a bamboo pole. How could someone like that kill a monster? In their opinion, the monsters must have killed each other. Lin Wangqiu shouted, unable to believe how shameless those people were. Before she could say anything more, Su Bai stopped her and warned her not to argue with mindless people, reminding her that words alone wouldn't change anything. Lin Wangqiu looked at Su Bai and insisted that he was the one who had obviously defeated those monsters. She couldn't let anyone else take advantage of his hard work. Su Bai simply smiled and said, "Only the weak use such petty tricks. The strong are always right." He cast a cold gaze over the crowd and announced that he needed supplies, asking who was in favor and who was against it. They all opposed him, telling Subai there were many of them, and only one of him, so he couldn't win. They advised him to leave peacefully, hinting that if he angered them, they wouldn't be responsible for what might happen. Subai only smiled and said that if he couldn't get supplies peacefully, he would have no choice but to kill them. Once they were dead, all the supplies would be his. He summoned his mutated zombies and ordered them to attack. Terrified, the crowd begged Subai to spare them, promising he could take all the supplies he wanted as long as they could keep their lives. But he didn't care. He killed those who had threatened him. The rest fled in terror, trying to save themselves. Standing confidently, Subai asked if anyone else wanted to stop him. No one dared say a word. They stood silently, too afraid to even lift their heads. Then Subai turned to Lin Wangqiu and told her to take whatever she wanted. No one would dare oppose them now. She nodded and began collecting supplies. After stuffing her bag, she asked if Subai needed anything. He smiled and said that in return for saving her, all he wanted was help carrying some supplies. Secretly, he was testing her to see if she really had amnesia, or was only pretending. Lin Wangqiu agreed, packing his share of the supplies. Subai was confused. He didn't know if she really was his disciple Lin Wangqiu, or if he himself had lost his memory. After a few minutes, she finished packing and asked whether they should stay and wait for rescue or head elsewhere. Subai turned to leave, saying he planned to look for stronger zombies to hunt. All she needed to do was follow him with the supplies. Lin Wangqiu nodded and followed him. Once they were gone, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, they couldn't believe Subai had dared to kill people so casually. They agreed to report him to the authorities if rescue ever came, insisting that someone like him should be brought to justice. But now that he was gone, they gathered around what remained of the supplies, dividing them up as quickly as possible before any other danger appeared. In the midst of their squabbling, oblivious to the threat looming behind them, Subai's 2 zombie servants crept up, ready to attack. Just then, one man in the crowd noticed the zombies and freaked out, running as fast as he could to save himself. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The zombies charged forward and took down everyone one by one. A blonde, overweight woman remained alive for a moment, terrified and pleading for help, but the zombies spotted her and crushed her head underfoot. Once the massacre ended, Subai gathered their souls and converted them into spiritual power. He knew leaving survivors would only cause him trouble in the future. Now that he could control 3 undead, Subai felt a bit safer. He was well aware that if he ever had to face more than 10 zombies at once, he'd have no choice but to retreat. Until his level rose, he would keep a low profile. Meanwhile, Lin Wangqiu, who had been following him, was exhausted. She asked if they could rest somewhere, but Subai told her he had no time to waste. If she slowed him down, he would leave her behind. Embarrassed, Lin Wangqiu insisted that she believed Mr. Subai would never abandon her. He smiled and asked why she was so sure, reminding her that they were strangers, and he could do as he pleased. Lin Wangqiu confidently replied that she knew the location of the powerful zombie he was looking for. Intrigued, Subai asked how she knew. Lin Wangqiu explained that, back at her university, she fled the campus after spotting a strange creature near the lake. It gave off an unusual scent, and she was certain it was dangerous. Nervously, she admitted she wasn't sure it was the advanced zombie Subai sought, but it certainly seemed formidable. Hearing this, Subai reasoned that if it was anything like the mutant beast in the supermarket, it was worth investigating. He told Lin Wangqiu to lead the way. Pleased that he believed her, Lin Wangqiu happily guided him toward the campus. Sometime later, the two of them finally reached their destination, but the campus was overrun with zombies. Lin Wangqiu stopped, scanning the surroundings anxiously. Seeing her hesitate, Subai asked why she had stopped yet again. Lin Wangqiu whispered for him to lower his voice. So many people at the school had turned into those creatures, and if they accidentally drew attention, they'd be in huge trouble. Subai told her not to worry, declaring he would handle the situation. He summoned his zombie servants and ordered them to clear a path. Lin Wangqiu, concerned, warned him they should do this quietly instead of being so reckless. But Subai ignored her protests, wondering what had happened to the world to turn so many humans into these half-human, half-ghost monsters. Suddenly, they heard noises behind them. Lin Wangqiu recognized the voices. It sounded like her classmates. They had ventured outside for supplies but were now trapped among the campus zombies. One of her classmates, terrified, hurled his weapon at a charging zombie, but missed. The zombie kept coming, yet another student arrived just in time and killed it. The student who saved him then grabbed the frightened boy, urging him to run back and regroup, because these monsters were way beyond their league. Lin Wangqiu realized these two were Gu Ming and Li Mingxuan, her classmates, though she couldn't fathom why they would be here of all places. Subai noticed her reaction and asked if she knew them. When Lin Wangqiu admitted they were her schoolmates, He turned to her and said, "Do you want me to save them or not?" Lin Wanqiu held Subai's hand and said, "While they're distracting the monsters, we can escape quickly. If the monsters spot us, we won't be able to leave." Subai then asked her, "Don't you want to save them? They're your classmates, aren't they?" Lin Wanqiu replied, "If I could help them, I would. But right now, I can't risk your life." Upon hearing this, Subai realized that if she had been the treacherous disciple from his past, she would never have said such a thing. She truly seemed to be just an ordinary girl. However, before they could leave, the very thing Lin Wanqiu feared happened. Her classmates noticed her and called out for help. Lin Wanqiu became furious. She couldn't believe that Li Mingxuan, one of her classmates, was desperately shouting amid so many zombies, potentially dragging them all down with him. All the noise quickly drew the zombies' attention. Panicking, Lin Wanqiu burst into tears and apologized to Subai for getting him involved. In response, Subai summoned his enslaved zombies to fight. Boasting that he had once slain the 9th demon lord of the underworld, he declared that these lowly undead were not worthy opponents. Although his summoned zombies managed to kill many of them, there were simply too many. Subai lost 2 of his contracted zombies, and his mutated zombie was also in trouble. He realized that dealing with 10 zombies at once was already his limit given his current strength. If they wanted to turn the tide and survive, he needed to lure some of the zombies away. He asked Lin Wanqiu if there was anything nearby that could produce a loud sound. Lin Wanqiu remembered her smartphone and handed it to Subai, who had never seen such a device before. He was baffled by the idea that a small box could make a loud noise. Instead of explaining, Lin Wanqiu simply turned on the phone's music. Subai was astonished by how loud the sound was coming from what he called a small metal box. Drawn by the blaring music, many of the zombies attacking the mutated zombie turned their attention towards Subai. Overjoyed by this new magical tool, he threw the smartphone to his mutated zombie slave. The mutated zombie caught the phone and started running, drawing most of the horde away. With so many zombies in pursuit of the mutated zombie, Subai and his remaining undead were free to dispatch the remaining threats one by one. Lin Wanqiu was amazed that such a simple trick had worked. However, Subai grabbed her hand and reminded her they had no time to celebrate. They needed to leave before more zombies arrived. Moments later, both of them managed to escape safely to the classroom building. Once they were out of danger, Lin Wanqiu thanked Subai again for saving her life. She admitted that without him, she would never have made it this far. Subai replied that it was no big deal. She had helped him locate an advanced zombie, and in return, he had saved her. Both of them benefited. Not long after, Lin Wanqiu's classmates also managed to escape safely, thanks to Subai's zombies having distracted and slain most of the undead. However, they quickly noticed that Lin Wanqiu was carrying a large bag of supplies. They were thrilled to see Lin Wanqiu return with so many supplies. With that amount, they believed they could wait for a rescue team to arrive. However, Lin Wanqiu scoffed and reminded everyone that these supplies were obtained by Mr. Subai, and she had no right to distribute them on his behalf. Li Mingxuan was furious. He told Lin Wanqiu that there was no point in distinguishing yours and his in a crisis like this. Other students also needed these supplies to survive. Another one of Lin Wanqiu's classmates, sensing the tense atmosphere, stepped in and suggested they all stop arguing and return to the classroom first. They could decide how to distribute the supplies once they were somewhere safer. Turning to Subai, he also invited him to join them, saying they should all stick together in times like these. Subai and Lin Wanqiu followed them back to the classroom. On the way, Lin Wanqiu apologized to Subai for the trouble, but assured him that she would not let anyone touch his share of the supplies. Subai told her not to worry. His only goal was to find the advanced zombie. Still, he asked how she could be certain these people would listen to her. She replied that there were many teachers among the survivors, so nobody would dare do anything extreme. Subai simply smiled and said they had better behave, or he couldn't guarantee their safety. Meanwhile, the bold student whispered to Li Mingxuan that he had seen the bag was full of food. With so many supplies, they could sustain themselves for at least a month until rescue arrived. Li Mingxuan nodded, but worried that Lin Wanqiu wouldn't agree. And then there was also the matter of Subai. Another student chimed in, saying that now they were back on their territory, Lin Wanqiu and Subai couldn't simply refuse. If they cooperated, they might receive something in return. If not, they would have to deal with them the hard way. Moments later, they arrived at the classroom door. Li Mingxuan called out to the teacher to open up, announcing they had brought supplies. The teacher, relieved to see them safe, invited everyone inside and asked for the supplies to be handed out. As Subai entered, he noticed that many survivors were present. They had managed to avoid the zombies so far, perhaps because the undead hadn't swarmed this area yet. The same bold student pressed Lin Wangqiu to distribute the supplies right away, complaining that they hadn't eaten anything for 3 days. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Lin Wangqiu said she would only give out half. Mr. Su Bai owned the other half, and they had no right to touch it. Li Mingxuan scoffed and asked why a single person needed so much food. He offered to buy Su Bai's share at 10 times the market price. Looking at Su Bai, he asked if he minded selling. Su Bai smiled and agreed. In that moment, Li Mingxuan tried to claim all of Lin Wangqiu's supplies, forgetting that Su Bai was no pushover. Su Bai promptly summoned his mutated zombie slave, ready to attack Li Mingxuan. Seeing the monster appear inside the classroom, everyone panicked and scrambled for safety. Only then did they realize the zombie seemed to be under Su Bai's control. Su Bai grabbed Li Mingxuan by the collar and snarled that, because of Li Mingxuan's earlier actions, he had lost 2 undead minions. Yet Li Mingxuan still dared to demand Su Bai's supplies. Li Mingxuan apologized profusely and begged for his life. Su Bai asked, "Should I kill you? Or should I take your soul to make up for my losses?" Terrified, Li Mingxuan pleaded with his classmates Zhang Hao and Gu Ming to intercede, since they were the ones who had come up with the plan in the first place. Zhang Hao and Gu Ming quickly denied any involvement, insisting it was all Li Mingxuan's idea, and that he alone should bear the blame. Li Mingxuan was shocked at the betrayal, cursing them for abandoning him. He turned to Lin Wangqiu, begging her to ask Su Bai to spare him. He promised he would never try to steal supplies again. Su Bai was curious how Lin Wangqiu would react. Surprisingly, she apologized on Li Mingxuan's behalf and asked Su Bai to forgive him just this once for everyone's sake. She said they could take her share of the supplies, but no one was to touch Su Bai's. Watching her selfless behavior, Su Bai realized that she truly might not be the treacherous disciple he once knew, despite her resemblance. Deciding he no longer needed to keep her close, he told Lin Wangqiu that, now that she had found her companions, it was time for him to leave and continue searching for the advanced zombie. But Lin Wangqiu stopped him, claiming that she knew where the creature he was seeking might be. When Su Bai asked if she had actually seen it, she said no, but she could sense a terrifying presence somewhere in the school. This startled Su Bai. Her ability to sense spiritual power suggested an innate spiritual physique. He was astonished because, to his knowledge, no one else in the world had such a physique except his lost disciple. Could she truly be that woman, suffering from memory loss, or was there some other explanation? In the original cultivation realm, before Su Bai was betrayed by his disciples, Lin Wangqiu approached him, requesting to become his disciple. In response, Su Bai told her that he would only accept her if she found something for him first. Lin Wangqiu successfully found what Su Bai had asked for, and returned, requesting again to be accepted as his disciple. When Su Bai asked how she managed to locate it, Lin Wangqiu respectfully bowed before him and replied, "I was born with the ability to track and trace. If you accept me as your disciple, I will be the sword in your hand. I will never let you down." Seeing her determination, Su Bai accepted her as his second disciple. With her innate spiritual physique, her future achievements would not fall short of his own. However, Lin Wangqiu humbly told him, "My life was saved by you. I would never dream of surpassing you. I only wish to serve by your side and ease your burdens." Su Bai walked up to her and said, "Stop calling me senior. Now that you're my disciple, you should call me master." That was the moment Su Bai learned that Lin Wangqiu possessed the innate spiritual physique. Although he wasn't sure how she had lost her past memories, for him, it didn't matter. He was still planning to kill her. He extended his hand to capture her soul and make her his servant, dooming her to eternal soul refinement. But suddenly, Lin Wangqiu grabbed Su Bai's hand and urgently warned, "That thing I've been sensing, it's really coming this way. We must leave now before it's too late." Hearing this, Su Bai fell silent. Then, in the next moment, he burst into laughter like a madman, shocking everyone in the room. He thought to himself, "I nearly killed her just now. But this is an innate spiritual physique, a one-of-a-kind rare body. Killing her outright would be such a waste. Rather than that, I'll treat her as a chess piece. Once she outlives her usefulness, I won't shortchange her. She'll have her own place inside the Soul Banner." Meanwhile, the mutated monster Lin Wangqiu had warned about approached the building. It had sensed Su Bai's spiritual energy and followed it here, to where Su Bai and the others were gathered. This mutated creature was intelligent, and it had recently been lucky enough to absorb a trace of spiritual energy to recharge its core. If not for that, it too would have eventually turned into one of those half-human, half-ghost abominations. When it detected the presence of spiritual energy in this barren world, it was thrilled. Finally, a chance to break through to the next realm. Standing in front of the university building, the mutated beast looked up, then leaped straight through the upper floor. crashing into the room where Subai and the others were. Seeing the creature, Subai thought, is this the powerful entity Lin Wangqiu mentioned? A mutated snake demon? But as he observed it more closely, something felt off. This mutated beast's aura, it felt familiar. The students in the room panicked, screaming and trying to escape, but to their horror, the door was locked. They couldn't get out. Lin Wangqiu pointed at the beast and exclaimed, "This is the same creature I saw by the man-made lake. It has the same aura I've been sensing all this time." Subai was surprised. This mutated snake demon, it actually possesses spiritual energy? This isn't some ordinary mutant. This is a demon beast from the cultivation realm. But then he wondered, why would such a creature appear in a place like this? The mutated snake demon sneered and spoke. Even though this world lacks spiritual energy and is crawling with ghostly pests, it's far more fun than that wretched cultivation realm. I can feast on humans freely here, without interference from those damned cultivators. It grabbed one of the students to devour. The terrified student cried for help. The teacher, Bai Ling, turned to Lin Wangqiu and begged her to ask Subai to save the students. If he can protect them, she will do anything he asks. Subai glanced at her coldly and said, "Whether I can or not is beside the point. What do their lives have to do with me?" Still desperate, the teacher pleaded, "I'll pay you a lot of money. Just save them." But Subai rejected her offer. "I'm not interested in money. Don't worry. Once you're all dead, I'll collect your souls." As the snake demon devoured the student, Subai ordered his mutated zombie to attack. The zombie leapt into the air and struck from behind, knocking the mutated snake demon to the ground. As the beast lay unconscious, the zombie jumped on top of it to finish it off. But suddenly, the snake demon's eyes flew open. It extended its tongue, wrapping it tightly around Subai's zombie. Staring at Subai, it said, "I knew it. My nose wasn't wrong. There really is spiritual energy here. Unbelievable. A cultivator in this world? Their strength may be weak, but it's enough." Just as it grew excited, Subai's zombie kicked its mouth, freeing itself from the demon's tongue grip. Subai smirked. "So the mutated snake demon is coming for me after sensing my spiritual energy? Doesn't matter. I'll just take it down." A monster in the foundation stage. In the past, this kind of trash wouldn't have been worthy of Subai's attention. But now, when his cultivation is only at the spiritual sea realm, he had to be more cautious. These people, killing them and refining their souls might just be enough for him to break through. Turning to them, he coldly announced, "Unfortunately, in my current condition, I can't handle that thing. You're all on your own. If you're willing to join my 10,000 souls banner and help me break through, there may be a sliver of hope." He smirked, saying, "Of course you can refuse. But if you do, I'll leave, and no one can stop me. What happens after that won't be my responsibility." Everyone sat frozen in silence, terrified. No one dared to speak. Seeing that no one was willing to sacrifice themselves, Subai turned to leave. Lin Wangqiu tried to stop him, but before she could, her teacher, Li, stepped forward and said, "I'll sacrifice myself. In exchange, please take my students to safety." At that moment, Subai noticed a glowing purple crystal hanging around teacher Li's neck. His eyes narrowed, realizing that, a spiritual stone. He grabbed the crystal and asked coldly, "Where did you get this?" Teacher Li hesitated for a second before replying that her father found it by chance, many years ago. Seeing Subai's obvious interest, Teacher Li handed him the stone and begged to, "Please, just protect her students." Inspecting it closely, Subai confirmed, "This is indeed a product of the immortal realm. The quality isn't low either. The spiritual power inside, it's on par with a top-grade spiritual stone." But what puzzled him was, how did something like this end up in this world? Could it be that his and Lin Wangqiu's rebirth here wasn't a coincidence? If that's true, then maybe his other disciples are here too. Just then, the system detected the spiritual stone and prompted, "Would you like to use this item to enhance the 10,000 souls banner? Doing so will increase your control level over undead by 1 tier." Subai was stunned. He didn't expect that this spiritual stones can directly upgrade the banner. He made a mental note that he need to collect more of these in the future. He accepted the item and agreed to Teacher Li's request, telling her to wait here and don't run. Meanwhile, the mutated snake demon, enraged after being attacked by Subai's mutated zombie, roared, "How dare you steal from me!" It charged straight at Subai, intending to kill and refine him to boost its own cultivation. But Subai had already begun absorbing the spiritual stone's energy. He commanded his zombie to block it and don't let it get close. The zombie charged in, but the mutated snake demon dodged easily. Grabbing the zombie, it slammed him into a nearby wall. Then it noticed something. Subai's aura. It was rapidly growing stronger. He was breaking through. The snake demon growled in panic. "If I don't stop him now, it'll be a problem later. But before that, I need to squash this bug. It punched Subai's zombie, sending him flying out of the building. Now, rid of the distraction, the demon laughed and charged towards Subai. But just as it approached, its entire body froze. A primal fear surged up, warning it. Danger, Subai smiled, his body glowing with spiritual light. My 10,000 souls banner needs a foundation beast for sacrifice, he said calmly. And that's you. The mutated snake demon was stunned. Ask what is happening. Suddenly, Subai's mutated zombie, now evolved from ordinary class to evolutionary class, returned. Towering over the snake demon, it grabbed the creature by the neck. Subai gave the command it to kill him. The zombie stabbed its sharp claws into the demon's chest, piercing clean through. Then it lifted the demon into the air and hurled it across the building. But just before falling, the mutated demon clung to the edge and caught itself. Breathing heavily, it realized that it underestimated Subai. It didn't expect him to break through mid-battle. Still, it wasn't ready to give up. He roared that, "It's not enough to defeat me." And with wild rage, it let out a piercing cry, summoning the nearby zombies to swarm in and help it kill these humans. Just then, Li Mingxuan transformed into a half-human, half-snake demon and killed both of his friends. The other students were shocked to see Li Mingxuan slaughter his fellow classmates. One of the students cried out, "Why would he do this?" Li Mingxuan smirked and replied with a chilling grin that he have tolerated all of them long enough. He smiled and asked that, "Doesn't it feel good to be betrayed?" He turned toward the remaining students and charged at them, intent on killing everyone. The students screamed and scattered, desperately trying to escape. Some even begged, "Li Mingxuan, please, let us go, spare our lives." But he didn't listen. He was enjoying the feeling of ruling over mere ants. Seeing this horrifying massacre, Teacher Li collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling. Why did it end up like this? Terrified, Lin Wangqiu turned to Subai and asked, "What happened to Li Mingxuan?" Subai simply smiled. He didn't expect to see a human willingly become a beast's servant, but this development suited him perfectly. The more that die, the better. It saves him the effort. They'll all become part of his 10,000 souls banner eventually. As Li Mingxuan prepared to kill the last student, Teacher Li stepped in and shouted, "Stop! I can't let you go on like this." Li Mingxuan grabbed her by the collar and hissed, "You want to die too? Fine. I'll grant your wish and kill you first." Just as he raised his claws, Subai intervened. He pulled Teacher Li back. Lin Wangqiu told her urgently, "There's no way to appease everyone in this situation. Right now, we need to survive. And the only one who can help us is Mr. Subai." Though Subai didn't care about the others, Teacher Li was a different matter. He needed her alive. If he wanted to find the source of the spiritual stone, she had to lead him there. Subai then unfurled his 10,000 souls banner and began absorbing the souls of all the dead students. Li Mingxuan was stunned. He had waited so long for his master to appear, and now nothing could stop him. He glared at Subai and charged at him, shouting, "You think you can do anything without your monster's protection?" Subai calmly smiled and summoned the very students Li Mingxuan had just killed. Their ghostly forms lunged at him, trying to drag him into the 10,000 souls banner. Li Mingxuan was confused. "How are they alive? I just killed them moments ago." Then he realized, they weren't alive. They were just wandering spirits, reanimated by Subai's power. "There's no time to waste on them," he growled. Meanwhile, the mutated snake demon watched Subai's 10,000 souls banner and scoffed, "You're planning to use that trash weapon on me? Do you think I'm made of mud?" Subai chuckled. "You have no idea who I am, and my 10,000 souls banner still needs a dead soul like you as sacrifice." At the same time, Li Mingxuan managed to partially free himself from the grasp of Subai's zombies and ran toward the mutated snake demon for help. The demon scowled. "Just my luck. I finally meet an immortal cultivator, and he turns out to be a demon cultivator? These puppets he controls are strange and dangerous. If I don't act quickly, I'm in trouble." Although he had already broken through to the Foundation realm, he knew that continuing the fight might end badly. At worst, I won't get any spiritual energy, and I'll die too. Desperate, he grabbed Li Mingxuan and growled, "I gave you power. Now it's time to repay me." Then he hurled Li Mingxuan toward Subai to buy himself some time to escape. But before he could flee, Subai gave the order to attack. His mutated zombie leapt high into the air and came crashing down onto the snake demon, slamming him into the ground. The zombie grabbed the demon and restrained him, locking down all movement. "You're not going anywhere." Just as the mutated snake demon struggled to break free, Subai made his move. He transformed several of his zombies into stone statue form, anchoring them into the demon's limbs, binding its hands and feet so tightly it couldn't move an inch. The demon let out a pained roar, its body shaking violently. Blood oozed from the cracks in its scaled flesh as it cried out in fury and humiliation. "I admit defeat. For today," it hissed, its voice trembling with suppressed rage. "But don't think this is enough to hold me forever." In a desperate move, the demon's main body detached from the larger snake host and fled into the distance like a dark shadow melting into the horizon. Li Mingxuan, who had just barely survived, watched the escape in panic. "Don't leave me behind. I haven't escaped yet." But before he could move, the remaining students, those who had narrowly survived his betrayal, surrounded him, cold hatred burning in their eyes. "Karma always comes back around," one muttered. "You really think you'll walk away after killing so many of us?" Fear flooded Li Mingxuan's eyes as he stumbled back. "Stay away. I'll kill you if you come any closer. I swear." But the crowd no longer feared him. They descended on him without mercy, fists and feet replacing words. Li Mingxuan died the same way he lived, violently and utterly alone. Nearby, Lin Wangqiu turned toward Subai, her voice filled with disbelief. "That monster. We're really just letting it go." Subai only smirked. "It's just a lowly snake demon. Does it really believe it can escape my spiritual sense?" Far away, the mutated snake demon, now free from its bindings, let out a long breath. It had narrowly escaped death, but one question clawed at his mind. Where did that demonic cultivator come from? Then a chilling realization crossed his thoughts. Could he too have been pulled into this world through the chaotic spatial rift? "Just like me," he scoffed. "Doesn't matter. I'm free now. A Foundation establishment cultivator like him, he'll never find me." But he was wrong. Before he could take another step, a shadow fell over him. Subai appeared directly behind him. "Try running again," he said coldly. "Let's see if you can escape my spiritual sense now." Terror flooded the snake demon's expression. His whole body trembled. He could not understand. How did he track me this fast? How strong is his spiritual sense? Subai didn't waste time. He ordered his mutated zombies forward. As the beast tried to flee, lunged in, grabbing the demon's legs and arms, pinning it down. The mutated zombie struck its vital point, sealing its core. The snake demon howled in agony, completely paralyzed. "If I can't live in peace, none of you will," the demon bellowed. He activated his final skill, Serpent Shadow Clone. Dozens of shadowy snake clones burst forth, swarming toward Subai. Laughing, the demon mocked, "Your soul banner is useless now. Once I devour you, your puppets will vanish." But Subai showed no concern. He raised his 10,000 souls banner, calmly scanned the illusions, and in a flash, stabbed the real body. The snake demon gasped. "How did you see through it?" "Not even nascent soul cultivators could." Subai's expression remained unchanged. "If you weren't still useful, I would have shattered your soul already." With that, he unleashed the soul-binding power of the banner. Black tendrils wrapped around the demon's very spirit. "You'll never get me," the demon roared. "I'll destroy my soul before I serve you." In a final act of defiance, it attempted to self-destruct its soul, but once again, it had underestimated Subai. With a single thought, Subai activated his spiritual sense manifestation. His soul form materialized in front of the demon, grabbing and stopping the detonation mid-explosion. The snake demon stared in horror. "That pressure. You're not Foundation establishment," his voice cracked. "Soul formation?" The truth hit him like a blade to the chest. He had offended a soul formation powerhouse. He dropped to his knees, pleading, "Don't kill me. I was wrong." But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The 10,000 souls banner absorbed his soul in its entirety. System notification. "Congratulations. You have slain an evolved level creature. Soul banner has leveled up to level 3. Max controllable souls. 10. New feature unlocked. Enhancement mode. You can now feed spiritual energy-infused objects to your undead souls to boost their strength." Subai stood silently, staring at the faint glow of the soul banner. He was amazed. He hadn't expected that spirit stones could be directly fed to the undead. If that was true, then as long as he had enough stones, he could rapidly forge a powerful undead army. In that case, he thought, gathering spirit stones must become a top priority. Once he gained enough strength to protect himself in this chaotic world, it would be time to visit his loyal little disciples. Meanwhile, back at the university, Teacher Li turned to Lin Wangqiu, her voice laced with concern. "Subai went after that monster. Isn't he in danger?" But Lin Wangqiu replied calmly, "Don't worry. Mr. Subai will be totally fine. A monster like that is no match for him." Teacher Li let out a quiet sigh of relief, but curiosity soon crept into her eyes. "You seem to trust him a lot. He doesn't appear to be a student here. How did you meet him?" Lin Wanqiu hesitated for a moment before speaking. When I ran out of the school during the chaos and was about to be attacked by monsters, he saved me. Her eyes flickered with a strange emotion. When I first met him, I felt something odd, a strange sense of familiarity, like I've seen him before. Just then, Subai returned. Lin Wanqiu ran toward him. Mr. Subai, are you hurt? He pushed her gently aside and replied coldly, a low-level demon like that? There's no way it could hurt me. Then he turned to Teacher Li. Do you know where to get more of those spirit stones? Teacher Li looked apologetic. That one belonged to my father. I don't really know where he found it. If you want answers, you'll have to ask him yourself. Subai narrowed his eyes. She hesitated again, then spoke cautiously. If you truly want to find him, we'll have to make another deal. The last time I spoke with him was 3 days ago. He was trapped somewhere, waiting for rescue. If you want that information, we'll have to find him first. Subai's face darkened. This woman, is she trying to use me to save her father? If the old man had knowledge about spirit stones, it would be worth the time. Fine, he said. I'll go with you, but listen carefully. If I find out you're lying to me, not only will you die, but everyone else will too, including your father. Teacher Li trembled under his gaze but nodded quickly. Understood. I'm sure my father won't disappoint you. She then turned to her surviving students. We're leaving with Mr. Subai. There was a wave of relief among them. They were leaving this nightmare. But not all were so lucky. Many students had died during the chaos. As Subai looked at their bodies, he raised his 10,000 souls banner and summoned their souls. One by one, gasps echoed through the group. The students stared in horror. Even Teacher Li's voice trembled as she asked, "Why are you taking their souls?" Subai turned to her, his expression unreadable. They were going to be wasted otherwise. Now, they reside in the soul banner, my personal puppets. He glanced toward the school gates. Enough talk. Let's go. I don't have time to waste here. Despite the grim nature of it all, Teacher Li bowed slightly. Mr. Subai, if it weren't for you, we'd still be trapped in that classroom. We would have starved, or been torn apart by monsters. Subai scoffed. I didn't do this for free. Everyone got what they needed. Now that he had broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, Subai could feel his divine consciousness gradually recovering. He should now be able to retrieve higher-tier artifacts sealed within his soul domain. Without hesitation, he focused, reaching inward, and suddenly, a brilliant sword appeared before him. Subai's eyes widened. Could it really be fate? Lin Wanqiu stared at the sword. Stunned, something stirred in her heart. I feel like I've seen that sword before. Subai turned to her, expression sharpening. Could this be a sign that her memories are returning? He narrowed his eyes. If this girl truly regains her memories, and realizes she's fallen into the hands of her former master, a lamb remembering her shepherd, just before the slaughter. He threw the sword onto the ground and looked at her. Hold on to it. Lin Wanqiu blinked in surprise. Me? What do I even do with a sword? Are you asking me to fight monsters? Subai nodded. I won't protect you forever. You need to learn to protect yourself. She hesitated. I've never used a sword before. You'll have to teach me later. As she nervously picked it up, her fingers brushed the blade, and flashes of memory surged through her mind. Moments long buried, of a distant mountain sect, her master Subai, and the day she was tested to become his disciple, the pain of betrayal, and the haunting image of a mysterious senior brother whispering lies to her and her senior sister, lies that turned them against their master. She staggered back slightly, clutching her head. The fragments were blurry, incomplete, but they were returning. That's all for today, everyone. Before we wrap up, I want to let you know that we've recently launched a membership program here, where you can enjoy perks like early access to videos and soon, exclusive content just for members. You'll also receive custom badges and emojis to enhance your interactions. If you're interested, consider joining our membership to enjoy these benefits. Check out the link in the description to join. See you all in the next video. At last, Lin Wanqiu finally saw her master's face, the very master she had betrayed, and he looked exactly like Subai. Seeing the angry gaze of her master, Lin Wanqiu got so frightened that she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Seeing her suddenly fall, Teacher Li and the others were shocked. But before anyone could help her, Subai, realizing that Lin Wanqiu's memories had returned, immediately raised his soul banner and released his newly controlled snake beast to attack and kill her. Before Lin Wanqiu could even understand or say anything, the snake beast coiled its muscular body around her and began squeezing. Seeing Subai attacking Lin Wanqiu, Teacher Li and her students were too shocked. Teacher Li ran forward, begging Subai to stop, but Subai didn't even flinch. The snake beast continued tightening its grip, suffocating Lin Wanqiu slowly. Lin Wanqiu struggled and somehow managed to free her mouth. While coughing, she said, "Mr. Subai, your monster has gone insane. Please, help me quickly." Subai approached her and pinned down the soul banner right in front of Lin Wangqiu, scaring her. He sat down and asked, Lin Wangqiu, do you remember now? Scared and confused, Lin Wangqiu asked, remember what? What are you talking about? Teacher Li pleaded with Subai to save Lin Wangqiu, saying she was a good child. Subai was also confused, not understanding what was going on. Lin Wangqiu's reaction just now didn't seem fake, and he wondered if it could really just be a mere restoration of her memories for a split moment. But he was not sure, so he decided to investigate it himself. He placed his hand on Lin Wangqiu's head and used Soul Search to look into her memories. He saw all of Lin Wangqiu's memories, himself included, but found nothing. He knew that memories couldn't be faked, and wondered if she really had not recalled her past. Both Lin Wangqiu and Teacher Li looked at Subai, scared and confused. After confirming for himself, Subai decided to let her live for now. He stood up, called back the snake beast, which released Lin Wangqiu and returned to the soul banner. Subai then walked away as if nothing had happened, telling Lin Wangqiu, maybe this sword doesn't fit you that well. He took back the sword and told everyone, don't waste time. Teacher Li then turned to her students and told them, it's okay, hurry up and follow. But Lin Wangqiu felt something odd. She couldn't understand why she suddenly called Subai master, and what this sense of familiarity toward him was. Not just her, even Subai was very confused. Wondering if this was all God's will, he decided he would definitely investigate this matter. After walking for a few hours, Teacher Li led them all to a building. Pointing at it, she told Subai, this is one of my family's properties, and my father last contacted me from here. But it looks like he wasn't able to evacuate because of those monsters. Looking at the building, Subai said, if that's the case, let's go check it out. But a student of Teacher Li suggested that they should not go in, and would just wait here for Subai and the others to come out. Other students agreed, saying they might not be able to help Boss Subai if they went in. So, it's better to meet them here again. Subai said, no problem, and told them, since I took you out of the school, my part of the deal has been fulfilled. Where you go now has nothing to do with me. Teacher Li looked at her 3 students who were scared, standing there. She told them, stay here and don't run around. When they come out, we will take you to the official shelter. It's safe there. The students told her not to worry, saying they would definitely stay put. After Teacher Li left with Subai and Lin Wangqiu, those students sighed with relief, saying, we are free. A girl told the others that she didn't dare breathe deeply for fear that Subai would kill them if displeased. Others agreed, saying he was scarier than the monsters. A third person told them both to stop talking for now. They just had to stay quietly here to survive. Meanwhile, Subai, Lin Wangqiu, and Teacher Li approached the building's gate. But before they could enter, Lin Wangqiu sensed something and asked them to wait. She looked to the side and saw something approaching. She told Subai that something seemed to be coming their way. Soldiers being chased by zombies. When those soldiers saw Subai and the others, they shouted, go away, this is not a place for you. Don't come close to the monsters. Return immediately. Seeing the soldiers shooting at zombies, Teacher Li told Subai that these people were likely the official rescue team and would know where her father was trapped. Hearing this, Subai decided to keep them alive. He raised his soul banner, summoned his zombies, and ordered them to clear the way. Seeing Subai's zombies, the soldiers misunderstood, thinking monsters were coming from behind to attack. They asked their captain what to do. The captain told his soldiers not to panic and ordered everyone to disperse and avoid getting caught by the monster wave. All the soldiers hid in the cracks between the buildings. After the soldiers got out of the way, Subai's zombies attacked the zombies coming from the front. The mutated zombie swung its sharp claws, slicing hundreds of zombies in one strike. The snake beast wasn't far behind. It opened its huge mouth and devoured the zombies. Seeing Subai's zombies attack the other zombies, the soldiers became confused. One soldier asked his captain why these monsters were fighting each other. Another said he had never seen such a strange thing during missions. Even their captain was confused, asking, what's going on? What kind of fight is this? Subai's monsters continued killing the zombies, making a path for Subai. Soldiers hiding behind walls were very confused. Their captain told them not to be careless and to evacuate now before the monsters noticed them, saying they would only be safe when the awakened were sent in. Hearing that, a soldier said, I heard those people in the bureau praise them for being amazing, but are they really that great? We're all the same in the end. How can they be superior? The captain told that soldier he said that because he hadn't seen their power. He said he once saw an S-level awakened, just one person, fighting against thousands of troops. Hearing about one man fighting thousands of troops, a soldier said, that's too exaggerated. Are they superhumans? Suddenly, a soldier saw Subai and the others walking toward the zombies. Confused, he asked, aren't those the survivors from before? Why aren't the monsters attacking them? It even looks like the monsters are escorting them. Seeing this unusual phenomenon, the soldiers immediately pointed their swords at Subai. The soldiers warned Subai to stand still and answer. Otherwise, they would open fire. But Subai didn't even look at them and continued walking ahead. Seeing this, the soldiers asked their captain if they should open fire. But after seeing Subai controlling the monsters, their captain lowered his gun and told his soldiers to forget it, because this person was not someone they could handle. The captain came out of hiding and asked Subai to wait. He introduced himself as Xiao Chongqing, the captain of the 3rd Search and Rescue Team of Z City, and asked Subai if they were the awakened sent by the higher-ups to assist them. Hearing that, Subai finally stopped and looked back, asking the captain what he meant by awakened. The captain replied that Subai was not the one he was referring to, and then tried to ask if Subai was the awakened. But before finishing his sentence, he stopped, thinking that since Subai was not a registered awakened from the bureau, could he be a lone wolf? That would be bad news. Then Teacher Li stepped forward and told the captain that they were here to find someone, her father, Li Zhenghao. Hearing the name, the captain told Teacher Li that Li Zhenghao was on their rescue list. They had been informed that he had important information, so the higher-ups required this person to be rescued. Hearing that, Subai asked the captain if he knew where Li Zhenghao was. The captain said yes, but told Subai that the place was in the heart of the region, and given the current situation, it would be hard for them to rush in there. Just as the captain said this, the walls on their side broke, and more zombies poured out. Because of this new zombie wave, they all got surrounded. Immediately, the soldiers started shooting at the zombies, but it was still not enough. Panicked, the captain turned to Subai, telling him that even if he was not affiliated with the government, they hoped he could lend them a helping hand. He added that it didn't matter if they all died, as long as they could send one person out to pass on the news from here, it would be fine. Subai agreed without hesitation, saying he would get them out of here, but they needed to lead him to the target in exchange. The captain agreed. Subai immediately called his monsters to attack the zombies. The mutated monster and snake monster jumped on the zombies, crushing them to the ground. Subai's mutated monster sliced off hundreds of zombies in one strike, while the snake monster shot fire from its mouth, burning thousands of zombies. The soldiers were shocked to see how strong Subai's monsters were. One soldier asked his captain if this was some kind of superpower, adding, "Isn't this too extreme?" Another asked if all awakened were like this, and if any one of them could destroy everything like this. He added that compared to Subai, what they had in their hands was just a fire stick. With a serious expression, the captain told his soldiers that not all awakened were that strong. This man right in front of them was definitely one of the best. Even among officially registered awakened, he had never seen someone capable of manipulating monsters for his benefit. So Subai's level must be at least C level. While Subai's monsters were fighting, Lin Wangqiu sensed something and told Subai to watch out, saying something was coming. She pointed above and told Subai that it was coming from the sky. Just as she said that, a huge monster jumped off a building, shouting, "Anyone who enters my territory without my permission will die." A huge night monster landed right in front of them. Seeing the huge night, the soldiers panicked and asked what kind of monster it was, because they hadn't been told about this level existing in this place. When Subai saw the night monster, he immediately recognized the aura of the perfect foundation realm. He hadn't expected a monster of this level to be lurking here. Moreover, it seemed different from the ordinary undead. The night monster pointed his mace at Subai and shouted, "My family, follow me to defeat the invaders." Hearing his voice, all the zombies in that area charged at Subai. Seeing them coming, Lin Wangqiu panicked and asked Subai what they should do now. Subai told everyone to get ready to fight. Even if it meant dying, they would fight the monsters. Subai was very excited to see the night monster, knowing that sure enough, this was a rare undead creature with intelligence. If he could capture its soul and send it into the 10,000 souls banner, there was a high probability that the souls of his subordinates would gain independent consciousness. Subai stepped forward with Lin Wangqiu and Teacher Li, and told the soldiers to step back, saying this night monster was his prey. Subai was confident that as long as he captured it, there was hope to create an army of undead with independent intelligence, which would greatly enhance his combat power. He then summoned his monsters and ordered them to attack. Subai's monsters charged at the night monster at super speed. The mutated monster jumped into the air and punched the night monster with full power, blocking its mace with its blackened fist. Taking this opportunity, the snake monster coiled its muscular body around the night monster's leg, making it unable to walk. The night monster looked down and saw that Subai was controlling the undead. Realizing that this human was very dangerous, the night monster became very angry. It released an energy blast from its body, sending all of Subai's monsters flying. the night monster raised its mace and, while gathering energy, shouted, "I'm the lord of the undead. How can a mere human stand against me?" Saying that, the night monster swung its long mace at Subai's monsters, aiming to kill them all in one strike. Seeing the night monster's power, Subai was a little surprised because it looked like the night monster had combat capabilities comparable to at least a Golden Core realm warrior. Now Subai began to wonder where this undead monster had come from. When that undead monster unleashed his full power, a guy was watching it from afar, standing on the rooftop of a building. Seeing Subai, that guy in glasses smiled, saying, "A sweet prey discovered. My lord will surely be pleased." He called his lord, and suddenly a dark figure appeared in the sky. That glasses guy told his lord that he had found a foundation-building cultivator who could control the dead. Hearing that, his lord ordered the glasses guy to kill and seize his body, saying the spiritual energy in his body was extremely valuable, and if he succeeded, he would be rewarded. Hearing that, the glasses guy laughed and told his lord, "Don't worry, because the Bone Fiend Lord is already hunting him down." On the other hand, that undead monster swung his huge sword to attack Subai. Seeing it coming, Teacher Li and Lin Wangyu got very scared. The soldiers standing behind started shooting at the undead monster, saying they would fight with everything they had. Lin Wangyu grabbed Subai's hand, saying that even if she died, she would stay by his side. Seeing the sword coming, Subai closed his eyes and sensed that it was a Golden Core realm undead lord, but it was just a fake. Its true strength was merely at the peak stage of foundation building, and even though Subai had lost all his cultivation, he was not someone a beast like that could stop. He immediately took out the sword he had given to Lin Wangyu before, then manifested his Dharma body of the peak level. His Dharma body was very huge, and it unleashed itself. Subai used it to cut down the undead monster's sword. This completely shocked the undead monster, and it looked ahead, shocked to see Subai's Dharma body, asking, "How is this possible? How is there a manifestation of the heavens and earth, which is a nascent soul secret technique?" Seeing that, even the soldier's captain got shocked, saying, "This is stronger than any ability user I have ever encountered. This is just insane." A soldier asked the captain, "Are there really ability users this powerful?" But on the other hand, Subai started sweating because he had just barely gathered a bit of spiritual energy, and now, it was all gone. But getting a scaled king in return was worth it. Seeing that even a nascent soul secret technique was being used, the undead monster didn't know how he was supposed to fight this, so he immediately turned around and started running away. Seeing it trying to escape, Subai got ready to use another powerful technique. He threw his sword at the undead monster using his Phoenix Fury first. His sword turned into a fire phoenix, and at high speed flew towards the undead monster. Seeing the fire phoenix coming towards him, the undead monster got shocked. He recognized that it was a divine weapon, and with just one cry of the phoenix, he couldn't move a muscle. Now the undead monster regretted asking, "Just what kind of monster have I provoked?" The fire phoenix hit the undead monster in the stomach, piercing a huge hole. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. Lin Wangyu asked Subai, "The thing you just summoned, was that a phoenix?" Soldiers were also quite shocked seeing an ancient divine beast, the golden phoenix. They could not understand just what kind of power Subai had. Subai then raised his soul banner and activated it to seal the undead monster. As the chains of the soul banner went towards the undead monster, it started running away shouting, "Don't even think about enslaving me. I, the Bone Fiend Lord, will never surrender." But before it could run away, the Bone Lord got caught by the chains of the soul banner. Seeing that Bone Lord finally admitted defeat, saying even if it was frustrating, following a nascent soul powerhouse sounded far more promising than sticking with that brat. The soul banner sucked in the Bone Lord and closed its mouth completely, trapping him inside. Immediately, a system notification came congratulating the host for slaying a commander-level creature. With that, the 10,000 Souls banner leveled up. Host's current realm is Chi Refining Stage. 10,000 Souls banner level is 4. Controllable boss level undead is 1. Controllable advanced undead is 2 and could control 5. Controllable normal undead is 10 and could control 20. But before Subai could get happy seeing those notifications, he suddenly started coughing. Forcing the manifestation of heaven and earth overexhausted him, and even caused his realm to drop. Seeing him coughing, Lin Wangyu immediately asked if he was okay. But suddenly a voice came from the soul banner. It was the Bone Lord. He addressed Subai as Lord, and offered to help him recover some strength. After seeing Subai stabilizing, the Bone Lord immediately appeared in human size, and transferred some of his spiritual power into Subai. A system notification came telling Subai that his current realm was now mid-stage of foundation building. Seeing that, Subai smiled because it was a step beyond his previous stage of foundation building. He understood that the soul energy in the 10,000 Souls banner gave him extra boosts. Subai turned and told Bone Lord it was quite thoughtful, offering his spiritual power to him. Bone Lord and Subai now knew that since it belonged to his banner, it served him alone, and only hoped he would trust it. Bone Lord was acting like that because after seeing the manifestation of heaven and earth, and that divine weapon infused with phoenix power, it understood that Subai must have been in the nascent soul realm before arriving in this world, and with that foundation, he would surely reach the peak once more. And if it served him well and followed in his footsteps, it too could rise to the top again. Thinking all that, he could not stop himself from laughing. Worried, Lin Wangyu asked Subai again if he was okay, because just now, she saw blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing her all worried about him, Subai got more confused. He really didn't get why Lin Wangyu and the others tried to assassinate him before the transmigration, but he guessed it didn't matter anymore. The attempt already happened. The reason didn't matter. What mattered now was figuring out this world, and getting more spirit stones. He then turned to the soldier's captain and asked him to take them to see Li Zhenghao. The captain said yes, also addressing him as Lord Subai, but when they turned to leave, they saw that hundreds of zombies had surrendered to them. Seeing that, Subai got annoyed, saying, "These zombies just keep coming." Just then, Bone Lord came out of the soul banner in its spirit form and shouted at the zombies, "Blind beasts, don't you kneel when you see our Lord." Hearing Bone Lord's words, those zombies slowly backed off and created a path for Subai and his team to go. Seeing that, a soldier got too shocked and told his friend that Captain Xiao just said Subai could take on 100 by himself, and he didn't believe it. But this wasn't fighting 100. These zombies were kneeling and showing submission. The soldier said, "This Subai is terrifying. Ability users are like gods." Even Teacher Li was amazed, thinking, "This young man is remarkable. That golden phoenix from earlier, and the ability to harvest and command souls. In this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, could he become the new hero?" Meanwhile, in a faraway house, it was the house of that glasses guy's master. He reported to his master that the Bone Fiend Lord was killed. Hearing that, his master got shocked, saying it's impossible. The glasses guy sent some pictures, telling his master it's the truth. He wouldn't dare make false reports. These were some images captured from the scene. When that glasses guy's master saw the techniques Subai used, he immediately recognized that it was the manifestation of heaven and earth and Phoenix Fury Sword, because he was none other than Subai's disciple, who provoked his other disciples who killed Subai. He immediately recognized that it was his master Subai. He was very angry seeing that his master had arrived in this world too, and his master's progress was faster than his. He knew that he must hurry and find the junior sisters. He told the glasses guy that he recognized this Subai, and ordered the glasses guy to mobilize all his forces and kill him as soon as he stepped into the prison land. He also told the glasses guy that if he failed, then he should kill everyone inside the prison lands. The glasses guy told his master he understood. On the other hand, Subai, along with his team, arrived at the place where Teacher Li's father, Li Zhenghao, was trapped with other survivors. When those survivors saw that there was a group of skeleton zombies outside, they got scared and asked Li Zhenghao what they should do. Li Zhenghao told them not to worry. He had information about the spirit cave, and that they all needed it. It was the prison land that the glasses guy was talking about. They had kidnapped Li Zhenghao and his team to get information about the spirit cave. But suddenly, a guy from Li Zhenghao's team saw Subai and others. He got very excited and asked others to look. Someone was coming to rescue them. He also recognized Teacher Li, and told Li Zhenghao that his daughter was here too. Everyone looked out the window and saw that it was an ability user so powerful that even the zombies were kneeling before him. But as Subai and others were going towards that building, suddenly Lin Wangyu saw something coming towards them and called Subai. It looked like a huge shuriken blade moving very fast. Seeing that, Bone Lord immediately came out, telling his master Subai not to panic and to leave it to him. Bone Lord used his huge mace to block that giant shuriken blade, but just as he blocked it, a skeleton ninja came out and kicked him hard, pushing Bone Lord back. That skeleton ninja recognized Bone Lord and was surprised to see that it wasn't dead, and that it even switched sides. Bone Lord stood beside Subai and told the skeleton ninja that this was his new master. He warned the skeleton ninja to get out of his way quickly if he was smart. Seeing Bone Lord's arrogance, the skeleton ninja smiled and asked, "Who are you to command me?" Skeleton ninja ordered his skeleton subordinates to attack them, saying, "Master said, kill them, and you'll be greatly rewarded." When Subai saw that skeleton ninja, he immediately realized that this skeleton ninja was like the Bone Lord, seemingly at the Golden Core realm, but actually just at the peak of Foundation establishment. He took out the sword from before again, and asked Lin Wangyu to watch closely. He threw the sword at the skeleton ninja and used his phoenix cry. The whole sword turned into a fire phoenix and charged at the skeleton ninja. Seeing that fire phoenix, Lin Wangyu got a familiar feeling, but she didn't understand why she couldn't remember anything. When the skeleton ninja saw the fire phoenix, he realized that it was a divine artifact, but it was already too late, and neither the skeleton ninja nor his subordinates could move. Subai knows that there is no need to further exhaust himself. At Foundation Establishment mid-stage, wielding Phoenix Cry, he can already defeat those at the peak of Foundation Establishment. He told Bone Lord that now the skeleton ninja is all his. Hearing that, Bone Lord got very excited, saying that's just what he wanted. He thanked his master for giving him this chance. Bone Lord immediately jumped at the skeleton ninja to destroy him with his own hands. Because of the fire phoenix, the skeleton ninja could not escape. It got hit by Bone Lord's mace, and its head went flying. Immediately, a system notification came congratulating Subai for killing a commander-level creature. His experience points increased. Seeing that his experience increased but there was no level up, Subai got a little disappointed. On top of that, the level 4 10,000 Souls banner can still only control one boss-level undead. But Subai didn't think much of it, and asked Bone Lord if it could handle this skeleton ninja's golden body. Hearing that, Bone Lord got surprised. Subai told Bone Lord that maybe it would help him break through to the next level. Hearing that, Bone Lord got very happy and thanked Subai for his grace, saying he would serve him with utmost loyalty, even unto death. Immediately Bone Lord started devouring the skeleton ninja's body. He was laughing at the skeleton ninja because, thanks to joining Master Subai, he survived. Otherwise, it would have been the one getting devoured. As Bone Lord devoured the skeleton ninja's body, its whole body got full of energy. He laughed and told Subai that after consuming the skeleton ninja, its power was now firmly at the Golden Core realm, and if it encountered this blood zombie again, it could take on 10 of them. Seeing that Subai killed the skeleton ninja with one strike, the people trapped in that building got very happy, thinking they were saved. A guy said, "This young man is the most powerful ability user I have ever seen." But suddenly, a shadow landed on top of that building's rooftop, and seeing that, everyone stopped talking. Before they could do anything, that shadow broke the glass window of the building, scaring all the people trapped inside. That shadow was a huge bird-like monster, whose whole body was made of Boke. That Boke Birdman roared and sent out a sound wave so powerful that it broke all the glass windows of the building. As the sound wave went towards Subai and others, Bone Lord came forward to protect them, telling Subai to be careful. When Subai saw that this Birdman was a genuine Golden Core realm with full spiritual energy, he got very excited, thinking if he could kill it, he would surely break through to the peak of Foundation Establishment, and the 10,000 Souls banner would also break through to level 5. On the other hand, people trapped inside the building got very scared seeing that it was the Bone Bird Man. They started shouting that they were done for, that they were all finished. They thought even Subai, who slew the skeleton ninja, might be powerless against the Bone Bird Man, because the team of ability users who rescued them earlier killed zombies like they were chickens. But when the Bone Bird Man appeared, they were instantly killed. It took less than 5 seconds. All 12 ability users died without even putting up a fight. After sensing the Bone Bird Man's power, even Lin Wangyu got scared, thinking it was over. They were truly finished. On the other hand, inside the building, when Teacher Li's father saw everyone panicking, he asked everyone to please hold on a bit longer. They must believe in the young man by her daughter Jingya's side. That glasses guy was also there, looking at them from a faraway building. He was the one controlling all those monsters who attacked Subai. He was very excited because his master wanted him to kill Subai, but didn't believe he could. So the glasses guy had decided to kill Subai and show his master. That's why he summoned the Bone Bird Man, a Golden Core realm monster with 5 clones, each with different abilities. He smiled and waited to see how Subai would handle this. When that Bone Bird Man saw that Subai was a Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivator, he laughed, saying, "Such delicious flesh and blood. Today, he shall become my food." The Bone Bird Man then raised his huge wings and used his powers. Just as he flew into the sky, he split into 5 Bone Bird Men with different colored wings. As all 5 of those Bone Bird Men flew above Subai, the Red-Winged Bone Bird Man roared loudly, sending a very powerful sound wave at them. That Red-Winged Bone Bird Man's power was sound, and the sound it created was so loud that everyone immediately fell to the ground. Their heads started hurting like crazy. Even Bone Lord's head was hurting. He told Subai that this Birdman was his previous master's trump card puppet, with the strongest power. The one making the sound now is the Sonar Birdman, and there's also Venom, Blade, Bronze Wall, and Titan. Hearing that, Subai got worried because of that sound. Though Subai was not in pain like Lin Wangyu, his internal spiritual energy was being suppressed. If the others attacked simultaneously now, it would be quite troublesome. So Subai immediately raised his soul banner and told Bone Lord that since it said it could take on 10, he would leave this to him. Bone Lord immediately jumped at the Bone Bird Man, telling Subai to leave it to him. Bone Lord immediately jumped to attack the Red Bird Man, but the Yellow Bird Man used its huge wings to block his mace. Then the Blue Bird Man came and shot blade-like wings at Bone Lord. While both of them were fighting, the Purple Bird Man charged at Subai and the others. When Subai saw it coming, he immediately took out his sword to fight. Just as the Purple Bird Man got near, Subai used his Phoenix Force sword division technique and swung with full power to attack the Purple Bird Man. But the Purple Bird Man quickly stopped himself and then swung mid-air to attack Subai with its sharp wings. Subai ducked down to dodge its wings, but got cut on his arm. Seeing the blood dripping from his arm, Subai realized that this sound wave was too powerful, affecting both his speed and accuracy. His strength was now less than even early Foundation establishment, and he couldn't overuse the Divine Avatar technique again, because using it repeatedly in a short time would shatter his soul. Subai now didn't understand what he should do next. But Subai is the mighty emperor, and has slain demon kings before. He knows that this mere Birdman is just a matter of time. Once he breaks through the Sonar's influence and regains his strength, with the Phoenix Cry Sword, he will have a chance. He raised the soul banner and released all his zombies and slaves, ordering them to charge. Subai's zombies and the giant snake charged towards the Birdman, but even all of them were no match for the Birdman and his clones, who were flying into the air and using 5 different powers. As Subai was struggling, suddenly one attacked him from behind, injuring his back. As Subai fell to the ground, that Birdman laughed at him for trying to stop the sonar power, saying it was impossible. Seeing them laughing at his master, the Bone Lord got furious and challenged the Birdman, saying, "Aren't you Su Haoji's trump card? Is this all you've got?" Hearing that, the Green Birdman attacked the Bone Lord, mocking him that his strength was spent. Yet he still tried to talk tough. It told the Bone Lord that even breaking through to Golden Core meant nothing, because under the sonar power everyone was on the ground, unable to fight back. Teacher Lee was very scared to see that this Birdman's one cry made everyone paralyzed. Even the soldiers were scared, saying this skeleton Birdman was an abomination. How could they possibly defeat it? Lin Wangyu said it's over. Everyone is going to die here. Seeing their condition, the glasses guy laughed because his master said he couldn't kill Subai. But now Subai was completely defenseless. He told them to enjoy being tortured to death slowly by the Bone Birdman. Seeing them all struggling, Teacher Lee's father came to the window and shouted, telling Subai to stop fighting because he couldn't beat the Birdman. He begged Subai to run, to please take Li Jingya and leave this place. Seeing that there was no way out, annoyed, Subai wondered if he really had to use that move. But before he could do anything, suddenly a strike came flying towards the Birdman. It hit the Red Birdman, making it stop using the sonar power. Just as it stopped, a yellow-haired lady jumped into the air saying, "They are all too noisy." Then she used another stick to strike the Red Birdman on the head with full power, destroying its whole skeleton head. As it died, the sonar power ended, and everyone's headache stopped. Teacher Lee said it's great. Her head didn't hurt anymore. Lin Wangyu turned to ask if it was Subai who stopped it, but a soldier told her it wasn't Subai but a woman. Hearing that, they all looked at the yellow-haired woman. Teacher Lee was amazed to see her dashing figure. Lin Wangyu commented that she had a cold and beautiful face. Even the soldiers were shocked by the powerful aura that yellow-haired woman was releasing. Subai also stood up and thanked the yellow-haired girl, but that girl asked him to kill the enemy first, and when they were done, he should lend her the soul banner in his hand to play with. On the other hand, Subai's Bone Lord had regained his powers and immediately jumped to attack the Blue Birdman, shouting, "Dog Birdman, can't make a sound anymore, can you?" And with a single strike, he killed that Blue Birdman. Seeing that, the Purple Birdman flew into the sky to escape, but before it could escape, Subai's Phoenix Cry Sword came flying and cut the Purple Birdman's neck. The Purple Birdman fell to the ground and died while the Phoenix Cry Sword returned to Subai. Without the sound waves, these birdmen were utterly defenseless. The glasses guy immediately recognized that the yellow-haired girl using the staff is the Weapon King Chuan Yinyun. He could not understand why she was here, but he decided to do as his master said and kill everyone in the warehouse. The Green Birdman asked the Yellow Birdman, "Who's that staff wielder? Where did this wild one come from?" But the Yellow Birdman reminded him that it was just the two of them left, and their master had said if they couldn't kill Subai, they should kill everyone in the warehouse. On the other hand, the people inside the warehouse felt relieved to see that Subai and his team had killed 3 of the birdmen, and now only 2 remained. They thought they were saved. They thanked heaven and Subai. Teacher Lee's father confidently declared that now no one could stop them from surviving. But just then, the yellow and green birdmen charged towards the warehouse at full speed. Seeing that they were targeting the warehouse, Teacher Lee shouted, asking Subai to please save her father. Knowing that Teacher Lee's father had information about the spirit stones, Subai ordered Bone Lord to stop those two birdmen. Bone Lord charged at them, shouting, "Birdmen, don't you dare run away!" He swung his huge mace and struck the yellow birdman with full power, destroying its whole body. But the green birdman used the opportunity and reached the warehouse. It smashed through the window and entered. Seeing that, everyone inside panicked and ran, but there was no place to escape. Immediately, the green birdman opened its mouth and released a green fog. Everyone who inhaled that green poison immediately fell to the ground. The green birdman laughed, telling them to taste the flavor of absolute poison. Teacher Lee's father also breathed in that poisonous gas, and while calling his daughter's name, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing her father dying, Teacher Lee ran towards him, but Lin Wangyu called her from behind, saying if Teacher Lee went there, she would die from inhaling the poison mist too. Teacher Lee could not reach her father, and could only watch him die. This made her too angry, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. Her anger was so strong that suddenly her body started glowing with purple energy. She screamed in agony and unleashed her power. Seeing that, the yellow-haired lady Yin Yun realized that Teacher Lee was about to awaken, but it seemed she couldn't handle this awakening power. Seeing Teacher Lee, Bone Lord thought that her energy was chaotic, that she might die from her body exploding. When Subai sensed Teacher Lee's energy, his expression darkened. From her energy, he wondered if she had actually awakened this kind of ability. He immediately grabbed the unstable Teacher Lee and flew into the sky, because for him, it was just chaotic energy. As the Immortal Realm Emperor, he had countless disciples, and this was nothing new. It was child's play for him. He raised his soul banner and ordered it to form a barrier around them. As the barrier formed, Subai immediately started channeling his energy into Teacher Lee's body, knowing that with proper guidance, it often yields twice the result with half the effort. When Lin Wangyu saw Subai and Teacher Lee like that, she felt that this scene was too familiar to her. She saw a vision in her mind where she was standing in front, and Subai was behind her, channeling energy into her. Seeing that vision, a word came into her mind, Master. She could not understand why she felt a bit sour seeing Subai and Teacher Lee together. After a few minutes, Teacher Lee came down to the ground. She had calmed down after Subai guided her through her awakening. As he came down, he asked Teacher Lee to try out her ability and give this birdman a good punishment. Hearing that, the green birdman laughed, asking Subai who he was trying to fool. He challenged them to see who could stop him. Saying that, he immediately turned around and started running away. Seeing him run, Teacher Lee shouted, "Birdman, your wings have malfunctioned. You've fallen to the ground." Just as she said that, suddenly the birdman's wings malfunctioned in reality, and immediately he started falling to the ground. He could not understand what was going on. How did his wings really malfunction? And just like that, the green birdman fell to the ground, unable to fly anymore. Seeing that, everyone was shocked, asking what kind of overwhelming power this was. Lin Wangyu could not believe her eyes, that just by saying a few words, it actually came true. Bone Lord suspected, could this ability be? Before he could finish, Teacher Lee confirmed it, saying, "That's right, this ability is called Words Become Reality." Now her words were truth. Her words were reality. She admitted that, of course, it was also thanks to Subai's guidance that she mastered this ability. Subai then ordered Bone Lord to slay the birdman, and asked Teacher Lee to go save her father quickly. Teacher Lee said understood and left. On the other hand, as Subai commanded, Bone Lord raised his huge mace into the air, and while laughing, struck the green birdman with full power, telling him this was his true power at the Golden Core realm. Just as the birdman died, Subai raised his soul banner and captured its soul. Chains of spiritual energy came out of the soul banner and tied down the birdman's soul. Seeing this, the glasses guy was too shocked, realizing that Subai really had skills. Even the bone birdman had been taken down, but he thought it was fine, because the people in the warehouse should all be dead, so the mission wasn't a failure. As Subai captured the birdman's soul, a system notification came, congratulating the host for killing a commander-level creature. Because of that, the banner of 10,000 souls level had increased. Currently, its realm was Foundation Establishment. Banner of 10,000 souls is now level 5. Its current controllable boss level undead is 2. Its current controllable ordinary undead is 39. And just like that, the bone bird fell beside the Bone Lord in the soul banner. It didn't even imagine that he, the mighty bone bird, would one day be captured in the banner of 10,000 souls. Bone Lord told the Birdman that he should consider himself lucky to become a soul in Master's banner, and ordered him to serve their master well. Hearing them talking, Subai looked into the soul banner and asked the Birdman if there was a way to neutralize the poison, but the Birdman didn't say anything and looked away. This made the Bone Lord angry, and he hit the Birdman, asking if he didn't know how to answer when Master asked him a question. He warned the Birdman that he would tear his bones apart. Left with no choice, the Birdman told Subai that if it sucked out the poison, it would naturally dissipate. Hearing that, Subai followed Teacher Lee and went into the warehouse. They ran up the staircase and reached the 3rd floor. Teacher Lee opened the door with a bang and called for her father, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that, Teacher Lee immediately used her powers and shouted, "Let the poison in Li Zhenghao's body leave his body." But nothing happened. Her powers didn't work, and her father was still lying on the ground. She tried again, but before she could, she suddenly felt like throwing up. She fell to the ground and spewed a massive amount of blood from her mouth. Teacher Lee was shocked to see so much blood. Subai told her that the words become reality. Ability was powerful and versatile, but it was extremely demanding on spiritual energy and one's own strength. Once overdrawn, at best she would fall into a coma. At worst, it could damage her marrow and bones, or even cost her life. Subai continued, telling Teacher Lee that she was lucky this time to only cough up blood. He warned her that if she pushed herself too hard next time, it might cost her life. He then raised the soul banner and ordered the Birdman to come forth, warning him that if Teacher Lee's father died, the Birdman's soul would scatter and vanish too. Hearing that, the Birdman got scared and immediately came out, saying he would do it right away. He went towards Teacher Lee's father and started sucking out the green poison mist from his mouth. The Birdman used his full power and drew out all the poison from his body. He then turned and told Subai that the poison had been in his body for too long, so he managed to save his life, but it was hard to say when he would wake up. Hearing that her father's life was saved, Teacher Lee immediately rushed to check on him. On the other hand, Subai felt a little disappointed hearing that her father wouldn't wake up, because he still didn't know the whereabouts of the spirit stones, and didn't know what to do next. Seeing Subai worried, Lin Wangyu came forward, and mistakenly called him Master, but quickly corrected herself and said, "Mr. Subai, I can sense that there is an energy body in Mr. Lee's possession." Lin Wangyu found it strange. Why did she keep blurting out Master recently? She wondered what exactly her relationship with Subai was. On the other hand, Subai went to check Teacher Lee's father, and to his surprise, her father really had a spiritual crystal in his possession, and it was a high-grade crystal. Seeing that, Subai was shocked, because in a world without spiritual energy, there existed high-grade spirit stones. He took that crystal and asked Lin Wangyu to hold on to it and see if she could sense anything. Lin Wangyu took the crystal and started sensing its energy nearby. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes in shock. She pointed in a direction and told Subai she could sense something. This stone originated from that direction, probably about 20 to 30 kilometers away. Hearing that, Subai immediately turned around and asked Lin Wangyu to let's go, saying they were heading east. Teacher Lee told Subai that she needed to take care of her father, so she wouldn't be able to go with them. Understanding her situation, Subai didn't say anything, and turned to leave, but was stopped by the yellow-haired Yin Yun. She asked Subai if he remembered what she said before. Subai replied that she wanted to borrow his weapon for a bit. Yin Yun said yes. Subai said take it, and threw the soul banner to her. Yin Yun caught the soul banner. She was surprised to see that she asked Subai for a weapon, and he gave it without any hesitation. She had the power that could help her absorb the spirit from weapons to enhance her own strength. She smiled and decided to absorb it first, and think about it later. Yin Yun activated her powers and tried to absorb Subai's soul banner's power, but just as she tried, she got shocked. Before understanding anything, she fell on her knees. She could not understand what was going on. Her ability had no effect on the soul banner, and she even got backlashed after trying to absorb its power. Subai then came and took out the phoenix sword, asking Yin Yun, how about she play with this one instead? Embarrassed, Yin Yun tried to act calm, saying Subai's weapons were truly strange and very powerful. Saying that, she handed over the soul banner to Subai. She looked at Subai in suspicion because Subai had just used this sword to cut down the bone bird, so it must be an extraordinary item, and now he was giving it to her willingly. She wondered if he was that confident, but Yin Yun snatched the phoenix sword from his hand, saying whatever. She didn't believe they were all this bizarre. She immediately activated her power and tried to absorb the phoenix sword's power, but the next second she saw a vision where a huge fire phoenix was attacking her. Yin Yun immediately fell on the ground and vomited blood from her mouth. This effect was worse than the soul banner. She looked at Subai in anger, wondering what kind of weird things were his weapons. Countless souls, and now a divine phoenix. Now she wanted to know exactly who he was and what his ability was. When Subai saw her looking, He smiled. He had realized that her ability was absorbing the spirit of weapons, and it was quite common in that world. But unfortunately, the Phoenix Cry Sword was a divine artifact, and the banner of 10,000 souls was given by the system, even beyond a divine artifact, and she was only at the peak of Foundation Establishment realm. Embarrassed for the second time, Yin Yun handed over the Phoenix Sword to Su Bai, saying Mr. Su's divine weapons were truly impressive. Su Bai then asked her to come with him, and all the weapons they seized along the way would be hers. She was surprised to hear that. She turned and said, "It's a deal." Meanwhile, inside the Soul Banner, Birdman called Bone Lord an old schemer because it even absorbed Yin Yun's spiritual energy. Bone Lord laughed and told the Birdman that it did it all for Master and asked it to watch and learn. Bone Lord then used sound transmission and told Su Bai that it had just absorbed some spiritual energy from that girl for him to help him break through. Hearing that, Su Bai got happy and praised Bone Lord, saying he was very thoughtful. He told the Bone Lord that in the future, when it encountered souls with spiritual energy, it could have them all. Hearing that, Bone Lord got happy. Su Bai then turned to check his realm. His current realm was Advanced Foundation Establishment. At Mid-Foundation Establishment, Su Bai's one sword strike could defeat Peak Foundation Establishment. Now breaking through to Advanced, even Golden Core Realm might not be unbeatable. Then they all came out of that warehouse along with Teacher Li's father. Su Bai told Captain Xiao that this was where they parted ways. Captain Xiao told Su Bai to don't worry, saying they would make sure to protect Teacher Li and the other survivors. At the same time, at a faraway place, a rich family along with their bodyguards were trapped in a house surrounded by zombies. One of the bodyguards shouted, asking what about the master? We can't break through at all. Just then the zombies broke free and attacked the bodyguards. The family head along with his daughter were terrified, screaming. This was the GI family house. The family head started crying while hugging his daughter, saying his G family had struggled for 100 years to finally reach the top of the wealthy, and now they faced the apocalypse. He shouted, asking who would save his G family and his daughter. Just then, somebody came there with lightning speed, and with a swing of his sword, he sliced those zombies into pieces. It was none other than Su Bai's disciple Shen Yunbin, who had collided with other disciples to kill Su Bai. When G family's bodyguards saw him, they immediately told their master that it was ability users, explaining that they were too strong, like war gods. Hearing that, the G family head and his daughter got very excited, thinking they were saved. Yunbin looked at the G family daughter, calling her fake Shui, saying long time no see. Hearing that, the G family head got shocked and turned to his daughter, asking if they knew each other. His daughter immediately declined, saying no, but admitted that she felt like they had met before. Yunbin got close and patted fake Shui's head and called her Little Snow, explaining to her that she was his dear junior sister. Hearing him call her junior sister, Little Snow immediately remembered everything about her senior brothers and sisters and her master. When Su Bai's face snapped in front of her eyes, she opened her eyes in shock. She called Yunbin's senior brother and told him that she seemed to remember everything now. Saying that, she laughed and activated her power. Many coins started floating around her immediately. Yunbin congratulated Little Snow as her memory and ability had been restored, and told her that now it was time to deal with more important matters. Little Snow said yes. She turned and threw some coins in the air. Those coins spread around the GI family house and created a golden barrier, pushing all the zombies out of it. Little Snow told her father that this was farewell. She was leaving with her senior brother on important business, and told him to don't leave the space where the coins were. Zombies couldn't enter there. Saying that, she left from there. After coming out, she took a deep breath and said the air here was very polluted, but compared to underground, it was too fresh. Yunbin told her that now was not the time for nostalgia, adding that if they didn't eliminate Master, this world would become even worse. Hearing the word Master, a smile came on Little Snow's face. She smiled and said, "My beloved and respected Master, why did you do this? Since you're not dead, my senior brother and I will have to continue our righteous patricide." Yunbin told her that their master was now heading to the spirit cave, so they must get there first, obtain the spirit stones, and then kill him. Meanwhile in the city, Yunbin's disciple, that glasses guy, was standing on the rooftop of a building. He was shocked to see that his mission failed, but he laughed because in his eyes, there was no such word as failure. He decided that as long as he killed Su Bai and his master gave him that thing, he could return to his own world. On the other hand, while Su Bai, Lin Wangyu, and Yin Yun were going, some people who were getting attacked by zombies asked for their help, saying, "Ability users, save me." But Su Bai just walked past them. Seeing those people, Lin Wangyu asked Su Bai if they were really not going to save them. Hearing that, Yin Yun called her naive, explaining that they couldn't save everyone. In the apocalypse, improving their own strength was key. Then, after they left the city, Lin Wangyu pointed in a direction and told Su Bai that from here 10 miles ahead was the source of those stones. Hearing that, Su Bai asked them to speed up to avoid any trouble. But just then, Lin Wangyu saw something shocking and told Su Bai that a large mass of spiritual energy was approaching. When they looked ahead, they saw the Glasses Guy coming towards them on a bone horse, and behind him was an undead army. Glasses Guy stopped his bone horse right before Su Bai. He looked at Su Bai and said, "Mr. Su Bai, you killed 3 of my generals and are just leaving like this. That's not very polite, you know." Hearing that, Su Bai got serious, realizing he was the one controlling those monsters. When Birdman saw the Glasses Guy, it panicked, saying it's over, it's the master, and he's actually coming out himself. But the Bone Lord angrily told the Birdman that he was their master. Their only master now was Su Bai. Hearing Birdman, Su Bai asked it if it was scared. Birdman said not at all and asked Su Bai to just give the order. Hearing that, Su Bai smiled and summoned both Birdman and Bone Lord, ordering them to go and test the enemy's strength. Seeing them coming, Glasses Guy laughed, saying how presumptuous. He called the Bone Lord and Birdman, asking if they had forgotten his tireless teachings. How dare they draw their weapons against him? Just as he said that, the ground below Bone Lord and Birdman broke, scaring both of them. Immediately the whole surrounding changed. The Bone Lord and Birdman flew onto a piece of land in the air and sat on the ground all scared. Seeing that, Yin Yun got shocked, saying this guy's voice had some kind of ability to interfere with people's minds. Su Bai immediately realized that it was a mental interference ability, and asked everyone to cover their ears. But Yin Yun didn't listen to Su Bai and jumped to attack the Glasses Guy, saying what's so great about that. She raised her staff to attack, shouting, "Eat my staff, you bastard." Seeing her, the Glasses Guy laughed, saying such a beautiful young lady. How can you be so crude? Saying that, he used his power on Yin Yun. Before Yin Yun could get near him, her mind got hit. She immediately fell in front of the Glasses Guy, unable to do anything. Her personality changed completely, and she started crying like a baby, calling her mama. Seeing her like that, Su Bai used the Soul Banner to communicate with Bone Lord, asking it if the Glasses Guy could create illusions too. Bone Lord told Su Bai that the Glasses Guy's entire body was full of mental control realms. His voice, his eyes, even every pore and cell. Hearing that, Su Bai smiled, saying mental control, quite an impressive ability. However, blocking mental control wasn't that difficult. Su Bai then swung his hand in the air and used a technique. He gathered spiritual energy from the surroundings and created an energy layer over his body. This energy layer covered Su Bai's whole body along with his head and arms. When the Glasses Guy saw Su Bai blocking the perception of every part of his body, he laughed and asked, "How will Su Bai fight then?" But just as he completed his words, Su Bai immediately attacked him with the Phoenix Sword, telling the Glasses Guy to worry about himself. The Phoenix Fire hit the Glasses Guy, burning his whole body. He screamed in pain. Su Bai looked at him with a serious expression, because he saw through the Glasses Guy's acting. Glasses Guy mocked Su Bai, laughing, saying, "Can't catch me, can you?" He told Su Bai that he had seen all his tricks. They were nothing special. Besides, did Su Bai really think he was helpless, just because Su Bai had blocked the perception of every part of his body? Glasses Guy called his skeleton warriors and ordered them to farm ranks. Immediately Glasses Guy's skeleton warriors surrounded Su Bai, Lin Wangyu, and Yin Yun. Both Lin Wangyu and Yin Yun fell on the ground crying. Lin Wangyu also fell into an illusion, seeing Yin Yun as her child. She hugged Yin Yun, asking her to don't cry. Seeing that, Bone Lord panicked and told Su Bai that they had entered Glasses Guy's domain, explaining that he had set this place up in advance, and once they entered this domain, they couldn't escape his mental control. Just as Bone Lord said that, Su Bai also fell into Glasses Guy's domain. He found himself in his own world, cultivating in the air while his disciples were sitting in front of him. Su Bai's 5 female disciples were looking at him while their master, Su Bai, had completely stopped moving. Seeing that, Glasses Guy laughed, telling Su Bai that even with his impressive strength, he had still fallen when he met him. Glasses Guy decided to see what was actually in Su Bai's illusion. He entered Su Bai's illusion where he saw Su Bai teaching his disciples. There was Yunbin too. Su Bai told Yunbin that every detail must be perfect. A tiny error can lead to a huge difference. Yunbin said yes, master, and followed his words. When the Glasses Guy saw Yunbin, he got shocked. He recognized that this was his master. Glasses Guy's jaw dropped when he found out that his master was actually Su Bai's disciple. He got too confused, wondering who on earth was this Su Bai. Why did the master want to kill his own teacher? While Glasses Guy was lost in his thoughts, suddenly Su Bai turned around and looked directly at him. This surprised the Glasses Guy. Su Bai laughed, asking, "Have you finished watching? So you're Shen Yunbin's lackey?" Glasses Guy got shocked seeing that Subai had independent consciousness. Subai didn't reply to him and took out the Phoenix Sword. He gathered fire in the sword and used his Phoenix Cry Sword third form, breaking the classic, and swung at the Glasses Guy, cutting him in half. The illusion broke and the Glasses Guy fell on the ground. Subai asked the Glasses Guy if he thought he was just simply swinging his sword. Subai told him that he was not cutting him, but his illusion. He pointed his sword at the Glasses Guy's head, angry that he had repeatedly offended him just for Shen Yunbin. Subai now started to wonder if everything behind this was all Shen Yunbin's doing. He grew furious because he had treated Shen Yunbin like a son, yet he conspired and backstabbed him. But even when a sword was pointed at him, the Glasses Guy was laughing. Immediately, two skeleton warriors came from behind to attack Subai. Subai turned and cut down those skeletons with his Phoenix Sword, but the Glasses Guy used this opportunity to escape, laughing and saying, "So what if you've broken my illusion? You still can't catch me." He put some distance between him and Subai, and then turned around. He took out sharp blades, telling Subai that he could dominate this apocalyptic world, not just relying on illusion techniques. He threw those sharp blades at Subai, saying killing the master's teacher. Just thinking about it is exciting. Seeing him attacking, Subai smiled and asked Bone Lord if they understood the Glasses Guy's weaknesses. Bone Lord and Birdman replied that they did. Hearing that, Subai said very good, and summoned both Bone Lord and Birdman, telling them that he was leaving the Glasses Guy's soul consciousness to them. Just as Subai said that, both Bone Lord and Birdman came out of the soul banner and charged at the Glasses Guy. Seeing them coming, Glasses Guy grew angry and shouted, "Bone Lord, you dare to face me in combat!" He threw more blades at Bone Lord and Birdman, telling them to come back after training for another 100 years. But the Bone Lord blocked all the blades of the Glasses Guy, saying he looked down on others too much. Birdman used his wings to deflect all the blades, telling Glasses Guy that he should reassess after 3 days apart. When the Glasses Guy heard that, he realized that something was off. He used his senses and got shocked to feel Bone Lord and Birdman's aura. Both Bone Lord and Birdman jumped to attack the Glasses Guy. Still in shock, Glasses Guy asked if they had broken through to the Golden Core realm. How was that possible? Birdman used its legs to attack the Glasses Guy, telling him that following the new master, it ate 6 meals a day. Bone Lord attacked the Glasses Guy with its giant mace. Bone Lord laughed, telling the Glasses Guy that reaching Golden Core was normal now. He asked Glasses Guy to surrender, saying he was no match for his master. Hearing that, Glasses Guy laughed, calling Subai a petty man in power. He used the blade fans in his hands and with full power pushed both the Birdman and Bone Lord, sending them flying into the air, telling them that with his treasure in hand, they couldn't kill him even if they wanted to. Glasses Guy immediately turned to run away from there, telling them to get out of his way. He was very annoyed and decided that he would concede this time. But just then, Yin Yun jumped from behind to attack the Glasses Guy. She hit the Glasses Guy's hand, making him drop the blade fan. That blade fan went flying in the air and landed in Yin Yun's hands. Yin Yun grabbed the blade fan and completely stripped the Glasses Guy of his treasure. She then used her power and absorbed that blade fan's spirit into herself. That spirit power was too sweet for her, making her feel very good. She then threw the blade fan on the ground right in front of the Glasses Guy. When the Glasses Guy saw that, he immediately picked up the blade fan, but when he tried to use it, he got shocked. He could not understand why it wasn't responding at all. But before he could understand anything, Yin Yun kicked him in the face, sending him flying away. Her kick broke the Glasses Guy's glasses. After defeating the Glasses Guy, Yin Yun turned and thanked Subai for the treasured fan, saying it smells good. After the Glasses Guy was defeated, both the Bone Lord and Birdman came running to him. Both Bone Lord and Birdman used their giant mace and kicks to finish off the Glasses Guy. Bone Lord grabbed the Glasses Guy's corpse, laughing, saying, "Old master, I'm going to eat your soul now." But before he did, the Birdman attacked the Bone Lord, asking to let him eat because he hadn't eaten before. Bone Lord pushed the Birdman saying, "Go away, you are new here. Why are you butting in?" Hearing that, Birdman started fighting the Bone Lord, asking him to let him go first or he would chop him up. But Bone Lord told it to stop boasting, asking if it wanted to have a go. When Subai saw them fighting, he just told them to split it in half. Hearing their master's command, they finally stopped and agreed to split it in half. As the Bone Lord was splitting the soul of the Glasses Guy with Birdman, it wondered how Subai knew it was aware of the Glasses Guy's weakness. This made the Bone Lord realize that his new master was far smarter than the Glasses Guy, and so he should better behave himself. Both Bone Lord and the Birdman then absorbed the Glasses Guy's soul. Immediately the Birdman shouted in excitement, saying it tasted so good, it felt like it was approaching mid-golden core. Bone Lord agreed, saying the flavor was absolutely amazing. Bone Lord then turned and sent some spiritual energy towards Subai, telling him that the glasses guy's spiritual energy was truly abundant, and he couldn't bear to enjoy it alone, and wished to offer it to him. Birdman joined in, saying it too wanted to give the spiritual energy to him. Subai absorbed that spiritual energy, and thanked them. Subai then checked his status window. Subai's current realm was Peak Foundation Establishment, and the banner of 10,000 souls was at level 5. Its current controllable boss level undead was 2, and current controllable common undead was 30. Subai was shocked to see that the banner's level didn't increase, but his realm improved quite a bit. Subai realized that as long as he found the spirit cave, breaking through to Golden Core was within reach. Now that Subai had reached Peak Foundation Establishment, he could explore his sea of consciousness again. Subai then tried to touch his consciousness, and got shocked. He could actually touch it. It was too wonderful. Meanwhile, 10 miles away from there in a rocky area, on a huge mountain's backside, there was a huge cave, and Yunbin and Little Snow were standing at the entrance of the cave. Looking at that cave, Little Snow asked her senior brother if this was the place, adding that she could feel the spiritual energy was very dense inside. Yunbin asked her to let's go in quickly, or they might miss their chance. While going inside, Yunbin realized that his disciple, that glasses guy, had lost his vitality. He got annoyed because of glasses guy acting on his own. Now Yunbin had lost another important piece. He admitted that his master, Subai, was still so formidable. When they went deep inside the cave, they started to see huge spirit stones all over the cave walls. Seeing all that, Little Snow asked Yunbin why they were not picking spirit stones from the walls. While walking ahead, Yunbin asked her if she knew. The core of this spirit cave was a spirit spring. Right in front of them was a small spring filled with spirit water. Seeing such a dense spirit spring, Little Snow got very excited, saying staying here for a day might lead to a major breakthrough. Yunbin told her he had 3 leads on such spirit caves, but then Little Snow heard some footsteps from behind. She told her senior brother that it seemed someone was coming from outside. Yunbin said no worries, asking if she had forgotten her senior brother's first-class illusions. Yunbin laughed and used his illusion power in that cave, and immediately some voices came of people fighting. One guy shouted, "You dare steal my spirit stones." Another shouted, "You're talking nonsense. Clearly you stole mine, you're asking for death." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the spirit cave, Subai had arrived there with Lin Wangyu and Yin Yun. When Lin Wangyu saw the cave, she pointed inside and told Subai that it was right inside and very dense. Subai looked inside the cave and saw spirit crystals shining there. He asked both Lin Wangyu and Yin Yun to let's go inside the cave, and all 3 of them entered the cave. As Subai, Lin Wangchu and Yin Yun walked deeper into the cave, they noticed that the walls were filled with empty spirit stone cavities. All the stones had already been taken, yet the air was still thick with spiritual energy. Subai calmly observed the surroundings and concluded that there must be a spiritual spring nearby. He instructed Lin Wangchu to guide the others in the direction where the energy felt strongest. Lin Wangchu respectfully agreed, but hearing that, Yin Yun was puzzled. She had never heard of a spiritual spring before, but judging by Subai's expression, she guessed it must be something valuable. Inside the Soul Banner, when Bone Lord and Birdman heard that there was actually a spiritual spring, both of them got excited. Bone Lord exclaimed that such a treasure could raise their cultivation by at least 2 minor realms. Birdman started dancing, saying that ever since they had followed this new master, good fortune seemed endless. Back in the tunnel, Subai's group was suddenly met with the sound of a violent clash. Dust and debris scattered as 2 men fought fiercely over a weapon lodged in the ground. One shouted that the divine weapon was his, and warned the other not to snatch it. The other roared back, claiming the magic staff as his own. Watching from a distance, Yin Yun recognized the fighters, and told Subai that they were Iron Arms and Bronze Legs. She went on to explain that Iron Arms and Bronze Legs were among the earliest awakened mutants. Their names reflected their power. Their limbs were virtually indestructible. Just 2 weeks ago, even rocket launchers had failed to harm them. Hearing that, Subai thought carefully. He remembered that the rescue team only carried bullets effective up to the Foundation Establishment realm, but rocket launchers were much stronger. If even those couldn't scratch these 2, then Iron Arms and Bronze Legs had to be above Subai's current realm. As Subai watched the 2 men fight, he noticed the object at the center of the struggle. It was nothing more than a plain wooden staff. Seeing that, Lin Wangchu frowned, wondering why anyone would fight so desperately over something so ordinary. Subai calmly reasoned that the 2 men must have fallen into an illusion, their minds ensnared. Whoever had the power to trap them in such a way had to be incredibly strong. Lin Wangchu suddenly pointed ahead and told Subai that the source of the dense spiritual energy was just inside. Subai's sharp eyes turned toward the direction she indicated. Lin Wangchu hesitated, placing a hand near her lips, as a strange feeling stirred within her. She whispered that the energy seemed oddly familiar. Subai's expression hardened as realization struck him. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he confirmed his suspicion. The one absorbing the spiritual spring was no stranger. It was his very own traitor. Suddenly, iron arms and bronze legs stopped their struggle for a moment, their eyes shifting towards Subai and his companions. Bronze legs muttered that he didn't like having spectators around and suggested they get rid of them. Iron arms agreed without hesitation. With a sudden roar, both men launched themselves forward, attacking at full speed. Seeing that, Yin Yun in the black combat suit stepped forward confidently. After absorbing the treasure fan earlier, her strength had surged. Smirking, she declared that she had energy to spare, and told Subai to leave those two to her. She leapt into the fray, moving swiftly. She clashed head-on with the two mutants, her strikes sharp and precise. The cavern echoed with the sounds of their fierce battle. But suddenly, iron arms grabbed hold of her wooden staff, his iron-like grip making the wood splinter and crack. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as he studied her. With a mocking smile, he admitted that the woman had impressive skills. Bronze Legs speculated that the staff wielder they were dealing with might be none other than the artifact king himself. A twisted smile spread across Iron Arm's face. He charged forward, sneering that mere skills would never be enough to save her, smashing through her defense and shattering the wooden staff in her hands. Yin Yun fought back fiercely, but before she could regain her footing, Bronze Legs moved like lightning. His kick struck her directly, sending her crashing back with a scream. Pain shot through her body as she realized in shock that her meridians had been severed with a single kick. She couldn't understand how they had grown stronger so quickly, outpacing her despite her efforts. As she fell, her strength fading, Subai caught her in his arms, steadying her before she hit the ground. With a calm voice, he raised his soul banner and released the Bone Lord and Birdman, saying he would heal her, and leaving them to fight Iron Arms and Bronze Legs. Bone Lord and Birdman surged forward, clashing against the enemies with overwhelming force. Both of them jumped high and attacked. The battlefield was filled with chaos. Bone Lord swung his massive weapon to attack while Birdman turned into 5 birdmen and used his sonar skill to scream loudly, but Iron Arms blocked Bone Lord's move. Amidst the clash, Subai rushed in, carrying a wounded Yin Yun in his arms. He threw the soul banner to form a barrier around them as he began to heal Yin Yun. Yin Yun's body was weakening because her injuries were severe. Subai looked down at her and spoke calmly, telling her that he would heal her meridians. He warned that it would hurt, but urged her to endure it. He then pressed his fingers together, forming a seal. Green spiritual energy flowed from his hands, wrapping around them both like a glowing current. His power seeped into her body, mending her broken meridians. Yin Yun gasped, sweat running down her face as the energy spread through her, pain mixed with relief, her voice trembling as she let out soft cries. Soon, her expression changed. The warmth of Subai's spiritual energy soothed her completely, easing the pain. She realized her meridians were regenerating, stronger than before. In awe, she wondered to herself, just who was Subai really? From a distance, Lin Wangqiu spotted the scene. Her face flushed. She muttered that Subai had secluded himself with someone again. A faint sense of longing filled her eyes as she whispered to herself, wondering when it would finally be her turn. On the battlefield, the screeching cries of Birdman echoed everywhere. Iron Arms grew irritated at the noise, cursing under his breath. He turned to Bronze Legs and ordered him to silence the racket. Bronze Legs stepped forward. With a single heavy stomp, the ground cracked beneath his feet. In the next instant, his powerful kick shot out like a cannon, smashing into Birdman with terrifying force. Immediately, Birdman's noise stopped. A smirk spread across Iron Arm's face as he muttered that it was much quieter now. Then, with lightning speed, Iron Arms punched Bone Lord, his fists clashing directly against Bone Lord's armor. The impact was immense, and even Bone Lord had to admit, his opponent's strength was unbelievable. Meanwhile, Birdman found himself struggling against Bronze Legs. Despite his skill, he could not understand how he was being pushed back. His frustration grew as he questioned how he could possibly be losing. Still, he launched another desperate attack, but Bronze Legs jumped to dodge it, and then, with full power, kicked the yellow Birdman's head, destroying it instantly. Seeing that, Birdman was shocked, wondering when such powerful mutants had begun to appear. Not just him. Iron Arms was also attacking Bone Lord fiercely, slamming his blows against the massive warrior. Bone Lord grunted in pain, muttering about his old bones as he struggled to withstand the assault. Then all the Birdmen attacked Bronze Legs together, mocking him, saying he couldn't kick them because they had wings to escape with. Meanwhile, deep within a glowing cave pool, Yunbin and Little Snow sat in the water. Little Snow listened to the distant rumble of battle and commented that the fighting outside was growing intense. She also sensed a presence that felt strangely familiar. Yunbin opened his eyes, his tone calm but certain. He told her that the presence was none other than their dear master. Realization struck her, and she quickly urged that they needed to break through faster, for their master was already near. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Su-bai called back his soul banner while holding Yin-yun beside him. Both of their bodies swirled with energy, shaking the ground. Just then, Bone Lord and Birdman cried out in pain as they were struck down. They came flying and hit the cave wall with a solid impact. Weak and desperate, Bone Lord admitted to Su-bai that he was powerless here. Worried, Birdman suggested that maybe they should retreat. Iron Arms mocked Yin-yun, calling her the once great artifact king who had now fallen so low. Without hesitation, Bronze Legs ordered Iron Arms to stop talking and kill them. Seeing them coming, Yin-yun urged Su-bai to run, warning that their power had grown dangerous and unpredictable. But Su-bai stood firm, gripping his sword that burned with energy. Seeing that, Bronze Legs charged forward, scoffing at the glowing sword. He boasted that a single sword could never stop him, and shouted that he would break it in half with one kick. But as his leg met the blade, the fiery sword cut straight through. Bronze Legs screamed in shock, grabbing his bleeding leg. His eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out that this couldn't be happening. Seeing that, Bone Lord and Birdman shouted with excitement. They declared that their master's sword was no ordinary weapon. It was a divine blade. Not even the strength of Iron Arms or Bronze Legs could withstand its power. With great zeal, they praised their master, chanting that all should hail the sovereign. Bronze Legs, cloaked in black, suddenly cried out that he surrendered, yet he arrogantly added that if he chose to flee, no one could possibly stop him. Hearing that, Su-bai only smiled calmly and took out a rope from his inventory. Without hesitation, he lashed out the rope. The strike was swift and precise, binding the fleeing Bronze Legs. Bronze Legs fell hard to the ground, groaning in pain as he was dragged back. Desperately, Bronze Legs struggled against the ropes, but no matter how much force he used, the bindings held firm. Damn it, he thought, panic filling his chest. What kind of monster is this? It's like crashing into an iron wall. Seeing that, Yin-yun was shocked, realizing that despite Bronze Legs' strength being equal to hundreds of thousands of pounds, he could not break even a single thread. Su-bai stood tall with the rope still in his hand, his calm expression making the struggle of his opponent seem meaningless. He then gripped the rope tightly in his hand, and Bronze Legs screamed in fear. Su-bai explained that the rope he held was normally used to tie up his ox, but today, it would be used to bind his opponent instead. He told him to consider it an honor. Seeing Bronze Legs tremble, Yin-yun, in shock, questioned Su-bai. What kind of ox would need such a rope? Unable to believe it, scared Iron Arms stammered, asking Su-bai if it was a joke. Hearing Su-bai's words, Lin Wangchu's eyes widened as memories surfaced. She recalled a heavenly savage ox, a divine beast at the Tribulation Passage realm. The realization struck her. It was the immortal binding rope, but she couldn't understand why she remembered such a thing. None of it made sense to her. Struggling on the ground, Bronze Legs glared up, demanding that Su-bai fight him properly without the cursed rope holding him down. But Su-bai didn't listen. He swung his sword. Blood splattered across the battlefield as a fierce strike landed. Su-bai's commanding voice called out, ordering Bone Lord and Birdman to devour the fallen enemy's soul. Immediately, Bone Lord and Birdman took Bronze Leg's soul. Bone Lord praised Su-bai, saying the master's sword was unstoppable, capable of cutting down even the strongest defenses. Birdman declared that following the new master was the best choice he had ever made. Bone Lord laughed darkly, savoring the soul of Bronze Legs, which was nearly at the Golden Core realm. He said it was delicious, and with their new master, they could feast 8 times a day. Watching this terrifying scene, Yin-yun's heart raced. She wondered what kind of power Su-bai had awakened. His strength seemed unimaginable, far beyond what she had ever expected. Even Iron Arms trembled as cold sweat ran down his face. He realized the thread was far too powerful, and even the sword in Su-bai's hand felt strange. Fear filled his heart. He realized that there was no way they could win. Absolutely no way. Iron Arms approached Su-bai from behind, each step heavy and intimidating. Unable to hold back his fear, Iron Arms fell to his knees and begged. He admitted he had been blind to such overwhelming strength and pleaded for mercy. Desperate to save himself, he offered the Divine Heaven Staff, the weapon he and Bronze Legs had once fought over. But Su-bai only looked down at him, unimpressed. He said he had preferred him back when he was arrogant and defiant. Confused, Iron Arms turned to pick up what he thought was the divine heaven staff, but to his shock, it was only a rotten stick. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, demanding to know where his real weapon had gone. Subai explained to him that he was caught in an illusion. The so-called divine heaven staff had never been real. Rage and confusion twisted Iron Arm's face. He crushed the stick and roared, demanding to know who had cast such an illusion on them. Subai pointed toward the wall of the cave and revealed that the one responsible was hidden inside. With a calm but commanding voice, he ordered them to break the wall. Yunbin and Little Snow, soaking in the spring, noticed the noise in the distance. Little Snow remarked that it seemed their master had already subdued those two men. Yunbin smirked with confidence. After absorbing the energy of the spiritual spring, he had broken through to the Golden Core realm. He thought about how troublesome his master had been before, but now, with his newfound strength, he could kill them effortlessly with just a flick of his wrist. Meanwhile, the wall of the cave shattered open as Iron Arms struck through it, revealing the way forward. On the other side stood Yunbin in a blue robe with Little Snow. Subai pointed towards them and told Iron Arms that those two were the ones who had trapped him in an illusion. With a calm tone, he ordered him to go and kill them. Enraged, Iron Arms roared that he did not hit women, so the man in blue would die first. With fury, he charged forward. He swung his fists at Yunbin, shouting that anyone who dared to use illusions on him deserved death. But to his shock, Yunbin dodged all his punches by moving so fast that Iron Arms couldn't land a hit. Suddenly Little Snow took out golden coins that flitted in the air. Little Snow, with long red hair, raised her hand and formed a spell sign with her fingers. Golden coins burst from her, filling the space with dazzling power. The attack hit Iron Arms directly. The explosion of energy sent him staggering back, smoke rising from his body as his armor cracked and burned. He struggled to stay on his feet, groaning in pain, before crashing to the ground face first, blood spilling from his mouth. Yin-Yun watched in shock. She whispered that the power she had just seen was unbelievable. Lin Wangqiu said it was coins falling from the sky, but she couldn't understand why it felt strangely familiar. Yunbin and Little Snow stepped forward together. Yunbin called to Subai, "Master, it has been a long time." Little Snow admitted the same, but noted with regret that their reunion had begun with violence. Suddenly she noticed Lin Wangqiu standing behind Subai. Little Snow questioned Lin Wangqiu. Why was her senior sister standing behind their master instead of using her sword technique to strike his heart? Confusion spread in Lin Wangqiu's mind as the words, "senior brother" and "junior sister" echoed. Immediately Lin Wangqiu clutched her head, crying out in pain, unable to understand who these people really were. Hearing their conversation, Yin-Yun realized in shock that Subai was being called their master. She wondered what kind of strange organization could have such complicated relationships. Inside the Soul Banner, Bone Lord and Birdman recognized Yunbin too. Bone Lord exclaimed that Yunbin had been the master of their previous master. Birdman was equally shocked to hear their previous master's master call Subai master. Subai's expression grew cold as he demanded answers. He asked Yunbin if the plan to kill him during his tribulation had been his doing, and if he had also manipulated that glasses guy. Anger flared in Subai's heart as he reminded Yunbin that he had raised him for over 867 years, only to be betrayed. But Yunbin dismissed the questions and suggested they draw their swords instead. Little Snow stepped forward, her presence commanding and dangerous. As she flitted in the air, she told her senior sister that she should stand by their side, otherwise she too would be eliminated. Little Snow was shocked and confused, her eyes narrowing as she saw something unexpected. Lin Wangqiu, standing confidently with determination, had stepped forward to protect Subai. Little Snow was stunned because she hadn't expected such defiance. The air grew tense as they faced each other. Little Snow shouted angrily, demanding if Lin Wangqiu even knew the kind of terrible things the Subai she was protecting had done. But Lin Wangqiu, standing firm, glared back and replied that from her point of view, they were the true wrongdoers. Her voice was filled with conviction. Even though she hadn't known Subai for long, Lin Wangqiu declared her faith in him. She shouted that if anyone wanted to harm him, they'd have to go through her first. Her courage infuriated Little Snow, who snapped back in rage, summoning her coins of power and shouting that Lin Wangqiu was asking for death. Just then, Yin-Yun suddenly jumped in front of Lin Wangqiu, blocking the incoming attack with swift movements. Coins spun wildly in the air after getting hit by her weapon. Yin-Yun grinned mischievously, saying she loved drama and fights. How could she miss such excitement? Then she taunted Little Snow, asking what kind of grudge she had with her own master. Hearing that, Little Snow glared ahead, holding glowing coins between her fingers. In an angry voice, she said that no one should dare pry into her affairs. As power surged from her hands, she shouted fiercely, telling Yin to ask her questions in the underworld instead. She released a storm of golden coins that shot forward with deadly force. Yin quickly raised her wooden staff and began spinning it rapidly, blocking the incoming coins. Her staff was a treasure, but she soon realized with worry that it was about to break under the intense pressure. Meanwhile, Subai stood silently nearby, watching Iron Arms lay motionless on the cracked ground. He then raised his staff high and commanded Iron Arms to come into his banner. A green light surrounded Iron Arms' body, pulling him into Subai's banner. His sudden arrival surprised Bone Lord and Birdman. Inside, Iron Arms looked around in shock, finding himself between two intimidating figures, the Bone Lord and Birdman. Still confused, Iron Arms asked what this 10,000 souls banner was. Subai said in a cold voice that if Iron Arms became his servant, he would be granted an undying body. Hearing that, Bone Lord clicked his tongue and said they had gained another comrade. Birdman crossed his arms and complained that it was just another mouth to feed. Iron Arms looked around in disbelief, feeling his body again. He couldn't believe he had been revived. He wondered if these two strange figures were now his companions. Clenching his metallic fists, Iron Arms shouted with determination that being a servant was fine. As long as he lived, there would always be a chance to rise again. Watching all this, Subai reflected on his past life. Back then, he had ruled through strict orders and harsh discipline, which caused his followers to betray him. But this time, he wanted to change. He decided that true leadership was about balancing kindness and authority. He faced his new servants and spoke sincerely, telling them that even though they were bound to serve him, he also saw them as his friends. He promised fair rewards for their efforts in battle, and vowed not to mistreat those who proved capable. Hearing that, all three of them knelt together, showing their loyalty. They shouted that they would devote their bodies and souls to their sovereign. Iron Arms also nodded with a faint smile, thinking to himself that these new companions seemed trustworthy. Then, as the next fight began, Subai summoned all three of them and gave quick orders. Birdman, protect Yin. Bone Lord, deal with Little Snow. Iron Arms, come with me. We'll fight Yunbin together. They all responded at once, ready for battle. Yin swung her staff fiercely, refusing to back down. Birdman joked that she should hide behind their sovereign, but she scoffed and shouted that she needed no protection. She clashed with Little Snow, her strikes breaking through waves of spinning coins. Just then, Bone Lord swung his huge mace to attack her, but Little Snow jumped and dodged his strike. Looking at Subai, she thought he truly was a demonic pathmaster, one who even used the 10,000 souls banner. With anger in her voice, she said she would destroy the banner's spirits first. Little Snow glared forward, her hands glowing with golden energy as lightning crackled around her. With a smirk, she asked Subai if he still remembered this move. Raising her hand, she gathered energy, forming a massive glowing copper coin above her. She swung her arm down with force, using her treasure fall technique. The giant coin descended with crushing power. Bone Lord below tried to resist but groaned in pain. He could barely hold himself up as the heavy coin pressed him down. This coin, it weighs more than Mount Tai, he struggled to say, his strength nearly giving out. Meanwhile, Iron Arms charged at Yunbin, shouting angrily, "You're the one who cast illusions on me! Take this fist!" He launched a powerful punch, but Yunbin didn't even dodge. He just stared at him with his white eyes. Iron Arms' eyes widened in shock as his body suddenly froze. He fell to the ground, confused and unable to move. Yunbin then looked at Subai and mocked, saying, "Master, have you fallen so low as to let trash lead your charge?" The iron-armed man twitched on the ground, furious and embarrassed, asking Yunbin who he was calling trash. But Yunbin completely ignored him and took out a sword. Holding it firmly, he acknowledged his teacher Subai's skill, admitting that everything he knew about swordsmanship came from him. With a determined look, he proposed a duel and suddenly attacked Subai with a powerful strike. The force of his swing tore through the ground, radiating energy. Lin Wangqiu nearby watched in shock. She was amazed that such a simple sword move could carry so much power. Subai also took out his phoenix sword and explained to Lin Wangqiu that this technique was called swordfall, a blade empowered by spiritual energy. He told her that it could destroy everything in its path, and he called it the ultimate sword. He told her that to counter it required the sword wall, where he swings his sword 360 degrees to create a formation of countless blades forming an unbreakable defense. "This," he said, "is what I call the toughest shield." The clash between Yunbin's sword and Subai's sword shield filled the air with explosive force. Seeing that, Lin Wangqiu was stunned. She whispered that both techniques, the ultimate sword and the toughest shield, were incredible. However, She was worried that her master's cultivation was weaker than his opponent's. But suddenly, she held her head in pain, feeling strange memories flooding her mind. She couldn't understand what kind of memories they were. She was too confused, and her mind began to overload. Seeing that, Yunbin realized Lin Wangqiu's memories were returning. He smiled and gathered a surge of power, lightning flashing around him as he descended with a sharp blade strike. He shouted to his master, Su Bai, eager to prove his progress. Multiple swords surrounded him like a storm, their edges glowing with red energy as he charged forward. But Su Bai's shield blocked them, yet that wasn't Yunbin's real attack. With a fierce swing, he unleashed his true strike. With full power, he attacked again, but Su Bai's blade shield formed once more, blocking his assault. Su Bai remained still, his expression calm as the swords neared him. But before reaching Su Bai, Yunbin's sword suddenly stopped. Su Bai glanced at him, and with a smile, told Yunbin that his sword was sharp, but too fragile to withstand true strength. Seeing Su Bai stop his attack, Yunbin's eyes widened in disbelief. The next second, his blade shattered, and he was sent flying, crashing into the ground with a cry of pain. Seeing that, Lin Wangqiu was stunned. She praised Su Bai's incredible skill, realizing how deep and unfathomable his strength truly was. Yin Yun joined in, saying that even the most powerful sword could not pierce Su Bai's defense. His power stood far above their imagination. Even Little Snow was stunned, her eyes fixed on Su Bai. She thought to herself that their master was, as always, full of surprises. But then, she scolded herself for such thoughts. How could she admire someone like him? No matter how powerful their master was, his wickedness could never be forgiven. He deserved death. From behind, Bone Lord, still buried under Little Snow's silver coin, let out a mocking laugh. He told her she could say whatever she wanted, but deep down, Su Bai would always remain her master. But suddenly, Yunbin, who was on the ground, grinned. He asked Su Bai, didn't he teach him that in battle, everything is fair? Saying that, Yunbin called back all the pieces of his broken sword that had fallen behind Su Bai. Su Bai was shocked by his move, and looked back, but it was already too late. Before he could fully dodge, those sword pieces struck, and a sharp cut sliced across his face, leaving a thin trail of blood. His eyes widened in surprise. He turned to Yunbin and shouted angrily, "Wretched disciple! I taught you honor. Where did you learn such underhanded tricks?" Saying that, he raised his staff to cast the banner shield. Yunbin, however, only smirked, and replied that results were all that mattered, not the methods. As his sword pieces reassembled and completed his blade, he raised it for a decisive strike. Charging forward, he declared that this blow was unavoidable. Su Bai looked up, seemingly unable to dodge. Seeing that, Lin Wangqiu screamed in fear, crying out for him not to be struck. Even Bone Lord panicked, realizing that at such close range, there was no way their master could escape. Birdman feared they would all be doomed alongside him, but Little Snow was shocked at how low her senior brother Yunbin had stooped. Yet deep down, she convinced herself it didn't matter. If it killed their master, then it was justified. Just as Yunbin's deadly strike was about to hit Su Bai, metallic arms blocked the sword. It was iron arms. Seeing him, everyone was stunned. Yin Yun was shocked, wondering how he was still standing. Even Little Snow's eyes widened as she realized that Iron Arms had broken free from her senior brother's suppression. Iron Arms struggled to block the incoming strike, gritting his teeth as sparks of lightning erupted from the clash. Sweat dripped down his face as he groaned in pain, trying to hold his ground. Yunbin stared at him in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how a simple mutant from this world could resist his golden core-level suppression. Gathering his strength, Iron Arms clenched his fists tightly and shouted with determination. Though he resented being bound as a servant, he couldn't stand idly by, not against the one who had once killed him, and not when his current master believed in him. Summoning all his power, he roared, vowing to fight with everything he had. With his iron fist, he struck forward, declaring that his fists would never bow to anyone's commands. With a powerful blow, he sent Yunbin crashing into the ground, the impact shaking the battlefield and scattering debris everywhere. Seeing that, Bone Lord grew motivated, and his body began to heat up. Energy surged through him as he stood up. With a thunderous roar, he declared his name, saying he would break free. His glowing eyes flared with determination as he raised his arms and lifted Little Snow's silver coin. Little Snow, standing nearby, stared in shock, realizing that a ghost had broken free from her treasure-fall coins, something she thought impossible. Before she could react, Birdmen descended from behind, telling Bone Lord it had his back and urging him to attack together. Bone Lord and Birdmen roared in unison, unleashing a surge of power as they charged toward Little Snow, ready to strike. Seeing them coming, Little Snow got angry, annoyed by their vulgar words. She muttered that their foul mouths were both amusing and irritating at the same time. With determination, she raised her glowing coin and clashed head-on with Bone Lord. Their powers collided in a burst of light, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Meanwhile, Yunbin, though injured, stood firm on the cracked ground. Admitting that breaking free from enslavement showed how impressive Iron Arm's strength was, he then, with cold fury, promised that next time, he would make Iron Arms beg for death. He raised his sword, creating multiple shining illusions. 48 shadow swords in total, each one as deadly as a real blade. Iron Arms tried to block, but the overwhelming assault sent him crashing into a rock wall. He coughed in pain, unable to withstand the storm of strikes. Then, out of nowhere, a glowing rope shot through the air. Yunbin's eyes widened in shock as he recognized it. The immortal binding rope, something strong enough to restrain even sky oxen. He couldn't understand why such a powerful item was here. Before he could react, the rope wrapped tightly around his body, binding him completely. Behind him stood Subai, holding the rope firmly, ready to strike again. Seeing Yunbin restrained, Iron Arms thanked Subai respectfully before turning toward Yunbin, who was still bound tightly by the rope. Gathering power in his fist, he charged forward with determination. His expression turned fierce as he punched Yunbin with full force, sending him flying backward. Without giving Yunbin time to react, Iron Arms unleashed a flurry of punches, striking repeatedly with incredible speed. Each hit landed powerfully, shaking the ground beneath them. Watching from a distance, Lin Wangqiu cheered loudly, saying she saw everything. Yin Yun smirked confidently. She believed Iron Arms' fists would completely crush their foe. But suddenly, Iron Arms stopped as he noticed something strange. The body of Yunbin started to look unusual. His skin seemed rough and lifeless. Kneeling down, Iron Arms frowned and said something felt wrong, because Yunbin didn't look human anymore. He looked like clay. Subai immediately realized that Yunbin was using a nascent soul technique, one that allowed him to manifest his spirit. However, he also understood that performing such a technique while still at the golden core level came with a heavy cost. Suddenly, Yunbin's spirit emerged from the clay and smirked. He challenged Subai, asking if the so-called master had the courage to face him directly. He mocked Subai for relying on ghosts and artifacts during battle. Drawing his weapon, he glared fiercely and shouted in anger, demanding how someone so cowardly as Subai could ever dare to call himself his master. Yunbin stood tall, his sword pointed forward, while Lin Wangqiu shouted for Subai not to be provoked. Hearing that, Yunbin turned in anger and yelled at her, saying his junior sister was too noisy. In an instant, he swung his sword with fury, sending a sharp strike toward Lin Wangqiu that knocked her back violently. She screamed as the attack was far too sudden to dodge. Yin Yun, watching from the side, sensed a chilling bloodlust filling the air. Her eyes widened. She could feel the killing intent behind that sword strike. Nearby, Bone Lord clenched his weapon tightly, realizing the power of the attack. He muttered that even he couldn't block such a sword and feared the worst, thinking the master's woman was doomed. However, before the sword could reach its target, Subai swiftly reacted and threw his sword. Seeing that, Yunbin laughed, saying the sword that was thrown couldn't possibly block his attack. Just then, a golden coin-shaped artifact flew through the air, glowing brightly. It intercepted the attack, shattering the sword's momentum and saving Lin Wangqiu just in time. Seeing that, Yunbin's expression twisted in disbelief, and he looked back. From behind, Little Snow stepped forward, reminding Yunbin that the one he attacked, Lin Wangqiu, was their junior sister. But Yunbin only glared back coldly, saying that a junior sister who protected the master was useless to him. Hearing that, Little Snow stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she had just seen. Her senior brother had actually attacked their junior sister. His actions felt foreign and unfamiliar, as if he were no longer the person she once knew. Realizing what he had done, Yunbin looked startled and quickly tried to calm himself. He admitted that he had lost control in the heat of the moment. He turned to Little Snow and thanked her for blocking the sword. He said that if not for her, he might have seriously injured their junior sister, Wangqiu, and couldn't have forgiven himself. Hearing that, Little Snow looked at him with softer eyes, thinking that he was still the senior brother she respected. As they were talking, a loud splash echoed as Subai's sword plunged into the spirit spring. Everyone watched in shock as ripples spread across the surface. Yin Yun gasped, realizing that Subai hadn't blocked the sword for Lin Wangqiu. Instead, he had thrown it into the spirit spring. Bone Lord questioned the purpose of such an act, something he had never heard of before. Even Yunbin let out a mocking laugh, facing Subai with a twisted grin. He asked if his master had gone mad, his tone filled with disbelief and ridicule. But as he stood by the spring, suddenly the water rippled strangely. His sharp gaze followed the disturbance as the surface began to tremble. Suddenly, the spirit spring's surface erupted in blinding light as a massive burst of fiery energy shot upward. From within the explosion, a majestic phoenix made of golden flames emerged, spreading its wings wide and illuminating the entire canyon. The onlookers stared in shock. Its power was overwhelming. Birdman was shocked to see a real phoenix. Bone Lord trembled, realizing it wasn't an illusion, but a real phoenix carrying an aura from ancient times. Yin Yun stared at the fiery creature, wondering if it had come from the sword. She remembered trying to absorb that very sword before, and smirked at the thought. Seeing the phoenix, Yunbin was stunned. He couldn't believe a phoenix of such scale had manifested. The spiritual energy in this world shouldn't have been enough to summon something this powerful, yet the impossible was happening before his eyes. The spirit spring glowed brightly under the wings of the fiery phoenix that soared above it. Subai stepped forward and told them that a spirit spring shouldn't exist in a world with such weak spiritual energy. But if it did exist, it must mean the spring had a guide. He continued explaining that there were only two substances capable of guiding spiritual energy: the spirit rhinoceros crystal and the guiding mist. Since the guiding mist was condensed from pure spiritual energy, something that shouldn't exist in this world, the only possibility was the spirit rhinoceros crystal. Lin Wangqiu seemed thoughtful, as Subai mentioned that the spirit rhinoceros crystal was useless to humans, but extremely valuable for nurturing divine weapons, one of the top 3 substances for that purpose. Little Snow watched her master, and couldn't help but admire him. Even though he had committed countless wrongs, his wisdom and insight still fascinated her deeply. The phoenix above them spread its wings wide, blazing with divine fire. Its golden flames filled the sky as it shot a fireball toward the ground, engulfing everything in searing light. Yunbin tried to withstand the heat, but the phoenix's fire was overwhelming. The holy flames were so intense that even coming close made one feel like melting. He called it the Flame Phoenix Holy Fire, a power so fierce that even a single touch could dissolve everything it touched. As the fiery phoenix raged across the battlefield, Yunbin realized their situation was hopeless. He shouted for Little Snow to retreat, admitting that they couldn't win against such power. They turned to flee, but before they could escape, a whip-like weapon lashed out from Subai's soul banner, binding Yunbin tightly. The immense force pulled him down, the ground shaking beneath him as he struggled to break free. The flames surrounded him, and the intense heat made it difficult to breathe. But suddenly, Yunbin's body turned into clay, and he escaped from the whip. As he ran away, his face twisted in frustration, and he muttered under his breath that his master had managed to survive yet another day. Seeing that, Yin Yun questioned why Subai didn't chase and finish them off. Lin Wangqiu agreed with her, saying that missing such a chance would make things harder in the future. Subai, still holding his sword, looked at the fading flames and calmly replied that nurturing a divine weapon didn't mean it had fully regained its true power. As the fiery phoenix's form loomed above them, he revealed the truth. The magnificent display had been nothing more than a bluff. As Subai stood calmly, holding his sword glowing with fiery energy, the golden phoenix spread its wings and entered the blade. The radiant light filled the cavern, making the air hum with divine heat. From a distance, Bone Lord watched, admiring his master's strategy. He remarked that his master's understanding of human nature was remarkable, using such a perfect bluff to scare the enemies away without even fighting. Birdman said it was a brilliant empty fort strategy, proving once again how formidable his master truly was. Then Subai turned toward Iron Fist and thanked him for his hard work. Hearing that, Iron Fist was stunned. As a servant whose life could be taken at any moment, he never expected his master to thank him sincerely. Soon after, the group approached the spirit spring. Subai dipped his feet into the glowing water, feeling its warmth ripple around him. As Subai sat inside, he told the others to join in, explaining that 1 hour in the spirit spring was equal to 3 months of cultivation. Hearing that, Yin Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. She couldn't believe what she heard and exclaimed in joy, realizing that despite being the mighty weapon king, she had only been protected during the battle. Now, she had a chance to grow stronger. Determined, she shouted that she needed to break through and hurriedly jumped toward the spring, declaring loudly that she was coming. But as she leaped toward the spirit spring to jump in, Subai calmly explained that the spring wasn't ordinary. It was a non-Newtonian fluid, soft when touched gently, but hard when met with force. Before she could process his words, she hit the water's surface with full force. The surface instantly hardened, and she crashed painfully onto it with a loud thud, letting out a cry of pain. Lying on the water's surface, she groaned in frustration, scolding Subai for not warning her earlier. The others sat nearby watching her, some amused, others silent. Determined not to lose face, she pushed herself up, muttering that she wouldn't fall for anyone's smooth talk. Meanwhile, Bone Lord and Birdman soaked in the spirit spring nearby, steam rising around them. They let out satisfied sighs, saying it felt like millions of ants were crawling through their bones and that their nerve cells were growing rapidly. At a distance, Iron Fist watched Subai quietly. He thought about how strange it felt to serve someone after being his own master for so long, but to his surprise, he realized that following Subai didn't feel bad at all. Inside the spring, Yin-Yun relaxed as the warmth spread through her body. The pain she had felt before disappeared, replaced by a tingling sensation. Her eyes glimmered as she sensed her power stirring once more. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Wangchu sat at the edge of the spirit spring, her expression firm with determination. She clenched her fists and told herself that she needed to awaken too. She couldn't keep holding Subai back. As her feet touched the glowing water, a wave of warmth spread through her body. She gasped softly, feeling both surprised and comforted by the strange sensation. Her entire body began to react, as if something deep inside her was awakening. Immediately, memories started to surface. Visions of Subai's teachings filled her mind. She remembered his lessons, their battles together, slaying demons and exorcising evil across the land. The scenes grew darker. Corpses piled high, natural disasters ravaged the world, and countless lives were lost. Her eyes snapped open, trembling as realization struck her. The man she admired, Subai, appeared in her memories not as a savior, but as the cause of endless calamity. Her voice shook as she muttered his name. Then, in a moment of awakening clarity, she corrected herself. He wasn't just Subai, he was her master. Anger surged within her. She stood up in the water, glaring fiercely. In her mind, she accused him of spreading chaos, causing disasters, and making millions homeless. In fury, she called him what she now believed him to be, a demon. As the energy within the spirit spring surged, Subai opened his eyes, sensing a shift inside his body. The system window appeared before him. His realm had advanced to the early golden core stage. A faint smile formed as he realized he had finally broken through. Golden light pulsed within his body. The energy channels inside him felt smoother, his senses sharper. Everything around him, every sound, every ripple, felt clearer and more alive than ever before. He looked around and noticed the others in the spring, his servants and undead. Their emotions and thoughts seemed to echo faintly in his mind. He could sense their contentment, their acceptance of him as their master. He nodded slightly, realizing that to lead them properly, one needed both kindness and authority, reward and discipline. That balance, he thought, was the key to control. Just then, his calm expression shifted as he noticed Lin Wangchu nearby. She stared at him with a troubled look, her hand trembling slightly. A sudden memory and confusion clouded her gaze. She stood up, clenching her teeth. The aura around her flared as she called out her weapon. Flames burst forth, and her sword materialized with a flash. "Phoenix Cry!" she shouted, her killing intent filling the air. She raised the weapon, pointing it at Subai. Her voice was sharp and trembling with anger. She called Subai master, then corrected herself and called him a demon, saying he should have died long ago. Lin Wangchu's eyes burned with fury as she lunged forward, her weapon igniting in brilliant flames. She screamed for him to give her his life, the fiery aura swirling around her like wings of destruction. Subai stood calmly in the spring, watching her approach. The heat from her attack rippled through the air, shaking the ground beneath them. Nearby, the others reacted in shock. Yin-Yun gasped, unable to believe what she was seeing. She couldn't understand what was going on. Why was little sister Lin attacking Mr. Subai? Iron Fist was equally stunned and shouted that she was just an ordinary person a moment ago. How did she suddenly become so powerful? Even the Bone Lord, usually fearless, began to panic. He turned to Birdman, saying their master might not be able to block that strike. Birdman nodded nervously, saying it was over. They were doomed again. Seeing Lin Wangchu coming, Subai analyzed the situation calmly. Lin Wangchu had just regained her past memories, and her current strength should have only reached the foundation establishment stage. However, her sword, Phoenix Cry, was her personal weapon, and it had just absorbed the spirit rhinoceros crystal, making it far more powerful than before. He realized this attack was overwhelming. The sword strike was too strong for him to block in his current state, unless he took a desperate measure. His eyes hardened with resolve. He thought that if he couldn't stop her attack any other way, he would self-destruct his golden core and rebuild it later. That was his only option. As Lin Wangchu lunged forward with blazing energy, her sword roared with fiery power. Su-bai got ready to face it head-on. He released his power, the entire spring erupting in a surge of light and flames. But just at the moment of impact, Lin Wangchu's strength suddenly vanished, and her body went limp, falling unconscious before she could understand what had happened. Su-bai stood there unharmed, the flames fading around him. In the distance, Iron Fist stared in disbelief, seeing that she had just fainted. Still tense from the battle, he sighed in relief, saying he had been ready to sacrifice himself to block her sword, only for the fight to end just like that. Su-bai stood calmly at the edge of the spirit spring, looking down at the unconscious Lin Wangchu floating on the water. Her weapon still rested in her hand. Turning to Bone Lord, Su-bai ordered him to go check what trick she was up to. Bone Lord nodded. It stepped forward, lowering its bony hand into the water to inspect her condition. After a moment, Bone Lord raised its head and spoke in a deep voice, telling Su-bai that her brain's neural pathways had been blocked. That's what caused her to lose consciousness. It seemed to be some kind of mental control technique. Hearing that, Su-bai's eyes narrowed. Mental control, he repeated quietly, piecing it together. He then remembered Shen Yunbin, the man who had mastered the dark art of manipulating others' minds. Su-bai thought he should thank Shen Yunbin for this, as he had perfected the evil cultivation's neural control technique. Su-bai reached down and grabbed Lin Wangchu's sword. His expression turned cold, and he pointed the sword toward Lin Wangchu, thinking that since her memories had returned, there was no reason to keep her around. He raised the sword, the sharp edge reflecting a dim light. But before he could act, his companion's loud cry echoed through the air, asking him to stop. Yin Yun and Iron Fist rushed forward, eyes wide in panic. They stood in front of Lin Wangchu, begging Su-bai to reconsider. Yin Yun pleaded while spreading her arms in front of Lin Wangchu, telling Su-bai that if he wanted to kill her, then he should kill her first, because she believed Lin Wangchu didn't mean to attack him. Hearing that, Su-bai paused, his eyes flickering slightly as he looked at her desperate expression. Su-bai's eyes grew cold as he let out a sharp snort. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the sword aside, the blade striking the rocks with a loud clang. He turned slightly, his voice calm, but filled with killing intent. He said that once he left the spirit spring, the next time he saw Lin Wangchu would be the moment he killed her. Without another glance, he ordered Bone Lord, Birdman, and Iron Fist to follow him. Lightning surged around him as he took out his soul banner, his followers gathering behind him. As Su-bai moved forward, his thoughts darkened. Both Lin Wangchu and Little Snow had accused him of committing countless evils. Yet he, an immortal lord, had never done such things. He hadn't saved every being, but neither had he harmed them. He believed Shen Yunbin had framed him more than anyone else. Su-bai then jumped into the spirit spring. Once underwater, his expression turned grim. He thought about his ungrateful disciple Shen Yunbin, and those female disciples who had tried to kill him. If he didn't kill them, they would kill him first. Determined, he clenched his weapon tighter, thinking that since he needed more power, he would seize every chance to gain it. As he swam deeper, he noticed something strange. The spirit spring wasn't just a legend. Beneath its depths lay an entrance to other worlds. The unknown below shimmered with both danger and possibility. As he reached the ground, his eyes sharpened as glowing crystals illuminated the underwater path. He was shocked to see that place, his gaze fixed ahead as he descended into the mysterious realm. As Su-bai swam deeper into the glowing green depths of the spirit spring, the light of the crystals guided his way. The walls around him shimmered like jade, and ancient runes glowed faintly beneath the water. He reached out his hand and pressed it against the shining wall. The moment his palm touched it, the wall trembled and began to open, releasing waves of powerful spiritual energy. A strong current surrounded him, twisting and surging with force. The energy pulsed violently as his body endured the pressure. Su-bai clenched his teeth, holding firm against the storm of spiritual power. Suddenly, he felt a shock run through him and grunted in pain as light exploded around him. When the energy finally settled, he looked around in awe. The air was thick with spiritual energy, so dense it almost felt tangible. It was on the same level as the previous immortal realm. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The energy wasn't pure. It carried traces of poison. He narrowed his eyes, covering his mouth as he thought. He couldn't absorb this energy directly. Still, with his body's resistance, he could endure it for at least an hour. Just then, faint buzzing sounds echoed through the glowing mist. Su-bai lifted his head to see dozens of strange flying insects emerging from the energy clouds, their wings sharp, their eyes glowing red. The poisonous creatures had noticed his presence. Su-bai raised his soul banner and ordered Bone Lord to attack the incoming swarm. Bone Lord came out of the soul banner and roared in response, charging forward without hesitation. With his massive weapon, Bone Lord smashed through the air, shattering several flying creatures in a single swing. Each kill echoed with system notifications. As he killed advanced monsters, he gained 10,000 Souls Banner XP. The messages repeated rapidly, one after another. Subai noticed the change. Earlier, killing corpse minions and regular monsters hadn't increased the 10,000 Souls Banner's experience, but now the numbers were climbing. He realized the truth. These mosquito-like creatures were advanced class monsters, and there were countless of them swarming around. A faint smile formed on his lips as he muttered that this smelled good. Sensing the surge of energy in the air, he raised his weapon, the 10,000 Souls Banner, as ghostly wails filled the space around him. The banner spun violently, drawing in the souls of the fallen monsters. Meanwhile, Bone Lord, Birdman, and Iron Fist devoured some of those monsters' souls. Iron Fist bit down on one of the creature's souls, green liquid spilling from his mouth. He laughed, saying this was delicious, and that it felt like his strength was growing again. Bone Lord looked out in excitement, saying he saw a huge batch up ahead. Subai's eyes glinted coldly as he raised his hand and ordered them to charge and kill them all. His army roared in excitement, rushing forward as the air filled with the sound of wings breaking and the cries of the damned. The 10,000 Souls Banner began to glow brightly as its level rose to 6. A system message appeared, revealing its new ability. It could now pull in 100 souls at once, forcing them to battle among themselves until only the strongest remained. The victorious soul would then stabilize and take up a regular undead slot. Subai looked at the glowing banner and smiled, saying this was interesting. With energy swirling around him, he raised the banner high and commanded, "Spirits, come forth!" The 10,000 Souls Banner unleashed a powerful force. Countless glowing mosquito-like spirits were pulled into an otherworldly space, their wings buzzing violently as they began to clash. One by one, they fought fiercely, struggling to devour each other until only the most powerful remained. Meanwhile, outside the spirit spring, in the cave glowing with a reddish hue, Yin-Yun rested quietly in the spring. Steam rose softly around her as she soaked in the warm water. Beside her, Lin Wangqiu was lying on the ground, but she slowly began to wake up. As she opened her eyes, she became cautious, her expression cold and serious. As she saw Yin-Yun still in the spring, she muttered under her breath, recognizing her as Yin-Yun, one of the people connected to that villain Subai. Her grip tightened around her sword's hilt as her thoughts darkened. She decided it would be safer to eliminate Yin-Yun first, before dealing with the main threat. But as she prepared to strike, a sudden wave of killing intent filled the cave. Yin-Yun sensed it instantly, her sharp eyes flashing open. She stared toward Lin Wangqiu, her calm replaced by focused alertness. In that moment, Yin-Yun realized Lin Wangqiu had changed. She was no longer the kind or innocent girl she once knew. Yin-Yun clenched her weapon underwater, annoyed at herself for saving Lin earlier. She thought she should have left her to Subai. Still, if Lin dared to attack, she was ready to strike back and break her leg in a single blow. Lin Wangqiu raised her sword, ready to act, but hesitation filled her mind. Her thoughts wavered. A villain is a villain, but Yin-Yun is Yin-Yun, so why can't I do it? Her hands trembled slightly as reason returned to her eyes. Lowering the blade, she whispered to herself that she couldn't recklessly kill the innocent, even in a world full of enemies. As Lin Wangqiu turned to leave the cave, Yin-Yun, still in the hot spring, looked up in surprise and asked where she was going. Lin didn't answer. Her steps were unsteady, her hand pressed against her head as she muttered in pain. She remembered the time Yunbin pointed his sword at her. Her expression darkened as she realized Yunbin was determined to kill her. Thinking of her past, Lin Wangqiu's heart twisted. She whispered about her senior brother, wondering if he truly wanted to kill her just because she had chosen to stand by her master. And yet, her evil master had held back when dealing with her. Her head throbbed again, and she clutched it in pain. The more she tried to think clearly, the more confusion clouded her thoughts. Emerging from the cave into the light, she gazed at the blue sky and spoke softly to herself. She called her master a villain, someone unforgivable, and convinced herself that if he lived, the world would fall into chaos. She repeated again and again that she should trust and follow her senior brother. Just then, cold laughter echoed through the air, familiar and eerie. Lin Wangqiu froze, her eyes widened as she recognized the voice. It was her senior brother's laughter. Pain shot through her head as the laughter grew louder, echoing endlessly in her mind. She screamed, clutching her temples in agony. Dark birds flew up from the forest below, scattering into the bright sky as Lin Wangqiu fell on the mountain path, unconscious. At the same time, in the spirit spring, as the 10,000 Souls Banner spun in midair, violent energy surged throughout the area. The air trembled as countless souls trapped within the banner clashed against one another in a chaotic storm of power. Subai sat calmly at the center of it all, eyes closed, while his Bone Lord stood guard beside him. The battle between the gathered souls intensified, bright bursts of blue light erupting in every direction. Iron Fist raised his armored fist, protecting the area from the soul fragments flying out of control. Moments later, Subai opened his eyes and said calmly that the banner had already collected 100 souls. Any more would be useless, as these mosquito-like creatures no longer granted him experience. It was time to move on. He stood up, gripping the 10,000 souls banner tightly. Just then, the ground shook, and a strange sound echoed through the air. His eyes narrowed as something massive stirred in the distance. A swarm of glowing mosquitoes filled the space, parting to reveal a giant among them, a monstrous insect that radiated overwhelming pressure. Its wings buzzed like thunder, and countless lesser creatures hovered around it in perfect formation. Subai's expression hardened. Seeing that, Iron Fist shouted that it was a commanding-level beast, a creature capable of leading an entire swarm. Bone Lord could feel the creature's presence pressing down on them. He was amazed by the creature's strong aura. Immediately, the commanding-level mosquito beast charged forward, its sharp legs slicing through the air with deadly speed. Subai gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes narrowing as the massive insect lunged at him. But before it could touch Subai, Iron Fist stepped in to block the attack with his armored arms. The impact was too strong. His armored arm shattered under the force. He fell back, clutching his injured limb in pain, muttering through gritted teeth that his arm was broken. Bone Lord quickly moved beside Subai and spoke in a deep, urgent tone, warning that this place was not suitable for a prolonged fight. He advised his master to withdraw before the situation worsened. Subai stood silently for a moment, thinking. His poison resistance was nearing its limit, and staying longer could be dangerous. Still, his gaze hardened as he looked at the giant mosquito beast hovering before him. Leaving now would be the safe choice, but letting such a valuable creature escape would be a great loss. With determination burning in his eyes, Subai decided that abandoning this treasure would be truly regrettable. Looking at his summons, Subai felt that their bodies were getting weaker. He realized that they couldn't hold on much longer and had to leave first. He swung his soul banner underwater and summoned them back into the soul banner. Then, from that glowing wall of spiritual energy, he came out of that world. He swam toward the surface, thinking that this world was still very dangerous. He needed to become stronger. He needed to break through. But while he was going, suddenly a very bright light came out of the wall of spiritual energy. Seeing that, he wondered if the giant mosquito was still following him. Suddenly the giant mosquito broke through the wall and came into this world. But just as it entered this world, its large body shrank into a smaller form. Subai looked at the red mosquito and thought to himself that it must have been weakened when it crossed into this world. He smirked slightly at this. He then said that since the mosquito was already here, it should not think about escaping. He raised the banner in his hand and swung it forward, telling the mosquito to get inside the banner. A large space unfolded, and the red mosquito was pulled inside, where many other smaller mosquitoes were. Immediately, the red mosquito started attacking the other small mosquitoes. Subai watched and understood that the red mosquito was suppressed because of its bloodline. He looked at that world behind the spiritual wall and thought that there was still much he had not explored, but he decided to stop chasing other worlds for now. Instead, he wanted to find more spiritual caves so he could grow stronger. He remembered being called the villain by Lin Wangqiu and wondered why that was. He also questioned why Yunbin had betrayed him. To understand these things, he felt he needed even greater strength. While swimming upward through the water, he asked Iron Arms what commanding level meant. Iron Arms replied that he had a catalog and offered it so Subai could understand better. Subai opened the scroll and found detailed information about different factions, lone individuals, and spiritual caves. He was pleased and said that it was very useful. Later, he returned to the red water pool. Yanyun there asked where he had gone. He ignored the question and asked where Lin Wangqiu was. Yanyun replied that Lin Wangqiu had left about half an hour ago and mentioned that she had tried to kill her too earlier. Hearing that, Subai told Yinyun that once someone turns bad, they cannot return to how they were. Yinyun crossed her arms and said that it was good. Lin Wangqiu did not act, or she would have killed her first. Subai got dressed and started walking out. From behind, Yinyun asked where they were going next. As they stepped out of the cave together, Subai told her that they were going to the next spiritual cave. Meanwhile, in the same mountain range, a group of hunters walked along the mountain road. One of them said that there was a place up ahead, and hoped they could find spirit stones to level up again. But then one of them pointed forward, saying someone was lying on the road. It was Lin Wangqiu. They moved closer, and saw a beautiful girl lying there in the middle of the path. Seeing that she was holding a sword, one of them said she must be a mutant. Their leader, a man in a mask, called out to the girl in white named Bai Yu. He told her that he found a mutant who had passed out and asked her to help. Bai Yu looked at Lin Wangchu and suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened. She felt something familiar. It felt like there was some kind of fate connecting them. Bai Yushu placed her hand on Lin Wangchu's chest, and green healing energy flowed out. Yushu told her leader that this girl had suffered a mental injury and that her nerves were unstable, but she also said they were lucky because they found her in time. Suddenly, Lin Wangchu made a soft sound as she began to wake up. She slowly opened her eyes and let out a weak sound. She sat up on the ground, looking confused. She looked at the white-haired girl in front of her and called out to her, saying she was her junior sister. Yu looked surprised and asked if she was being called sister. She asked Lin Wangchu if she knew her name was Yu. Hearing that, Lin Wangchu realized that Yu had lost her memory too, just like her. But then she thought that forgetting things might not be such a bad thing. Yu helped Lin Wangchu stand up, explaining that she had been attacked mentally, and if they had not helped her, she might have gone insane. Then someone asked who could be so cruel as to attack her. Hearing that, Lin Wangchu suddenly remembered everything. She held her head and screamed. She shouted that her head hurt a lot. Seeing that, Yu told Lin Wangchu that this mental attack was very vicious. If she had not treated her, the attack would have killed her. Lin Wangchu remembered someone laughing and realized that it was her senior brother. She said her senior brother wanted her dead. She looked at Yu and repeated that her senior brother wanted to kill her. She gave a strange laugh while saying it. Hearing that, Yu asked Lin Wangchu how she knew her name. She also asked who Lin Wangchu and this senior brother she mentioned were. Hearing that, Lin Wangchu looked troubled. She asked Yu what she should do. She wondered if she should trust her senior brother or trust her master. Hearing this, Yu asked which one was good and which one was evil. Lin Wangchu looked down at the ground and, with a deep voice, said that she didn't know anymore. Yu got confused hearing that. She told Lin Wangchu that she didn't fully understand what Lin Wangchu meant, but she knew that as mutants, their duty was to slay demons, uphold justice, and save the world. Hearing Lin Wangchu agreed. Her eyes became firm. Lightning formed around her body. She said that if she couldn't trust anyone else, then she would trust herself. She said she would fight beside Yu from now on, slaying evil and saving the world. Then Yu Pai's party leader, a man with a mask, introduced himself as Wang Zongyang. He welcomed Lin Wangchu to the Qingyang team. Lin Wangchu then introduced herself. The man in the mask said they would work together to kill evil spirits and save people. Lin Wangchu nodded and agreed to go with them. Then, as the group walked through a rocky path, Lin Wangchu thought the scene felt familiar. One of the men told her that there was a spirit cave ahead, and that spirit stones were inside. They asked her to come with them to pick spirit stones. Lin Wangchu answered softly that she would go. Meanwhile, at Yangshi City, in ruins, the sky was red, and the ground was covered in broken buildings and dust. Su Bai and Yingyun arrived there. But just as Yingyun looked at the city name sign, she got shocked, saying this was wrong. Hearing her, Su Bai got confused. He said that according to the map, the spiritual cave should be ahead. But Yingyun told him the place in front of them was Yangshi City. Hearing that, Iron Arms explained that Yangshi City was the first place where a disaster happened in the eastern province. Many people died, possibly over 1 million. More than 10 teams of powerful fighters came to help, but they were all killed. With a serious face, Iron Arms told them this place had become like hell on earth. But Su Bai didn't listen to them, and entered the city. Yingyun followed him, asking him to wait for her. She thought quietly to herself that she had gotten stronger recently, so she should be able to protect herself. Also because Su Bai was with her, she believed there was nothing to fear. Then suddenly zombies appeared. There were thousands of them. Seeing them, Yunjin thought that although these zombies were not very strong, their number was huge. But without any hesitation, Su Bai walked into the ruined city. Yunjin was very nervous because they had just entered the city. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Su Bai, saying that the Ghoul cultivation was complete, and the Ghoul King had been created. It asked if he wanted to take it. He chose to accept it. Another message said the collection was complete, and now 1 ordinary undead had been collected out of 10. Hearing that, Su Bai lifted his soul banner and spoke to the Ghoul King, telling it to go. The Ghoul King, which looked like a large flying insect, flew out. It rushed into the crowd of zombies and began killing them. The zombies screamed as the Ghoul King attacked. Blood splattered everywhere. Bone Lord, watching from the soul banner, was shocked. He wondered if this was the master's new servant. He felt that the Ghoul King might even be stronger than him. Seeing the Ghoul King, Iron Arms realized that he still needed to train more. Yingyun watched as the Ghoul King killed all the zombies. She realized she didn't need to worry. She felt relieved. Subai looked at the Goo King in front and told it that it did well. He told the Goo King to come back into the banner, saying there would be a chance for it to become a powerful servant in the future. The Goo King entered the soul banner and was put in a barrier. Looking at Bone Lord and the others, the Goo King wondered if it would become a true servant like the others around the master. It said that it would work hard for its master. Hearing this, Bone Lord, Birdman, and Iron Arms grew quiet, not knowing what to do. Then a hand suddenly came out from under broken stones. An old man climbed out and called out for Subai to wait. The old man ran toward them. He thanked Subai and Yingyun for saving them, but he warned them not to go forward any further, because it was dangerous ahead. Hearing that, Yingyun smiled and told the old man not to worry. She explained that they both had special powers, and they were very strong. The old man shook his head and said softly that they did not understand. The old man then explained to them that Yangshi City was the first city to fall after the apocalypse. He said that the monsters in the outer areas were just ordinary ones, but the deeper someone went into the city, the stronger the monsters became. He said that inside the city, there were monsters taller than buildings. He mentioned that there was once a team of 30 superpowered people who entered. They were strong and killed zombies easily, like cutting melons. However, that entire team was wiped out before they could even enter the middle of the city. The old man continued. He said that he once saw a very strong man and woman holding hands and running away like they were desperate. In the end, the man was hit by a monster and died, his body crushed into pulp. Hearing this, Yingyun looked at Subai, and while hesitating, asked quietly if they should retreat. Iron Arms told Subai that the danger ahead was extremely great. He said that the most important thing now was for Subai to improve his strength first. Subai listened to them all and then smiled slightly. Subai walked forward through the ruined city, saying that luck has always been like this. He said this was both an opportunity and also luck. In the distance, the old man watched them. He sighed and said that it was hard to convince a ghost with kind words. A child beside him called the old man grandfather, and asked if those two were also going to face the huge monster. The old man told the child to call everyone out. He said that since the zombies were killed, they were free and could leave. Hearing that, the children cheered loudly. They shouted that everyone was saved. Hearing the child's voice, more and more people came out from hiding and began to celebrate. They laughed and said that they were finally saved. They called for others to come out too. A large group of survivors gathered in the street. They shouted that they were saved and safe now. But suddenly, a man who was hiding in a cave shouted at the boy named Xiaodong, telling him that his real grandfather was still lying in the basement. The man in front of them was not his grandfather. He told them to come back quickly. Hearing that, Xiaodong turned and looked at the old man in confusion. He called out, asking if this person was really his grandfather. The old man lowered his head and suddenly smiled strangely. Then the old man's body changed. A monster inside him came out, with long tentacles forcing their way out of his mouth. The monster spoke, saying that they had finally come out and shown themselves. The monster's tentacles spread out as it revealed its true form, shouting that it was starving. A huge mutant monster appeared. Everyone panicked. They shouted that it was a mutant and they should run. People fled in fear, trying to escape as the monster's tentacles chased and surrounded them. Because they had gotten so close, they could not escape. People were being dragged and wrapped by the monster's tentacles. They shouted in fear, asking for help. The monster made a creepy laughing sound as it looked at them. Then the monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, tossed people into the air and bit down. Blood splashed everywhere, as the monster, extremely hungry, ate them all. Yingyun looked around the empty street. She lifted her head toward the tall buildings and said that the place smelled strongly of monsters. Even so, she noticed that there wasn't a single monster walking on the road. Her expression showed confusion as she stood ready with her weapon. Far ahead, Subai walked calmly with his weapon resting on his shoulder. Yingyun followed behind him, but the shadows of several monsters moved quietly around them. Yingyun suggested that they should take a detour, but Subai told her to hold on because they were almost there. Yingyun stepped forward with confidence. She said she was very brave and wanted to follow him even in a dangerous place like this. As she took another step, a monster hiding below grabbed her leg, its fingers wrapped tightly around her thigh. At that moment, a monster lunged forward with its mouth wide open, showing sharp teeth inside a dark circular throat. Its body twisted in the air as it prepared to attack. Yingyun looked around quickly as more monsters suddenly leaped from the buildings and the ground. Their bodies flew toward them from every direction. She realized what was happening and shouted that it was an ambush. Subai turned slightly, while Yingyun raised her weapon, surrounded by many monsters closing in fast from all sides. The air filled with swirling movement as the creatures rushed toward them. Subai immediately raised his soul banner and summoned the red mosquito, ordering it to go. The monsters rushed toward them, but Subai's summoned mosquito moved first. It shot forward and cut through the monsters in a single sweep. Bodies were thrown into the air as blood splashed across the road. A system message appeared in front of Subai, saying that killing an advanced monster gave him 10,000 points and more experience for his soul banner. He looked at the message and thought quietly. He realized every monster here was an advanced class. In other places, such monsters were treated like small bosses. But in this strange city, they were no different from mosquitoes from another world. Subai smirked slightly as he understood what that meant. Since they were all advanced monsters, he simply needed to deal with them, one after another. With a firm voice, he ordered his other summons to kill again. His undead team of Bone Lord, Birdman, and Iron Fist charged forward with lightning covering their bodies. Birdman cried out loudly and flew into the sky. Its scream created a powerful sound wave that spread through the streets. The monsters below clutched their heads and screamed as the sonic attack shook the whole area. Sujai watched Birdman and smiled. He told it that its sonic power had become much stronger. The battlefield shook as the fight continued. Bone Lord rushed forward with his heavy armor and giant axe, smashing through the crowd of monsters. Above him, Birdman spread its glowing wings and released waves of spiritual sound, shaking the creature's minds. The mosquito creature moved quickly between enemies. Its movements were sharp and hard to follow, stabbing monsters from every angle. Beside it, Iron Fist blocked attacks with his metal arms and struck back with powerful punches. Their teamwork made the front line stable. Together, their cooperation looked surprisingly well balanced. The scene showed many monsters falling from their combined attacks. Not just them. Yin Yun also landed a solid hit on one of the creature's heads. The impact sent the monster flying. She looked around at the battlefield filled with low-level monsters. She stood behind Subai and asked calmly why they were wasting time killing such weak creatures. Subai did not answer immediately. Instead, he stepped forward. His hand gripped the soul banner tightly, and power began to surge around him. Lightning-like energy wrapped around his arm and the weapon. Suddenly, a huge burst of blue energy shot upward. It spread out like a storm, wiping out all the weak monsters in front of him. Bodies scattered, and the ground cracked under the force. In the middle of the explosion of power, Subai stood calmly holding the spear, surrounded by the bright blue glow. He finally spoke, saying that killing these creatures was meaningless, and that they were only clearing the path ahead. Then, as the dust settled, the view shifted to the tall buildings nearby. A quiet message appeared, hinting at the next goal, the second item. Another glowing system window floated above Subai, showing that the 10,000 souls banner had leveled up to level 7. Subai looked pleased as he watched the message. He smiled lightly and thought that 1,000 monsters had been killed very quickly. Another system message appeared, explaining a new ability. It said that the banner could now refine the absorbed souls and turn them into energy that his servants could use. It also said that both Subai and his servants would gain some abilities from the refined souls. A large ancient cauldron appeared, releasing streams of bright blue energy that flowed upward like twisting water. The refining ability activated, pulling soul energy into the cauldron. Subai observed the change and realized this ability gave him even better ways to motivate his underlings. As the energy spread out, it wrapped around his summoned servants. Bone Lord clenched his fist and said he could feel his strength recovering quickly. Iron Fist also felt thrilled, saying it was more than recovery, he felt like he was improving. The Birdman flapped its glowing wings and happily let out loud quacking sounds, shouting that it felt extremely powerful and high in energy. Meanwhile, the mosquito creature flew into a horde of monsters and sliced through them, killing many in a single sweep. Blood sprayed everywhere as the creature tore through the enemies with increasing speed. It hoped that by doing so, it could eventually become Subai's official servant. On the other hand, Yen rushed forward with great speed. She swung her leg hard and kicked a large monster, sending blood flying in the air. After the fight, she stood in the battlefield with sweat on her skin. Her clothes were torn, and she held a wooden stick in her hand. She thought that all the constant killing had made her bones and muscles feel weak, but at the same time she felt her body finally absorb all the remaining spiritual spring. She wondered if this was Subai's true intention. She looked at Subai's back and with a smile thanked him for helping her grow. She then softly said his name, Subai, and declared in her mind that she, Chuan Yen Yun, would stay committed to him for the rest of her life. As she stood there, that old man from before called out to them from far away, shouting, "Young man!" The old man slowly walked toward them with a cane, wincing in pain, while the destroyed street and fallen bodies lay around him. Yen Yun turned, worried, and ran toward him while supporting his frail body. Subai looked back at them without speaking, while the old man struggled forward with a cane, groaning in pain. Yen Yun asked the old man why he had come. The old man replied that he simply couldn't leave them by themselves. With a tired smile, he told them that they were the strongest ability users he had ever met, but he warned them not to move any farther ahead. Subai listened to the old man in silence, his expression becoming serious. Then he turned away, gripping his soul banner. but his full attention was behind him on that old man. He told his summons to get ready for battle, and told the old man not to worry about them. The old man leaned heavily on his cane, his face strained with fear and exhaustion. Yin Yun stood beside him, protectively. As she tried to speak, something unexpected happened. A tentacle-like creature suddenly wrapped tightly around her upper body. Her eyes widened in shock, and she gasped. She stared at the monster restraining her, and shouted in disbelief. But before she could understand anything, she was suddenly grabbed by a thick tentacle. She let out a sharp cry as the tentacle wrapped around her waist and legs, pulling her upward. Her body twisted in the air while the creature dragged her closer. In the next moment, the huge monster opened its enormous mouth. Countless sharp teeth lined the inside of the dark hole. The tentacles pulled her closer and closer toward that gaping mouth as she struggled, biting down on one of the limbs in fear. Far below, Subai rushed forward. Blue lightning wrapped around his soul banner and crackled wildly as he prepared to attack. His body shot upward with incredible speed, surrounded by streaks of electricity. The soul banner extended forward, glowing brighter as he rose high into the sky. He struck downward with a powerful blow. His attack cut through the monster's tentacles, sending Yin Yun flying out of its grasp. The giant creature's limbs split apart, shaking violently from the impact. Yin Yun fell through the air, her body spinning, while Subai dived down beneath her, trying to reach out to catch her. His one knee pressed against the street as he caught her safely in his arms before hitting the ground. When Yin Yun opened her eyes, she saw Subai standing straight beside her. She leaned against him, breathing hard after the near escape. He remained calm, holding his soul banner at his side. He proudly announced that he had reached the Golden Core stage, and that his perception ability had improved. He told that tentacle monster that he could sense an aura full of death, and that such a trick would not fool him. The giant monster's massive tentacles writhed in the air as its body shifted and pulsed. A thick mist spilled from its form while loud, heavy breaths echoed around the ruined street. Yin Yun coughed weakly, her body trembling. She looked ashamed and murmured that she had been a fool. Subai held her close, glowing green energy flowing from his hands into her chest as he healed her. His gaze was calm and focused. He told her not to talk, and reminded her that she was lucky to still be alive. Even while wincing from the pain, she whispered to him not to worry about her and urged him to handle the monsters instead. Above them, the monster suddenly burst into laughter. Its enormous limbs moved apart, revealing a row of glowing eyes hidden beneath the folds of its flesh. Drool dripped from its sharp teeth as it taunted them, saying that it didn't matter if they had figured out its trick. The creature's mouth expanded into a giant circular maw full of spiraling teeth. It roared that today, Subai and his summons would become its meal. Subai tightened his hold on her and stepped back, preparing for the imminent strike. But before the monster could attack, the Bone Lord suddenly leaped forward with his massive sword raised. His eyes glowed fiercely as he shouted at the monster to stop its rampage. He declared that if anyone wanted to touch his lord, they would have to go through him first. In a burst of speed, he clashed with the monster's tentacles. His blades sliced through the air again and again, while the monster's limbs whipped toward him. The street shook from the impact. Bone Lord laughed boldly, saying this was simply how he fought. Above the battle, the giant red mosquito hovered with its wings buzzing rapidly. It boasted that speed and assassination were its specialties. As it prepared to attack, the huge monster with many tentacles stood in the ruined street as its long limbs twisted around its body. The red mosquito suddenly landed on the monster's shoulder, its wings beating fast under the red glow around them. The monster did not react at first. The mosquito lowered its needle-like mouth and jabbed it into the monster's flesh. Blood splashed out as the sharp needle broke the skin. The monster's tentacles moved wildly the moment it was pierced. It swung its arms and tentacles with great force, shaking the mosquito away. The mosquito flipped and fell through the air as the monster's limbs smashed around, filling the scene with violent motion. Then the monster looked down with a cold expression. Its sharp teeth curled into a grin. In a low, mocking voice, the monster called the mosquito a noisy thing and asked if it was even worthy of sucking its blood. Far above them, a figure rushed downward through a tall blue light. The shape of the man's body was clear as he dropped at full speed. He shouted "Monster!" as he fell like an arrow. It was Iron Fist, who shot down with his fist pulled back, his face full of determination. As he came close, he yelled for the monster to take his punch. His fist slammed into one of the monster's tentacles with explosive force, sending shockwaves in all directions. The impact created a loud burst of light and sound. But when he landed, Iron Fist's expression changed suddenly. His eyes widened, and sweat rolled down his face. He shouted that something was not good. The monster's body suddenly swelled and opened like a giant trap full of sharp spikes. Iron Fist fell straight toward it, and he looked shocked as he shouted that it was a trap. Before he could react, he dropped into the middle of the creature's expanding body. Then the monster closed around him, and he reappeared on top of its swollen back. The monster's tentacles wrapped and moved with terrifying speed. Iron Fist pushed himself up, but blood splattered around him. He yelled for his lord to run. He said this monster was stronger than a commander-level creature. Immediately, Bone Lord rushed forward, shouting for Iron Fist not to panic. He said he was coming to save him. Iron Fist warned Bone Lord to be careful. While he was going, suddenly one of the tentacles that Bone Lord had cut earlier attacked. Bone Lord was shocked to see that the tentacles could survive independently. The monster attacked the Bone Lord with huge force, sending shockwaves through the street. On the other hand, Yin-Yun slowly opened her eyes. Her green pupils looked weak, as if she was waking up after being unconscious for a long time. She found herself in the arms of Su-Bai. He explained to her calmly that in a place filled with zombies, an old man had appeared to give advice, and anyone with basic common sense would know that such a thing was not normal at all. Yin-Yun lowered her eyes and nodded softly. She said she understood. Then she looked up again, her cheeks turning pink. She told him not to be so harsh with her. She reminded him that she was still just a girl. In the next moment he let go, and she slipped from his arms with a shout of surprise. She landed awkwardly, staring at him in shock. He looked down at her and replied bluntly, telling her that she did not act like a girl. She winced and warned him jokingly, saying that what he said was enough to get someone killed. She then sat on the ground in frustration, pouting with an angry expression. She muttered to herself, wishing that he, being such a straight-faced man, would remain single forever. Not far away, the massive tentacle monster towered over the destroyed city. Su-Bai now stood facing it, holding his weapon. Yin-Yun sat behind him, watching as he prepared to confront the creature. Su-Bai reached a calm state after forming his golden core. He realized something important. He understood that he still had not found his spirit sea. Because of that, he quietly admitted that he did not know what he was able to touch inside this inner space. He reached out his hand toward the strange glowing subspace in front of him. Light flickered, forming glitch-like colors around the surface as he got closer. As his hand neared it, he suddenly felt something change. His eyes widened slightly. The bright light washed over his face, and he gasped softly, realizing that something unexpected was happening. The next second, his hand gripped the handle of a weapon that began to reveal itself from the glowing surface. The blade slid out with a sharp motion, accompanied by bright symbols and a surge of spiritual energy. The weapon was large, heavy, and shaped like a deadly saw blade, with jagged edges and a core that glowed like a red gem. As soon as it fully appeared, it released a violent burst of power. Purple lightning wrapped around the blade and crackled through the air. Su-Bai stood tall with one arm raised high, holding the blade as purple lightning exploded around him and stretched toward the sky. This blade in Su-Bai's hand was the blade he used before entering the God realm. Wherever it moved, even gods would fall. The blade held a record. A single golden core realm cultivator once used it to kill a cultivator from the god wandering realm. That was why it earned its name, the Sawing God Blade. He looked at the weapon with calm familiarity. Lightning continued to dance around it as he tightened his grip. With a slight confident smile, he greeted the weapon like an old companion and said that it had been a long time since they last met. The giant octopus-like monster narrowed its glowing eyes, watching Su-Bai from a distance. Its expression showed annoyance, and it muttered to itself that he was playing tricks. It whispered a question to itself, wondering what the God-wandering realm and the Golden Core realm even meant. But suddenly, its hesitation turned into rage. Its huge jaws opened wide, showing rows of sharp teeth glowing red, and it roared loudly, telling Su-Bai to go and die. At the same moment, the creature's many tentacles swung forward, trying to crush him. Su-Bai held his weapon tightly. Purple lightning crackled across the blade as he moved. His eyes were calm, and his body leaned forward as if he were ready to burst into action. In the next moment, his whole body shot upward, leaving behind streaks of purple energy. The monster raised its massive limbs to block, but Su-Bai came down fast from the sky. Lightning wrapped around him like a storm. He swung the huge serrated blade with both hands. The monster's red eyes widened as it realized what was happening. It tried to react, but it was too late. The blade sliced downward in a long bright line of purple light. A thin vertical beam appeared from the sky to the ground, cutting straight through the creature. For a brief moment the monster froze completely still. Then its huge body split apart from top to bottom. Purple lightning flashed across the cut, and an explosive wave followed. A violent blast of yellow and orange flames erupted as the monster's body exploded. Pieces of limbs flew outward, swallowed by the huge explosion. Pieces of the monster's tentacles fell everywhere. An iron fist came out of the monster's stomach and crashed to the ground. He let out a pained groan as he struggled to get up, surrounded by broken flesh. Not far away, Yenjun watched the destruction with wide shining eyes. Behind her, Bone Lord and Birdman stood proudly. Birdman stared at the scene and asked if this was truly the Lord's strength. Yenjun looked amazed. She noted how the monster was defeated so quickly. and said that Subai was incredibly strong. Just then, a faint laugh echoed from the ground. Union and Bone Lord turned their heads toward the sound. The broken pieces of the monster twitched, and a faint voice murmured, "Awesome," from somewhere inside the pile. Suddenly, what remained of the monster began to move again. Tentacles shot upward, smashing against the ground and scattering rubble. A dark voice warned them not to think they'd won. From the dust, a new shape rose. What looked like part of the creature's body reformed itself, pulling together into a massive figure. The monster muttered the words, "My body," as it rebuilt. Dust swirled around its frame as it stood tall again. The next moment, its eyes glowed fiercely, its huge mouth stretched open, filled with sharp teeth. The voice grew louder, screaming that its body was invincible. The monster looked excited, and said in a dark tone that it could be invincible, and laughed. Subai stood in front of the creature. He looked calm, and asked the monster whoever said he wanted to kill it. He explained that he only acted to save Iron Fist. Iron Fist was struggling on the ground as Subai told him to get up. Iron Fist realized that his lord Subai had saved him on purpose. He clenched his fists and promised that he would not let the lord down. Subai stared at the monster and let out a short fun. He said that if he guessed correctly, someone would probably kill the creature. He said that with a dark mocking tone, the monster's red eyes narrowed as it listened, anger building up inside it. Then it suddenly shouted for Subai to become its food. It said loudly that it wanted to evolve. The monster floated above the ruined street, its eyes glowing red. It shouted that it wanted to become a disaster-level monster. Its long tentacles swung wildly in the air. Below, Subai, carrying Yun, immediately turned around. Holding her close, he pushed forward, running with her as fast as he could. Subai ran very fast, making Yun fly into the air as he dragged her with him. The monster roared behind them, telling them to stop running forward. It warned them that if they went any further, they would be doomed. But after a few more steps, Subai's feet suddenly stopped, and he stood firmly on the ground. He turned around, facing the monster. As he walked back hand in hand with Yun, he laughed and said that the one doomed should be the monster instead. Hearing that, the monster stopped there. The monster's eyes widened in shock. It stared forward, trembling as it asked Subai what this meant. The monster slowly turned its gaze and looked up. It saw a shadow on top of a building looking at him, surrounded by bright light. As the octopus-like monster lifted its head, its four glowing eyes widened in surprise. It watched as a tall shape emerged from inside the light. The figure's outline grew clearer. It was a giant mantis monster, its huge red eyes shining fiercely. The mantis opened its jaws and let out a sharp, violent screech. Its wings shook the air as it dropped toward the ground, smashing into the street with explosive force. Cracks burst across the floor beneath it as dust shot upward. The mantis monster jumped with lightning speed to attack the octopus monster. The mantis monster swung its long blade-like arms, slashing at the octopus creature. Its movements were fast and furious. The octopus monster recoiled, raising several tentacles to block the sudden attack. But the mantis kept pressing forward, its sharp limbs cutting through the octopus monster's tentacles again and again. The octopus monster stepped back and shouted angrily. It told the mantis monster to leave, saying its food had escaped because of him. But the mantis didn't back down. Instead, it laughed coldly and said it was ridiculous for the octopus monster to tell him to leave his own territory. The two giant monsters glared at each other under the red-tinted sky. One stood on its long insect legs, blades raised. The other crouched low behind its many tentacles, its white eyes burning brighter with rage. A fierce fight between monsters was about to begin. The octopus monster floated above the ruined street, its tentacles hanging in the air. Its glowing red eyes looked down as it spoke, saying that it did not want to be the mantis monster's enemy. But it had just drunk the blood of hundreds of humans. Below, the large mantis monster stood on a broken rooftop, staring up at the octopus. But seeing that the mantis was still not backing down, the octopus suddenly swung its huge tentacles and rushed forward. It shouted loudly that it was not afraid. Hiding between two buildings, Subai and Yunhyun stood together, looking up as the giant tentacles crashed down in front of them. The street around them shook from the impact. Yunhyun held her weapon tightly and asked Subai what that giant mantis was. Subai looked serious and told her it was the boss of this area. Subai then explained that earlier, the octopus monster had transformed into an old man to stop them from moving forward. This meant something ahead was scaring the octopus. Because of that, he decided to keep going forward. He smiled slightly and told her that this was why he said that someone was going to kill the octopus monster. Yunhyun beside him was amazed to hear that. Meanwhile, the octopus monster wrapped its tentacles tightly around the mantis's sharp claws, trying to stop it. Dark blood splashed everywhere as the tentacles shook in pain. The mantis was using his full power to reach the octopus monster's head to kill it with his sharp claws, as the octopus monster also used its full power to stop the mantis monster. The octopus monster trembled and shouted to the mantis, telling it to listen. It said they should find Subai and kill him first. The mantis leaned forward with its sharp jaws open wide. It screamed back that it would listen, and then rushed in with wild speed. The mantis swung its long blades again and again, cutting the octopus monster's tentacles from every direction, shouting that he would eat the octopus monster first. The blades sliced through the limbs, and the octopus monster cried out. Then one tentacle burst apart with a loud sound. A puff of black matter exploded from the wound. The mantis stared as the tentacle ripped open, falling on the mantis's face. The mantis monster coughed hard as thick smoke and poison surrounded him. The giant octopus monster's tentacles moved on the ground, and the air around them smelled terrible. The mantis complained that it was too stinky. The mantis looked angry. Its eyes glowed red as it glared at the octopus. It muttered that the damage to its core was serious, and warned the octopus that it was going to die soon. But the octopus monster only laughed. Its many red eyes lit up as poison dripped from its mouth. It told the mantis that his whole body was filled with poison now, and said he shouldn't even think about surviving. Then footsteps echoed as Subai walked out of the dark passage. He carried his sword in one hand, and the soul banner with red threads in the other. Pieces of flesh and poison mist lay scattered around him. He looked at the two monsters and said they seemed very comfortable fighting each other. Subai stepped forward with a calm face, and said it was now his turn to finish them off. The octopus monster glared at the mantis again, blaming it for everything. It shouted that because of the mantis, someone else would take the final reward. The mantis only coughed again, struggling to breathe as the poison burned inside him. Then the octopus monster suddenly pulled its tentacles back and shouted that it would not play anymore. It told the others goodbye as it turned to run away. When Subai watched it fleeing through the air, he said that running would not be that easy, and the next moment the birdman swooped down with terrifying speed as Subai held onto it with one hand. Subai pointed toward the octopus and called out to Birdman. Birdman announced his master Subai's arrival as he flew toward the octopus monster. Subai raised his sword high as lightning surged inside it. He prepared to attack the octopus monster again. Seeing that, the octopus monster warned Subai not to waste time, saying it was immune to spiritual attacks. But Subai raised his weapon, and purple lightning wrapped around the blade. A blast of blue energy erupted as he swung. His attack cut through the octopus monster's body, gathering bright flames and energy around the weapon. As Subai cut down the octopus monster, he also took out the octopus monster's soul from its body with his sword. Subai stabbed the octopus monster's soul as his sword struck downward with full force. The attack rushed straight into the octopus monster's soul, and the monster's body exploded with a huge explosion of light. The octopus monster's body turned into a glowing blue soul form. It looked at itself in shock and shouted that its body was destroyed. Subai stood in front of it with his weapon. He calmly explained that after reaching the soul realm, a soul could float outside the body. He said that cultivators were not afraid of outside injuries. Subai then smiled and said this was the reason the Sol God blade was invincible. He explained that the blade's teeth could pull out a soul. Hearing that, the octopus monster screamed in disbelief, saying it was impossible. Its glowing soul form twisted wildly as its soul was being dragged out. Subai extended his soul banner and activated it, telling the octopus monster that it was full of energy before, but pulling its soul out had a cost. Now it was at the end of its strength. Then with full power, Subai raised his soul banner high into the sky as its red ribbon flew wildly. Subai shouted for the soul of the octopus monster to come to his banner. The monster screamed loudly, begging and crying as its soul was sucked toward the soul banner. The glowing skull on Subai's soul banner suddenly flashed and spun, pulling everything in. A last loud scream came from the octopus monster's soul as it got absorbed by the soul banner. When Bone Lord, Birdman and Iron Fist saw how powerful the octopus monster was, they feared their status would drop because of this fight. In the next moment, Bone Lord, Birdman and Iron Fist looked back as the octopus monster's soul appeared inside the soul banner, but its soul was stabbed with long dark spikes to prevent it from doing anything. The octopus soul burst with bright blue light as it screamed in pain when those spikes pierced through it from every direction. After its soul was subdued, Subai stood up with his soul banner covered in red ribbons. He smiled and told his undead soldiers that they worked hard in this battle, and told them that he would turn the octopus monster's soul into energy for them to absorb. Hearing this, Bone Lord, Birdman and Iron Fist looked surprised. They couldn't believe that their lord actually did this. All three of them kneeled and thanked their lord. They said they were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Then they immediately started eating the octopus monster's soul, and glowing blue energy flowed into their bodies. Birdman sighed in comfort. Bone Lord said it felt marvelous. Iron Arm said it smelled so good. Meanwhile, the octopus soul cried out, begging them to stop. Watching them, Subai looked calm. His blue eyes shone as he thought to himself, He believed that rewards should be given when deserved, and punishment should also come when deserved. He silently decided that in this life, his disciples must never betray him again. Subai then turned around to finish off the mantis monster. But to his surprise, that mantis monster had disappeared from there while he was dealing with the octopus monster. Subai closed his eyes to sense the mantis monster's presence because at the Golden Core realm, a person can already use spiritual consciousness to sense things. After activating his spiritual consciousness, Subai opened his eyes, which glowed blue as he focused. A blue spiritual grid rose around him, shaping the buildings and streets into glowing blue lines. He stood in the center with his blade ready. Looking around, Subai finally located the mantis monster, which was hidden right behind him in a building. Realizing that the monster was over there, Subai moved with lightning speed. Blue and purple energy burst out as he dashed forward at high speed, slicing that whole building in half. He slashed down with his heavy blade, and the attack landed on the giant mantis monster. The blow crashed into the monster with a loud impact. The mantis screamed loudly in pain, its sharp voice echoing through the street as it struggled from the attack. The giant mantis looked frightened. It raised its arms and shouted, asking its lord to save it. Suddenly, the sky turned bright red, and lightning struck, showing that something was coming. A loud sound burst through the clouds. A powerful voice echoed from above, asking who dared to cause trouble. The voice warned that no one should come to Yangshi City and act wild. The red clouds twisted, and the ground cracked open. The figure above shouted again, saying the intruder must be tired of living. Subai looked up at the sky, and felt the heavy pressure falling on him. He realized it was the Soul Realm, and the pressure coming down was extremely strong. Suddenly, a huge fiery hand formed in the sky, as if it had shaped itself inside the clouds. Then, tearing through the clouds, that fiery hand dropped down with burning force and smashed toward the ground. Seeing that fiery hand coming toward him, the mantis monster smiled. The mantis monster pointed at Subai and laughed, telling him that his time of death had finally come. But Subai gripped his sword tightly as the giant mantis loomed before him. He let out a cold snort, his expression unreadable. The mantis flinched back slightly, its red eyes widening as it stammered in disbelief, asking if he was still not stopping. Without responding, Subai swung his weapon in a swift, deadly motion. A flash of blue energy erupted from his blade, slicing through the air toward the mantis. The creature screamed in agony as the strike connected, blue light cutting across its body. Just as Subai killed that mantis monster, that fiery hand came down directly at him. Subai raised his soul banner and sucked in that mantis monster's soul. Within that blazing storm, Subai's figure was barely visible, flames overwhelming everything around him. From below, Yinyon yelled Subai's name in worry. That massive fiery hand hit Subai and smashed him into the ground with a solid impact, destroying and burning everything around. Yinyon and Subai's undead screamed for Subai as they watched that fiery hand crashing on him. The one who attacked Subai with that fiery hand was a flame-haired man, who had fierce eyes. That fiery being looked down at Subai and with a sneer declared coldly that Subai had been easily defeated. But suddenly, the flame-haired man stared ahead as his bright white eyes widened. His gaze fell to the ground as cracks spread across the broken street and blue sparks rose from inside his fiery hand. Birdman saw that and was shocked, asking if this was Subai. He was right. Inside the flames, Subai's figure slowly appeared. His body shone in bright blue light while golden flames wrapped around him. Birdman and the others watched from a distance. Birdman shouted in excitement that his lord was alive. He absorbed the octopus monster's skills. Then the blue light faded from Subai's body and the golden flames scattered like smoke. Subai stood calmly with his sword resting over his shoulder. The air twisted around him as the fire swirled in a circle. He looked normal again. Birdman was shocked to see that Subai restored to his original self. High above the ruins, the flame-haired man jumped onto a cliff. He raised his hand and golden flames gathered and stretched behind him like a giant burning wave. The flame-haired man stared down at Subai. His bright white eyes narrowed a little. He looked closely at Subai's face and thought to himself that this person looked familiar. As Subai stood with his weapon in hand, his expression calm yet sharp, the flame-haired man looked at him closely and thought to himself that this man looked like that benefactor he once met. His eyes moved down to the blade Subai held, realizing that even the knife looked similar to the one that person used. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. He remembered a forest path between tall cliffs. Herds of animals were running wildly, and monkeys screamed as they fled in panic because from the mountains some huge monsters were coming out. While running from tree to tree, one monkey looked back and was terrified. He saw a huge three-headed beast charging out from the shadows of the mountain. Its glowing red eyes locked onto the fleeing creatures, and its roar shook the valley. That monster opened its mouth and sucked in all the creatures who were running away. They were pulled straight into the monster's mouth. The monster swept all the creatures off the ground as they screamed. That monkey tried to stop himself by grabbing a branch, but in front of that monster's power, the branch easily broke, lifting the monkey into the air. The monkey screamed as he was tossed helplessly through the air. Just then, with a blinding flash of light, a dark silhouette appeared through the beam. In front of the giant beast that had been attacking the forest creatures, a figure descended from the sky holding a massive sword. That shadowy warrior landed with grace, his long robe flowing in the wind. The man's silver hair shimmered under the sunlight as he raised his weapon high into the air. His sharp blue eyes glared at the beasts, and in a cold, commanding voice, he called out to the monster. Lightning streaked across the sky, and power gathered around that man's sword, surrounding it with blue arcs. With a furious roar, he leapt forward and slashed down with all his strength, yelling at the monster to die. This man was none other than Subai, in his previous life. His blade cut through the air like a thunderbolt, aimed straight at the monsters below. The creature roared as Subai came down with a bright blue slash bursting across, cutting through the creature with overwhelming force. Just as the monster was cut in two, its body exploded with a massive blast, releasing all the energy it had consumed into the surroundings. The impact threw dust and trees upward. Lightning surged as Subai's figure stood firm in the center of the explosion, his sword held tightly in his hand. That firehead man remembered that his benefactor, even while in the Golden Core realm, had defeated people from the Divine realm. But after the battle, he had fallen near death. His body lay on the ground in a desolate place. Strange-looking beasts wandered around him, but none of them dared to come close. They only watched from afar. Only one small monkey, which was that firehead guy in his past life, approached. It carried a fruit in its hands and placed it gently beside the fallen Subai. Firehead guy remembered that before leaving, the benefactor had given him a technique called the Heavenly Spirit Technique. The flame-haired man, in his monkey form, held that thick wooden scroll in his hands as Subai explained to him that with this technique, one only needed to eat fruits that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate and grow. Firehair Guy remembered Subai's last words, who told him that their fated encounter ended there, and how far the monkey could go from now on would depend on his own destiny. Now in the present, the flame-haired man looked at Subai on the ground, who reminded him of his benefactor. On the ground, Subai was also looking at the flame-haired guy, ready to fight back. The fire-haired man glared down and said that Subai below resembled his benefactor. He called that crime 1. He added that Subai's blade looked like his benefactor's blade. That's crime 2. Then he pointed out that Subai had killed his subordinates. That's crime 3. The fire-haired man raised his glowing hand and said that being able to absorb the octopus monster's abilities proved that Subai grew too fast and was a great threat. He called that crime 4. He then declared that because of all those crimes, Subai must die here today. Saying that, the flame-haired guy unleashed his attack, striking Subai and his undead with an energy slash. His attack came crashing down like a storm, its power twisting the air. The energy beam struck downward with overwhelming force. The impact wrapped around the area, the force launching Subai and his undead below into the air, slamming them through the rubble. His strike was so powerful that buildings broke apart and scattered across the ground as the energy ripped through them. A massive blue shockwave exploded across the city, tearing through buildings and lifting them into the air. The entire skyline twisted as the blast rushed outward. Amid the destruction, Subai and his summons were thrown backward. Yinyun, an iron fist behind him, also stumbled as the ground shattered beneath their feet. Subai held his soul banner tightly and stopped himself from falling. Bone Lord behind Subai explained that the octopus and mantis monsters were already commander level, so a disaster level creature was to be expected. Birdman, who hovered in the air, asked his master Subai if they should run, offering to fly and carry him away quickly. Subai looked at the flying monster approaching from the distance. Blue energy circled around the area. He shook his head slowly and told his undeads that against a creature of this realm, escaping was impossible. He explained that they had just absorbed 2 beings beyond commander level. Now that a disaster level threat had appeared, not fighting would be too demoralizing. So a small smile formed on Subai's lips as he raised his head and declared that they should fight. Saying that, he raised his soul banner and summoned the large mosquito monster. The mosquito monster answered loudly, saying yes, and immediately charged. The giant mosquito monster rushed forward at high speed. As it moved, it shouted loudly that it wanted to make an achievement and become an official servant. Not far away, Iron Fist stood with a serious expression. He looked up at the monster and said that wherever a disaster-level monster appeared, disaster always followed. He admitted that if he were still alive as a normal human, he would definitely turn around and run away. Iron Fist then lifted his head with a sharp gaze. He said that now Master had given him life again. Because of that gift, he declared that he, Iron Fist, would absolutely follow Master's orders. Saying that, with a loud cry, Iron Fist jumped forward with full force. At the same time, Bone Lord also raised its weapon and shouted that their lives were all given by Master, and there was nothing to hesitate about. Birdman followed, and all of them charged ahead together, ready to fight. A bright blue energy wave spread across the whole battlefield as Subai's undead rushed at the flame-haired guy. But the flame-haired guy stood calmly on the ground as blue energy circled around him. He raised his hand, and a huge burst of blue light wrapped around it. Then he shot that energy outward with an explosion. The shockwave pushed everything away and covered the monsters in thick blue ice. Birdman and Bone Lord were frozen mid-air. Yin-Yun and Iron Fist were also trapped inside the spreading ice. The flame-haired man looked forward with a cold smile and told them to get lost. The frozen Bone Lord, Birdman, Iron Fist, and Yin-Yun were thrown back violently, falling from that tall building. Ice shattered everywhere as they hit the ground. Bone Lord let out a painful sound while falling with the others, all covered in broken ice. That flame-haired guy floated above the ruined street with lightning swirling around his body. Subai stood below him holding his weapon, while his summons struggled on the ground. Then the flame-haired guy came down on the ground with crackling blue energy running around him. The air shook from the pressure he released. Nearby, Yin-Yun and Bone Lord sat on the ground, looking at him with fear. Iron Fist stared up in shock. His face was pale, sweat rolling down his cheeks. He asked with a trembling voice if this power was really disaster level. Bone Lord on the ground growled that if he had regained his full strength, he could defeat the flame-haired guy with a single strike. But Birdman beside him told him to be quiet, saying they were far too behind to catch up right now. But suddenly Yin-Yun's green eyes widened when she saw Subai step forward. Subai walked toward the flame-haired guy, while debris cracked under his feet. Seeing that, Yin-Yun called Subai's name. But Subai continued walking, his steps heavy and firm. Dark red energy rose behind him like a shadow. Seeing that, Yin-Yun asked loudly what Subai was doing and if he had gone mad. But Subai kept walking, holding two weapons, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. Yin-Yun shouted at Subai, asking what he was doing and accusing him of having gone mad. Iron Arms warned Subai, telling him not to act rashly because the difference in strength was too great. Bone Lord desperately added that they still had a chance if they ran now. The flame-haired man watched them all with a faint smile. He remarked that their sovereign was determined, but the heavens were not on his side. Seeing that no one moved, he laughed quietly and said that it was interesting they were still not running. Subai met his gaze without flinching. The flame-haired man smirked and declared that since Subai refused to retreat, he would play along. He said he wanted to see just how much strength someone at the Golden Core stage could truly unleash. Subai tightened his grip around his weapon. The metal creaked softly under the force of his hand as power surged through him. In the next instant, Subai burst forward. Blue trails tore through the air as he closed the distance in a flash, striking with terrifying speed. The flame-haired man tilted his head slightly and scoffed, mocking him for being too slow. Multiple afterimages appeared around him as he shifted position, his figure splitting into several forms as the attacks narrowly missed. Subai then attacked straight on, and the flame-haired man backed down a little. He laughed loudly and mocked Subai, saying that someone like him could never hurt him. But just as Subai's soul banner appeared above the flame-haired man's face, its eyes glowing with blue light, shock flashed across his expression. The soul banner glowed with cold light, and waves of wind and energy began to spin violently around it, forming a huge vortex. Seeing this, the flame-haired man sneered again, asking what kind of magic tool that was. He mocked it, saying it was just drinking in the wind and nothing more, calling it a bluff. He raised his hand and gathered energy in his palm. With full power, he swung his hand to attack Subai, but the flame-haired man suddenly froze as his eyes widened in disbelief. He shouted in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. He stared at his hand and questioned himself, wondering how his skill could have missed. For the first time, doubt appeared on his face, as the battlefield fell silent. Yin-Yun and Iron Arms watched from below as the raging storm of cyan wind filled the sky. The flame-haired man, who had been attacking violently, suddenly stopped moving inside the swirling currents. Yin-Yun's eyes widened as she asked what was going on, wondering why the monster had stopped attacking. Iron Arms stared upward as well, confused, and questioned what kind of magic the sovereign had used on the monster. Above them, the flame-haired man hovered in the air, his expression uneasy. He looked at the soul banner's skull trapped within the rotating wind, and questioned how such a thing was even possible. He suspected it might be nothing more than a low-grade magic tool. Before he could think further, a sharp shout echoed across the battlefield. Subai's voice rang out, telling him there was no time to think as he called out to Birdman. Birdman, with green wings, instantly appeared. Subai jumped onto its back, and at full speed, they charged toward the flame-haired man. Seeing this, the flame-haired man's expression twisted in irritation. He told himself to stop overthinking it. In his mind, Subai was nothing more than someone at the Golden Core stage. Snarling, he thrust his hand forward and used his windwall skill, but nothing happened. Sweat rolled down his face as disbelief crept in. He stared at his hand, unable to understand how such a thing could happen. But before he could understand anything, Subai reached the flame-haired man and pierced his chest with his sword. Blood splattered as the weapon pinned him in place. The flame-haired man's thoughts echoed in shock as he wondered how this had happened at all. Seeing Subai's sword pierce the flame-haired man's body, Yin-Yun and Subai's undead were left in shock. They realized just how strong Subai truly was. On the other hand, the moment Subai pierced the flame-haired man's body with his sword, the flame-haired man's blue soul burst out from his body. Seeing this glowing soul, the flame-haired man screamed in confusion, demanding to know why this had happened. Then Subai spoke calmly. He explained that wind, fire, thunder, and lightning were all forces of nature. With red glowing eyes, he told the flame-haired man that what the forces of nature relied on was air. Subai explained that his banner did more than absorb souls. He said it could also draw the surroundings into a vacuum. Hearing this, Bone Lord laughed loudly, finally realizing the truth. He told the others that for the flame-haired man, the environment needed to cast spells was completely gone. Hearing that, Yin-Yun clapped her hands in excitement, praising Subai, and saying he truly lived up to her expectations and was mighty. But Iron Arms beside her remained tense. He warned that while this was true, the skill was extremely draining. He said the Sovereign had already endured far too much. Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed through the storm. The flame-haired man admitted that he had been careless. Then he sneered and questioned whether Subai truly thought he could win with just that blade. He declared that such confidence meant Subai was gravely underestimating the gap between their realms. Crimson energy erupted as the flame-haired man's body expanded into a terrifying form. It roared that it only needed to detonate part of its cultivation. With a furious shout, it declared that none of them would leave Yangshi City alive. Just as he said that, a blinding glow spread across the sky. Seeing this, Bone Lord shouted in panic that a calamity-level monster's self-detonation could destroy the entire city. Yin-Yun lamented that the realm gap was far too vast. Even though Subai was brave and smart, it seemed useless against this kind of power. In the sky, Birdman urgently yelled for Subai's orders, saying it could quickly get him out of there. Others shouted at Subai to retreat immediately, insisting that as long as he lived, there would still be hope. Subai, however, turned his head slightly and smiled calmly. He said that since the flame-haired man's realm was higher, he certainly could not kill him. But then he calmly asked if the flame-haired man truly intended to self-detonate. As the flame-haired man continued to swell, Subai raised his arm and spoke firmly, telling him to just hold it in. Blue wind and lightning surged around Subai as he prepared to act, his expression sharp and unwavering. The flame-haired man froze in confusion as Subai began chanting strange words. Streams of glowing blue runes suddenly poured out from Subai's sword, forming countless sealing chains in the air. The giant looked shocked and asked what this was. As those sealing chains surrounded the flame-haired man from all directions, realization soon hit him as he questioned whether Subai's sword could also seal things. He recalled that his benefactor had once used a sealing technique as well to tie down a monster. He looked at Subai, standing firm on the skeletal winged mount, and asked what his sword's name was. Hearing that, Subai lowered his head and, with a smile, said it was called the God-Sawing Blade. In the next instant, Subai's eyes glowed with red light as he shouted the command to seal. The blue runes tightened around the flame-haired man's body. The sealing light wrapped around him layer by layer, suppressing his power and stopping the detonation. The giant roared in fury as the seal fully took hold, his overwhelming strength forcibly locked in place. At that moment, he remembered that his benefactor had said his sword was called Nameless. Realizing this, he understood that the man before him was not the benefactor, and that he had been overthinking things, but it was already too late. The sealing chains tightened, and the flame-haired man's soul slowly shrank down. From a distance, the others finally relaxed. Yin-Yun clenched her fist in excitement and shouted that it was great news. Iron Arms declared that the crisis was finally over and praised the Sovereign for his brilliant move. With the battle decided, Subai descended from the sky with the flame-haired man's soul sealed. He slammed the tip of his weapon into the ground, sending a shockwave through the surface. Then he turned toward the flame-haired guy, his expression cold and unquestionable. Looking down at the restrained flame-haired guy's soul, he gave his command without hesitation. He ordered it to submit, and declared that from this moment on, it would serve him as his slave. Subai extended his sword toward the bound flame-haired man's spirit and calmly commanded it to become his slave. Just as Subai said that, his soul banner reacted at once. Its skull flared with blue light as it issued a single order, declaring the target to be captured. Chains burst forward in a flash of blue energy. They shot through the air, clattering loudly as they wrapped tightly around the glowing flame-haired man's spirit. One chain after another locked into place, binding its arms, body, and legs. The flame-haired spirit struggled, but the chains only tightened, dragging it forcefully across the ground. Seeing this, Subai's expression shifted slightly. His eyes narrowed as he saw something confusing. From above, the soul banner hovered as more chains poured out, surging like a torrent. The glowing flame-haired man's spirit was completely restrained, pinned to the ground by layers of sealing chains that radiated cold blue light. But the flame-haired man was not giving up that easily. The chains continued to rattle and pull, their movement echoing through the battlefield as the capture was completed. The chained flame-haired man's soul let out a low, mocking hum. Even while sealed, it stated that its nascent soul was not something a mere golden core stage cultivator could collect using a broken banner. Blue light exploded outward. The bound flame-haired man's spirit roared, straining as the chains trembled violently. One by one, cracks spread through the bindings as the flame-haired man's soul power surged. With a violent burst, the chains snapped apart and scattered through the air. The force of the backlash sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The flame-haired man's blue soul twisted free, its aura flaring like raging flames as fragments of chains fell away. Seeing this, Subai clenched his teeth. He acknowledged that the difference in realms was too great. He realized that the 10,000 souls banner truly could not subdue this being. Still, he raised his weapon and spoke coldly. He told the flame-haired man's spirit to enter his banner and promised that it would regain its freedom. He warned that otherwise, the soul would be sealed forever within the sword, spending endless years trapped like eternity in purgatory. Hearing that, the flame-haired man's blue spirit turned its head, eyes blazing. It laughed and questioned whether Subai truly believed he could collect it. The flame-haired man's spirit's expression grew sharp and resolute. It declared that ever since it cultivated a human form, it had sworn that only its true benefactor was worthy of becoming its master. The flame-haired man's blue soul glared forward, its face twisted with rage. It shouted at Subai, calling him unworthy. Subai looked up calmly. His expression did not change. His eyes were cold and steady. He raised his hand and brought out the sword sheath. Blue light wrapped around his arm and the blade as he made his decision. He said that if this was the case, then the flame-haired man's soul would spend its time inside the sword case. Saying that, Subai raised his sword. In the next moment, he threw it into the sky as the sword fell toward its case. Blue flames and energy swirled around the blade as it flew through the air. The flame-haired man's soul screamed and refused, shouting again and again that it would not accept this. Blue energy streams rushed forward, pulling at the struggling soul. The flame-haired man's soul roared in fear and desperation. It shouted that it did not want to be sealed and begged loudly as its form shook violently. But it was already too late. Subai's sword returned to its case. The sword seal trembled as its core glowed red, releasing a sharp pulse of power. Blue energy surged outward, cutting through the air as the sealing force fully activated. On the battlefield, Subai stood firm with one hand on the sword. Blue currents spiraled around him as the blade formed a complete seal. At a distance, Yin-Yun watched closely. Her eyes widened as the energy faded. Iron arms behind her stared in disbelief and asked if it was really done. She remained silent for a moment, then turned her head slightly. With a calm smile, she confirmed that it was finished. Subai lowered the sword and looked ahead. Yin-Yun behind him shouted excitedly that it was finally over and praised the result. Iron Arms called it incredible. The group gathered around Subai. Bone Lord stood tall, raising its arm in approval. Birdman circled above, shouting praise and declaring how magnificent the outcome was. Yin-Yun followed, saying it was amazing and that she had always believed Subai would succeed. Iron Arms said that now Yangshi City was finally free, having lost the rule of the calamity-level monster. But Yin-Yun stepped closer and placed her hand on Subai's shoulder. She said there should still be commander-level monsters nearby. She added that only after they were all killed could Yangshi City truly be free. Hearing that, Subai lifted the sword and looked at it in silence. Then he asked the flame-haired man's soul trapped within the sword how many commander-level monsters were still in Yangshi City, and where they were located. The flame-haired man's sealed spirit appeared again in front of the sword, sitting cross-legged with its arms folded. It laughed and asked why it should tell him. Hearing that, Subai looked down at it without expression. He said never mind. He added that even if the flame-haired man's spirit did not tell him, he could still kill them all the same. The flame-haired man's spirit spoke again. It said that it did not matter. It explained that those monsters were only vessels used to gather the spiritual essence of the world. Now that it was sealed, they were useless to it. Hearing that, Subai frowned slightly and said that there were no trees or fruits here, only humans. He asked if the flame-haired man's spirit was taking the blood essence of humans as the spiritual essence of the world. The blue flame man's spirit replied that there was no spiritual energy in this world at all. It said it had to raise its strength in order to return to its own world, so it had no other choice. Hearing that, Subai realized this flame-haired man's spirit did not belong to this world. He then asked if the cultivation method the spirit practiced was the path of immortal cultivation that absorbed spiritual energy. The flame-haired man's spirit responded that even if it was, Subai talked too much. While Subai stood with his companions, from a distance someone was watching him using a periscope that was coming out of the ground. Underneath the ground, many humans gathered and watched in shock. The man who was watching what happened outside said it was unbelievable and incredible. The man holding the periscope spoke loudly and told the others that there was a young man who had cut down a demon with a single saber strike. Someone asked which demon it was. They asked if it was the praying mantis or the monster that had taken human form. The man with the periscope turned and answered that the young man had cut down all of them. His words hit the crowd hard. People stared at one another, stunned. Someone stammered, asking if that meant even the monster in human form was dead. A woman, tears welling in her eyes, struggled to speak and asked if that meant they were finally free. The answer was clear and loud. They were free. The realization swept through the crowd like a wave. People began to cry, laugh, and shout. Some raised their fists into the air, others collapsed in relief, and some embraced each other tightly. Voices rang out again and again, cheering for freedom, shouting that they were finally free, celebrating with unrestrained joy as the long nightmare finally came to an end. The man with the periscope looked again and spoke seriously. He said that the heroic young man had promised to kill all the monsters in Yangshi City. However, he also said that the heroic young man could not find where the monsters were hiding. The man told everyone that they needed to give the heroic young man information. He asked everyone who was willing to go and deliver the intelligence. Hearing that, everyone hesitated. One person worried that it might be another trick. He said the monsters were too cunning. Another person agreed and said that was true. The crowd fell silent, faces turned uneasy, and fear spread among them. No one stepped forward at first. Just then, a young boy climbed up, carrying the information with him. Looking above, the young boy wearing a cap said that he would go. He said that if it was a trick, then he would die, but if it was not a trick, then everyone would truly be free. His face was firm, and his eyes were full of resolve. He said that if he succeeded, freedom would finally belong to all of them. The scene shifted outside, where Subai and his companions stood among the ruined streets. A voice called out to him, asking him to wait. The boy approached carefully and bowed slightly. He thanked Subai and his companions for helping them kill the monsters. He said that the people of Yangshi City would forever remember them. The boy then held out a rolled map with both hands. He explained that it contained all the information on the monsters in Yangshi City. He offered it to Subai, saying that he hoped it would help him slay demons and fiends and save the people. As Subai looked at the boy, he noticed something unusual. There was a faint glow on the child's forehead. In that moment, Subai realized that this boy carried the sign of a chosen one. Subai reached out and accepted the map. Then he gently placed his hand on the boy's head. The boy looked up in surprise, his eyes wide, as light reflected softly around them. Subai stood calmly, as golden flames curled around his arm and shoulder. Looking down at the boy, he said that he could see the boy was fated, and that he would give him a fated opportunity. The golden light continued to swirl as his hand rested gently on the boy's head. At that moment, the flame-haired guy's soul suddenly appeared, clinging to Subai's shoulder. Its form flickered with energy as it stared closely. It let out a low sound, sensing something strange. It reacted in shock, feeling something familiar. It said that the sensation reminded it of the past, just like when its benefactor had taught it before. The boy looked up with wide eyes, surprised by the glowing energy close to him. Subai turned his head slightly and asked the flame-haired soul what it was being restless about, saying that the people around were no longer containers. Subai then gave the blueprint to Iron Arms and ordered him to give the blueprints to everyone. Iron Arms stepped forward and received the rolled document. Nearby, the boy who had awakened stared in amazement and whispered in awe, saying that it was magical. Iron Arms then went to the group gathered together and gave them the blueprint. Subai told Birdman, Bone Lord, Iron Arms, and Mosquito that the four of them would split up and head in different directions: east, south, west, and north. Their task was to round up and eliminate the remaining commander-level monsters still hiding in Yangshi City. Subai stood quietly as his companions checked the blueprints. He then spoke calmly, telling them that they could absorb the souls of the defeated monsters themselves. Hearing that, all four companions reacted at once. Birdman, Bone Lord, Iron Arms, and the mosquito creature all spoke with confidence. They declared that the Sovereign could rest assured, and promised that the mission would be completed without fail. Moments later, the Birdman and the mosquito took to the sky. As they flew off in opposite directions, one of them laughed, saying that he had been thirsty for this opportunity for a long time. Another shouted, telling Subai to wait for his good news. Below them, Bone Lord and Iron Arms turned away as well, preparing to depart. Subai remained standing, watching them go. The young boy looked up with bright, determined eyes and called out softly, addressing Subai as hero. He said that he would remember the hero's face. Subai turned his head slightly, gazing into the distance. His expression remained calm and steady. In response, the boy clenched his fists and spoke with resolve, declaring that one day he would become just as mighty as the hero. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Yunbin, dressed in long robes, sat alone at a stone table beneath a dark, swirling sky filled with strange markings and shadows. He paused in his movements and let out a low hum, as if he had sensed something unusual happening far away. A bead of sweat slid down his face as he sensed the change in the battlefield. He realized that a calamity-level beast had fallen. However, he could still sense that its physical body had not been completely annihilated. Yunbin let out a low breath, his lips curling into a faint smile. He muttered that his master truly made him suffer. Still, once he obtained the physical body of that calamity-level beast, that would be the moment of his master's downfall. Back on the battlefield, a massive turtle-like monster roared in fury. Its eyes glowed red as it opened its enormous mouth and lunged forward. Bone Lord did not retreat. With a heavy roar, it charged straight at the beast, its spiked weapon raised high. It slammed down with overwhelming force, the impact shaking the ground as the beast's massive body collapsed. Green, ghostly energy surged from the fallen monster. Bone Lord stood over the corpse, its mouth opening wide as it absorbed the escaping soul. The green light flowed into its body like smoke being swallowed. Bone Lord let out a satisfied laugh, saying that the old turtle's soul smelled incredibly good. Afterwards, Bone Lord took the turtle monster's shell and laughed loudly. It praised the turtle's shell, calling it excellent, and declared that it would take it first. At the same time, Iron Fist shouted, as he swung his iron arms. The strike lands cleanly, slamming into a twin-faced wolf beast and sending it crashing back with a cry. After killing that monster, Iron Arms starts absorbing the monster's soul. Red energy erupts around Iron Arms as he stands firmly on the ground. He is frenzied by the barbaric strength. He feels his strength and speed increase greatly as power surges through his body. After absorbing the soul, Iron Arms takes out the monster's claws. Looking at the glowing claws, he identifies the three-headed wolf's claw as a true treasure. He confidently states that Iron Arms will definitely not disappoint the Sovereign. Later, Iron Arms, Bone Lord, Birdman, and the mosquito monster gather to report to Subai. Birdman announces that the great earthworm in the south has been killed. Iron Arms reports that the three-headed wolf in the west has been dealt with. Bone Lord also confirms that the old turtle in the east has been struck down. Subai listens quietly. He is meditating with his eyes closed and responds with a calm sound of acknowledgement. Bone Lord crouches down and places the old turtle's shell with both hands. Beside him, Iron Arms drops to one knee and places the glowing red wolf claw. Bone Lord calmly tells Yunyun that this is the old turtle's shell and asks her to see if she can absorb it. Iron Arms then points out the wolf claw as well and tells her to try absorbing that too. Yunyun's eyes light up. She laughs happily and says that Bone Lord and Iron Arms truly understand her. She reaches out and grabs the wolf claw with one hand and the turtle shell with the other. Golden light begins to fall around her body. She slowly presses the shell against herself, closing her eyes as she lets out soft sounds. Her breathing grows unsteady as energy flows into her. She murmurs softly, savoring the feeling, saying that the shell feels wonderful and extremely comfortable. Her body trembles slightly as the absorption continues. She tilts her head back, one hand touching her lips, and whispers that it feels amazing. After a moment, she slowly calms down. Turning her head, she softly calls out to Bone Lord and Iron Arms and thanks them. Iron Arms scratches his head and laughs awkwardly. He tells her that she should thank the sovereign instead, because he is the one who gave the orders. Birdman nods in agreement and adds that everything was done according to the sovereign's instructions. Su-bai stands quietly nearby, watching the scene without saying much. He simply gives a small response, acknowledging their words as the situation settles down. Yun looks at him, her cheeks faintly flushed as she looks away. In her heart she judges him quietly. She thinks that although he appears cold on the surface, he is actually quite warm-hearted. To her he is also a little handsome. Not far away, the flame-haired man's spirit hovers behind Su-bai's back, observing the scene in silence. The spirit notes that the subordinates around Su-bai are utterly devoted, their loyalty unquestionable. From this alone it can tell that Su-bai possesses real ability. The spirit then sighs inwardly, thinking that it is a pity about its former benefactor. It had heard that all of his disciples had betrayed him. Wondering how that benefactor is doing now, the spirit lingers in thought. Su-bai suddenly raises his hand and brushes the blue spirit aside, glancing back with an annoyed expression. He asks what it is muttering about. The spirit scoffs and replies that it is nothing important, questioning why it should matter to him. After that brief exchange, Su-bai looks around at everyone present and speaks calmly. He says that they will rest there for the day and instructs everyone to properly digest and stabilize their spiritual power. The group responds in agreement. The scene then shifts to the ruined city. Survivors gather in the streets between tall, damaged buildings. One person speaks with relief, saying that they can finally go home. Another follows, saying that thanks to that hero, peace has finally returned to them. The crowd continues talking. Someone suggests that they should build a memorial stone for the hero and worship it for generations. Another person suddenly realizes that they do not even know the hero's name and asks what it is. While this is happening, dark blue energy flows across a narrow back alleyway. Yunbin appears from that dark blue energy. A body lies on the ground in front of him. It is the flame-haired man's body. Yunbin places his hand on the body, and light bursts out at the point of contact. Yunbin smiles and looks down, saying that it is unbelievable that these body fragments are gathering together again. He then wonders which great expert in this world possesses the power known as Blade Annihilation. Yunbin lifts his head slightly and smiles. He says that although many things are unclear, he has managed to gain an unexpected benefit from this situation. Yunbin raises his sword with both hands. His grip tightens as the blade is pulled free, and cold energy gathers around him. He stands straight, holding the sword upright in front of his face. Dark power spreads outward like smoke. He speaks calmly, saying that by his blood, he will revive the body. He activates the covenant of the craved blood. Dark energy surges violently. His robe flutters as the power answers his call. He then places the sword above his hand and speaks again, announcing the alliance of the Golden Fortress. His eyes are cold and firm. He warns that if his will is defied, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. As he speaks, the blade slashes down. Blood sprays through his hand as the attack descends with overwhelming force. Yin sat quietly on the grass, wearing her thigh-high boots. Her eyes were closed as she meditated, and a faint spiritual aura flickered around her body. Her expression slowly sharpened. She opened her green eyes with a focused look, sensing something in the distance. A moment later, she stood up and pointed her wooden stick at Su-bai, who was sitting cross-legged under a tree and cultivating peacefully. She called out loudly, telling Su-bai that she wanted to challenge him to a battle. Su-bai raised his head slightly, but didn't stand up. Yin leaned forward with a confident smile. She told him that last night she had absorbed the artifact spirits of the turtle shell and the wolf claws. Her smile widened as she said she could now feel the result of that power. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she shouted that her new power was terrifyingly strong. In the next moment, she rushed towards Su-bai at full speed, her aura bursting around her. With a fierce grin, she swung her stick forward and shouted, asking Su-bai to come on and exchange a few moves with her. Yin leapt high into the air with a loud cry. Her silhouette cut across the sky as she swung her weapon downward towards Su-bai. At that moment, Su-bai calmly reached out and grabbed his sword, and using it, he blocked Yin attack. A violent explosion burst across the ground the moment her attack landed. The earth split open, debris flying in every direction as shockwaves rippled outward. Bone Lord, Birdman, and Iron Arms nearby were blasted back by the force. One shouted in pain, while another let out a startled cry as they tumbled away. Bone Lord and Iron Arms stared ahead in shock. Iron Arms exclaimed that the strike was incredibly powerful, while Bone Lord wondered anxiously whether their sovereign was still all right. Standing among the settling dust, Yin Yun froze. Her eyes widened, and a look of disbelief spread across her face as she stared ahead, stunned by what she saw. Frozen in shock, she looked down at Subai, who sat calmly with his sword raised, blocking her wooden stick. Yin Yun shouted, "What?" in disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Subai smiled slightly, letting out a quiet, confident "Heh." In the next moment, he swung his sword, and just as it touched Yin Yun's body, a glowing purple spirit figure of Yin Yun's own form was suddenly pulled out of her body. Yin Yun's eyes widened as she fell backward in surprise. From behind, Bone Lord, Birdman, and Iron Arms all stared with their mouths open. They all shouted in shock. As the purple spirit of Yin Yun floated in the air, Bone Lord trembled and asked if the sovereign had really pulled out Miss Yin Yun's nascent soul. Yin Yun's spirit form also stared at herself in panic, wondering what was happening. She looked at Subai's hand gripping her spirit and whispered, "My nascent soul." Subai quietly walked up and pinched Yin Yun's spirit cheeks. Shocked, Yin Yun stared back at him. Subai stood in front of Yin Yun's glowing purple soul figure and smiled. He thanked her, saying it was a good morning pick-me-up. He gently poked her cheek and said that her nascent soul was surprisingly soft and bouncy. Then he swung back his sword and returned Yin Yun's soul to her body. Yin Yun's real body stepped back in shock as she felt the strange sensation through her soul. She tried to regain her balance, but her legs shook. She stumbled forward, losing control, and Subai casually caught her in his arms. She pressed against his chest, her face red and confused. She let out a soft "ah" while holding onto him tightly. Subai looked calm, while Yin Yun clung to him, still blushing and breathing unevenly. Seeing this, a short distance away, Bone Lord, Birdman, and Iron Arms awkwardly turned around. Iron Arms waved his hands and said they should leave, telling the others that there was nothing to see here. They all walked away with embarrassed faces, but suddenly Yin Yun, who had been blushing, looked down with a troubled expression. Her green eyes seemed unfocused, and her lips pressed together slightly as she stayed quiet. She then pulled herself back from Subai and let out a small sigh as both of them remained still for a moment. After that, she folded her arms and walked away slowly. Her steps were stiff and heavy. Subai watched her from behind, saying nothing. As Yin Yun walked forward, her thoughts appeared clearly. She believed that even if she couldn't defeat Mr. Subai, she should at least be able to trade a few blows with him. But she never imagined she wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move. She looked ahead at the distant mountains, thinking about Shenen City. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. In that memory, Yin Yun looked completely different. She ran through the streets of the city, pulling along a young boy. Behind them, a group of zombies chased after her. A woman who looked just like Yin Yun blocked the zombies with her body and shouted to Yin Yun, telling her to take care of her brother. The younger boy cried out, calling for his mom as they ran. The boy screamed while trying to run toward the woman blocking the zombies, calling her mom, but Yin Yun grabbed him. Both of them cried out, calling for their mother again and again. Behind them, their mother stood in front of a rushing group of zombies. Blood covered her clothes as she spread her arms wide. She shouted for them to run. She told them to run now. Yin Yun clung to her brother while crying as she ran. Her little brother yelled for his mom not to go. Behind them, zombies rushed in from every direction. The siblings ran down the empty street. In front of them, a body lay on the ground. A sword was stabbed into the corpse. The little boy pointed at it and told his sister that there was a sword over there. Yin Yun saw it, an abandoned sword stuck in a corpse. She rushed over and grabbed the handle tightly, but as soon as she lifted it, something strange happened. The blade began to break apart in her hand. She stared in shock, asking what was happening. Blue sparks danced around her as she held her little brother over her shoulder. Then a dark shadow rushed toward them. Her eyes widened as she quickly turned to shield her brother. The zombie closed in from behind. The little boy screamed as one reached out. He yelled for his sister. Yin Yun turned and shouted back in fear. Her voice cracked as she screamed. The next second, Yin Yun's personality flicked completely. She swung her arm with full force, smashing her fist into the zombie's face. Blood burst out as the zombie's head snapped backward. Just as she killed that zombie, more zombies rushed toward her from every direction. They jumped to attack the little boy on her back. But just as they came close, Yin Yun struck again, slicing down another zombie into two with just her hand. Their bodies fell around her one after another as she pushed forward without stopping. But suddenly, a huge deformed zombie charged at her from behind. its two faces screaming loudly. Yin Yun kept fighting the other zombies, not running away. The two-headed monster charged toward them, roaring furiously. Yin Yun stood firmly with the little boy on her back, not backing away, even as the giant creature lunged at them. Golden slashes flashed through the darkness. The light streaked across the air, cutting through the monster's body again and again. Yin Yun struck the giant zombie, her attacks tearing through its flesh. The monster let out a trembling sound, its glowing eyes widening. A loud gulp came from the zombie as it stared at her in shock. The next second, the creature's massive body shattered, breaking into pieces as blood scattered everywhere. Yin Yun rushed forward through the falling debris, with the little boy still clinging to her back. Yin Yun stood still amid the drifting body parts of the zombie, her posture steady as dark fragments fell around her. Her brother clung tightly to her back, his arms wrapped around her neck. Her face was calm, but her eyes were fixed forward. Her brother weakly called out to her, but Yin Yun slowly raised her hand and looked at it. At that moment she realized something important. She had gained an ability, the power to absorb weaponry. However, when she lifted her head and stared at the colossal face looming in the sky, her heart sank. The massive presence filled the heavens, its eyes glowing with overwhelming pressure. She understood instantly that she was nowhere near strong enough to stand against it, and so, she made a decision. Carrying her brother on her back, she turned away from the ruined streets and fled Xinging City. The city faded behind them as smoke and destruction lingered in the air. Later, the two of them stood outside a fortified city surrounded by walls and mountains. Yin Yun held her brother's hand as they looked ahead together. She settled him in Fenzhou, with the National Army garrison there. His safety was guaranteed. After that, she wandered alone through desolate lands. She searched the earth, scouring every place she passed for weapons she could absorb. Battle after battle followed. Each fight made her power surge. People who knew of her ability to consume armaments began to fear her. They gave her a title, the Artifact King. She stood as the undisputed apex among the rogue wanderers. Fallen enemies lay scattered behind her as she walked forward with a weapon in her hand. Yet even then, she knew the truth. Compared to the colossal face that once hovered over Jining City, an unbridgeable chasm of power still separated them. In the present, she crossed her arms tightly as unease filled her expression. Just then, Subai's calm voice echoed from behind, telling her to put aside those heavy thoughts for now. He told her to go to the spiritual cave and become stronger. Only then would she have the capacity to pursue the answers she sought. Hearing that, Yin Yun's green eyes sharpened with resolve. She turned her head and spoke with determination, saying that Subai was right. He was stronger, and she needed to become stronger too. But just as she turned, she saw that Subai was already leaving. She raised her arm and shouted after him, calling out his name and telling him to wait for her. Then, sometime later, the jagged mountain spires known as Blade's Edge Rift rose sharply into the sky, their stone surfaces glowing faintly under the pink light of dusk. Along the narrow cliff path, Subai and Yin Yun walked carefully, their footsteps echoing against the steep walls. The air around them trembled with faint ringing sounds as loose stones shifted beneath their feet. From the Soul Banner, Iron Arms and Birdman observed the towering formation. Iron Arms raised a hand to his forehead, shading his eyes as he stared upward. He said that north of Yangshi, the enormous Blade's Edge Rift truly lived up to its reputation. Beside him, Bone Lord responded. He explained that in his own world, a place like this would be perfect for secluded meditation. But Birdman disagreed, muttering that the land looked completely barren, with not a single spiritual artifact anywhere. He scoffed at the idea of meditation. Back on the cliff path, Subai tapped the ground lightly with his soul banner. The moment the tip struck the stone, a sharp sound rang out. Instantly, light surged across the entire rift as Subai opened his spiritual mind. The world around them shifted into a glowing blue outline. Countless crystal-like peaks rose in perfect rings, surrounding a circular basin. At the center of that illuminated formation, Subai stood alone, bathed in blue light as ripples of energy expanded outward from beneath his feet. Subai studied the glowing map in his mind. According to the markings, the spiritual cave was somewhere within a 5-kilometer radius. His eyes narrowed with slight frustration. His cultivation realm was still too low. He couldn't sense the cave's exact position. Beside him, memories of Lin Wanchu surfaced. Without her guidance, finding the cave had become extremely difficult. He admitted silently that he had no way of knowing whether she was still alive or already dead. Then, a cold thought crossed his mind. For a disciple who had betrayed him, perhaps an early death was only what she deserved. Just then, A sudden cry echoed through the towering cliffs of the Blade's Edge Rift. Both Subai and Yinyun lifted their heads. High above, a massive bird streaked past the sharp stone pillars. Birdman reacted first. He shouted that the creature was a golden-winged eagle. He explained that the bird's golden feathers shone with a metallic glow as it stretched its enormous wings. It was a raptor over a meter long, strong enough to tear a mountain tiger apart, but iron arms standing behind them corrected that assumption. He told them that a normal eagle would never have such a deafening cry. This one was clearly a mutated golden-winged eagle. Judging by the aura washing over the cliffside, its strength was comparable to the Golden Core stage. The eagle released another powerful cry, the sound ripping through the air. The next second, the eagle charged at them. The golden-winged eagle shot downward from the sky like a falling spear. Its sharp beak cut through the air as streaks of green light followed behind it. The eagle crashed onto the ground with tremendous force. Rocks exploded under its claws as Subai and Yinyun jumped and dodged its attack. Yinyun then leapt high into the air and raised her wooden stick to attack the eagle. She countered with a powerful strike. A flash of yellow energy erupted beneath her as she struck down, landing directly on top of the eagle. Her attack sent feathers and fragments scattering everywhere. When the eagle pulled back and fled upward, Yinyun stood on the cliff, watching it rise. She smirked and lifted her chin slightly. She said that she might not be able to beat Subai, but a small bird like this was nothing to her. Below, Subai raised his soul banner and shouted for the Mosquito King to chase after the fleeing eagle. He explained that the eagle carried the scent of spiritual energy and the scent of humans. The giant mosquito spread its wings wide and shot forward at high speed, following the creature through the air. A fiery shockwave tore across the towering stone cliffs as the mutated golden-winged eagle darted through the narrow rift. High above, the Mosquito King rushed after it. The Mosquito King spoke to itself proudly, saying that after absorbing the mantis's power, its stealth ability had grown stronger again. One day, it believed, it would earn recognition as a full member. The eagle continued circling through the rising peaks. The Mosquito King pursued from behind, weaving between the tall rocks. Soon, the eagle descended toward the ground. Before a dark cave entrance, a lone figure stood waiting with a crimson flaming spear in hand. The man looked up calmly as the eagle landed before him. He greeted the eagle by name, Deo, and commented that it had led an enemy straight to their doorstep. His voice remained steady as he added that he could not blame Deo, since the intruder's realm was far stronger than its own. The fiery red spear glowed in the young man's hand as he stepped forward with determination. He lifted the spear over his shoulder, readying himself for battle. A sharp throw followed. The blazing spear shot across the rocky cavern like a streak of fire, rushing toward the approaching Mosquito King. The Mosquito King darted aside with incredible speed, narrowly escaping the incoming strike. It boasted loudly, claiming it had survived countless battles. It said that under its sovereign, its power had only grown stronger. It mocked the attack, asking if the man truly believed such a simple throw could harm it. But before the Mosquito King could finish, the spear suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. Flames burst outward with a deafening blast. The Mosquito King jerked back in shock, letting out a startled cry. The explosion sent it crashing into the rocky ground. Its body tumbled through debris as it groaned in pain, barely able to move. Then the young man stepped forward again, with the eagle perched proudly at his side. He learned from the eagle that every one of the newcomers was above the level 3 mutant realm. Finding the situation amusing, he smirked slightly. He then turned to the eagle and said it was time for them to make their introduction, but the young man suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes. He sensed something and turned his head. In the distance, he saw Subai and Yinyun standing on top of Birdman. The young man frowned slightly, watching them from afar. His red-eyed eagle stood beside him, also staring towards Subai's group. Behind them, spiritual energy was flowing out of the cave. Seeing that, Yinyun leaned closer to Subai and pointed forward. She asked if the place ahead was the spiritual cave. Subai smiled calmly. He said he had searched everywhere for it and never expected it to be right here all along. Hearing that, the pink-haired man lifted his flaming spear and swung it sideways, pointing it towards Subai. His aura grew fierce. He said that Subai had arrived sooner than he expected, but warned that if Subai dared touch his spiritual cave, the consequences would be clear. He launched himself forward with incredible speed. Flames swirled behind him as he charged straight towards Subai. He shouted that Subai had chosen death. Seeing him coming, Subai didn't flinch. He calmly reached for the sword strapped to his back, gripping the handle as the young man's attack closed in. The next moment, the two weapons collided. A burst of white and red energy exploded between them. The pink-haired boy's attack was extremely powerful, but Subai blocked it with his sword. The pink-haired boy's body flipped through the air as fiery aura trails twisted around him. Subai raised his sword just in time, blocking the flaming spear that was aimed directly at him. But suddenly, his expression changed to shock as the spear sparked on impact. The next second, a huge explosion erupted right in front of Subai as the young man's attack hit. Flames burst across the rocky valley, sending Subai, Birdman, and the others flying. It was terrifying as the shockwave rippled through the air. Subai and his undead, along with Yenyun, were blasted backward and slammed into the rocks behind them. The impact was so strong that they tore through the cliffside. Rocks shattered around them as Yenyun clung to Subai, her body lifted by the force of the attack. Birdman couldn't fly in time and hit the ground with a solid impact, rocks and debris scattering around it. Subai somehow stopped himself from falling and grabbed Yenyun in his arms. His movements were quick and steady as he put distance between himself and the young man. That young man jumped and landed lightly on a rock, looking down at them with a smirk. He raised two fingers and spoke proudly, saying that Subai wasn't bad and actually had some skill. Subai looked at the young man with raised suspicion. His voice echoed through the cliffs as he asked who he was. Iron Arms, standing behind, spoke calmly, saying he recognized the man. He told Subai that the newcomer was the leader of the Western region's rogue wanderers, the Spear King. He explained that the man was known as a martial fanatic and that his spear techniques were extremely strong. Hearing that, Yenyun turned slightly towards Subai, surprised that the rumors were true. She told Subai that it was said the Spear King had once slain a commander-level beast with a single thrust, becoming famous instantly. She added that after that achievement, the man had mysteriously disappeared. She also commented that the Spear King was known to have a foul temper. Across the cliff, the Spear King remained standing confidently on the tall stone pillar. He pointed his weapon at the group, studying them one by one. His eyes shifted first to Yenjun, and he stated that a woman holding a staff must be the Artifact King. He then looked at Iron Arms and noted the cords wrapped around his arms, identifying him as Iron Arms even though his body now appeared faint and incomplete. The Spear King remarked that only Iron Arms' nascent soul seemed to remain. His gaze finally moved to Subai, and he referred to him as the one in the middle. The Spear King bluntly announced that Subai looked like a demon who had taken on a human form. Hearing that, Yenyun's anger rose immediately. She stepped closer to Subai and shouted back at the Spear King, demanding to know if he was blind for accusing Subai of being a demon. She added that the Spear King himself looked more like one. Iron Arms stepped beside them, also displeased. He snapped at the Spear King, saying his mouth smelled worse than his temper. Hearing that, the Spear King standing on the high peak glared down at the shadowed figure. He pointed his weapon forward and shouted that Subai before him was a demon. He claimed that demon Subai wielded a banner that collected nothing but souls. In his eyes, anyone carrying such a vile artifact could only be a demon. He continued speaking proudly. He said it seemed the others had been deceived, unable to distinguish right from wrong. He added that it was not surprising since their cultivation realms were far too low to see the truth. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, he lunged forward through the air. He shouted to the Artifact King and Iron Arms, telling them not to fear, claiming he was coming to save them. Seeing him coming, Iron Arms immediately shouted back in anger. He demanded to know who had asked the spear wielder to save them. His voice echoed with frustration as he asked if the Spear King had lost his mind. As the Spear King descended, Iron Arms leaped upward to clash with him. Their weapons and power collided mid-air, sending a burst of energy through the sky. Iron Arms blocked the flaming spear with crossed arms. The impact pushed him back, but he gritted his teeth and glared at the Spear King. The Spear King was shocked to see this. Iron Arms told the Spear King coldly that his own cultivation was more than enough to block the strike. Just then, Yenyun lifted her staff and shouted angrily. She told the Spear King that she would knock some sense into him. She jumped toward him with force. The Spear King quickly raised his spear to block her attack. Her staff slammed down as he braced himself, while Iron Arms stood behind them, ready to move. Subai, Iron Arms, and Yenyun all watched the Spear King's speed in shock. Yenyun whispered that he was so fast. Subai quietly stared, noticing the power in the blow. Iron Arms muttered that the strength was incredible. Then Yenyun and Iron Arms rushed forward together. They swung their weapons again and again, clashing with the Spear King in a blur of fast movements. Sparks and shockwaves burst with every strike. Iron Arms used his 1,000 punches skill to attack him, but the Spear King swung his spear at incredible speed and blocked their attacks. The fight grew even faster. The Spear King kept blocking their attacks. Then both Weinyuan and Iron Arms charged at him together from two directions, trying to overwhelm him. Both of their bodies blurred as they pushed toward him with all their strength. Seeing them coming from two directions, the Spear King smirked, showing his confidence. A strong blue energy burst out around him as he moved with lightning speed. He attacked Weinyuan in front and Iron Arms in the back at the same time, and both of their bodies were pushed back by the force of the impact. Both Iron Arms and Yun crashed to the ground. Iron Arms cried out in pain, while Yun gasped as she tried to get up. Before Yun could stand up again, she was shocked when she saw the Spear King's glowing spear tip pointed right at her face. Fear appeared in her green eyes. The Spear King pointed his burning spear at her and shouted loudly. He said he was trying to save the Artifact King, yet they kept fighting him. He warned that if they tried to stop him again, he would show no mercy. Hearing that, Yun shouted back, calling him crazy. She said that Subai used a banner, yes, but that didn't make him a demon. Iron Arms agreed. He told the Spear King that he was the one unable to tell right from wrong. Hearing this, the Spear King's eyes widened with anger. He shouted, "Nonsense," and claimed that even if Subai wasn't a demon, he was still an evil cultivator. He added that since ancient times, good and evil could never live together. While the Spear King was saying that, Bone Lord rushed toward him from behind. He shouted angrily, telling the Spear King not to harm the Artifact King. Bone Lord swung his huge mace at the Spear King's back. The blow landed with a loud impact, but the Spear King remained standing without moving. Bone Lord looked at his broken mace in shock. He shouted, asking what had happened to it. Nearby, Subai watched the scene. He thought to himself that he had believed the Spear King was only good at attacking, but now he realized that the Spear King's defense was also extremely strong. On the other hand, after getting hit by Bone Lord, the Spear King lowered his head slightly, his eyes glowing with a sharp light. He called Bone Lord sneaky for using a surprise attack. He then rushed forward with incredible force and attacked Bone Lord, shouting that Bone Lord still dared to claim Subai wasn't walking an evil path. Bone Lord screamed as the powerful strike hit him. Bone Lord was sent flying as one of his hands was cut off. His body shook as he fell backward, shouting in pain. Subai watched calmly. In his thoughts, he admired the Spear King. He noted that if Bone Lord didn't have his strong armor protecting him, that single strike would have killed him. He also noticed the explosion that came with the attack and understood that it came from spiritual power. Subai thought it was rare to see a young man with such talent. He believed that with just a little guidance, the Spear King could grow even stronger. While Subai was thinking this, the Spear King dashed forward, shouting at Bone Lord to surrender his life. Seeing that, Birdman yelled, warning Ming to watch out. Birdman swooped down from above with great speed to save Bone Lord. He used his screaming skill and was about to scream loudly to stop the Spear King, but suddenly something grabbed Birdman's neck with its sharp claws, stopping him from screaming. Birdman let out a weak sound as he was thrown to the ground. The one who attacked him was the Spear King's mutant, which suddenly flew down from above, heading straight toward Birdman. Birdman looked up in shock as the mutant eagle attacked. On the other hand, the Spear King rushed forward with his spear. Just then, Subai appeared right in front of Bone Lord. Bone Lord behind him was surprised to see that his sovereign had come to save him. Subai called out to the Spear King, saying they weren't villains, and asked why he couldn't turn this fight into friendship. But the Spear King didn't believe him, and swung his weapon down, yelling and asking who would believe his lies. Seeing that, Subai also raised his soul banner, and blocked the Spear King's spear mid-air. Seeing this, the Spear King gritted his teeth and shouted, "Taste my spear!" He charged forward, and a powerful explosion burst between them. Yin covered her face as a powerful shockwave was released from the explosion, making the ground shake. Iron Arms beside her covered his eyes and shouted that the Spear King was using that move again. But as the dust settled, the Spear King saw energy surging around his arm. He gasped, shocked by what was happening. Subai lifted the soul banner high with one hand. Blue energy wrapped around him as the soul banner released powerful waves. He calmly told the Spear King that he was circulating his chi too wildly. He warned that if he didn't control his breathing soon, he would suffer chi deviation. Hearing that, Spear King smirked in the shadows. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he said it was ridiculous of Subai to claim that he would suffer chi deviation. In the next moment, he shouted angrily and rushed forward. He yelled that he would show everyone who the real demon was. He swung his spear with full force. He attacked from the left side. Flames and light burst from the strike as his attack exploded forward, but Su-bai blocked it with his soul banner. He attacked again from the right side, but it was once more blocked by Su-bai's soul banner. Spear King continued attacking again and again, pushing forward without stopping. The ground lit up with bright red and purple energy as the battle grew more intense. He jumped high, twisting his body, and swung down with another powerful strike. His voice echoed as he shouted for Su-bai to die while attacking. Spear King's attack landed on the ground with tremendous force. Purple energy burst around him, and broken rocks flew across the area. A massive explosion erupted from the ground, creating a fire mushroom. Bone Lord, Iron Arms, and Yunyun were thrown away by the blast as flames spread everywhere. Birdman screamed loudly as it tried to escape the shockwave. The explosion grew even bigger, rising like a giant fireball in the sky. Birdman caught Yunyun and Iron Arms falling from the sky just in time. One of them grunted in pain as they landed on its back. It also grabbed Bone Lord with its claws. Yunyun and Iron Arms, seated on Birdman, called out to Su-bai. Bone Lord also yelled for his sovereign. They looked toward the battlefield in worry as Birdman flew forward. Smoke drifted slowly through the pink sky. Just then, from inside the thick cloud, Su-bai's face appeared. He smiled calmly from within the smoke. Spear King, who had attacked with full power and even destroyed the nearby ground, was shocked. He stared at Su-bai in disbelief and shouted, asking how that was possible. Then he suddenly looked down and noticed something wrong. His eyes widened as he realized that his spear was stuck. Before he could free it, sudden pain rushed through his body. His face turned red, and he clenched his teeth. Before he could recover, the pain increased 100 times. The spear fell from Spear King's hand as he felt like millions of needles were piercing his body. His mutant eagle came to his rescue. Spear King lost his balance and stumbled back, coughing again and again. He stared at Su-bai in disbelief and muttered that he was sure he had hit him earlier, so how could he be injured? Su-bai walked forward calmly, while the others also came down to the ground. Spear King had dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. Su-bai looked at him and spoke slowly. He said that Spear King's anger and desire for revenge were indeed giving him strength, but at the same time, that same hatred was blocking his growth. Seeing Su-bai approaching, Spear King stepped back while holding his broken spear. His face was tense and angry as he shouted for Su-bai to stay away. He warned Su-bai not to come closer or try to take his soul. His mutant eagle also raised its wings, ready to attack. Seeing this, Yintran yelled in anger, telling Spear King that Su-bai was only trying to help him. She said he shouldn't attack the person who was saving him. Iron Arms called him unreasonable. Spear King slowly stood up, but he was still trembling. Su-bai stood silently in front of him, his expression calm and serious. Yunyun looked at him from behind. Spear King slowly looked up at the mutant eagle and whispered its name, Golden Eagle. His voice was weak. He placed one hand on the bird's wing and told it to go. He said that from today onward it was free. Shocked, the Golden Eagle turned back toward him. Spear King shouted again, telling it to forget about him and run. His voice shook as he explained that his meridians were severely damaged and in complete chaos. He said he could no longer escape and wanted the Golden Eagle to save itself. Spear King coughed and spoke with difficulty. He said he had spent a whole year in bitter cultivation and finally gained an understanding of the spiritual chi method. He said he managed to comprehend the spiritual chi shield and even create the spiritual spear. He explained that he believed these powers would allow him to liberate Yangshi City. Hearing that Spear King wanted to liberate Yangshi City, Birdman reacted in surprise. It laughed and was about to say something, but before it could finish, Spear King snapped in anger. He threw a rock at Birdman and called him a bastard. He demanded to know if freeing Yangshi City was a joke to them. He screamed that everything was the fault of undead monsters like them. He said his family and friends were suffering in dark cellars because of them. Spear King then turned to the large golden eagle beside him and shouted for it to escape. He coughed heavily but still told the eagle to run away as fast as possible. He clenched his fist as red energy rose around him. He groaned and said that even if he had to burn his own life force today, he would still fight. He shouted with rage. His face twisted as he yelled that he would slaughter every single one of them. Hearing him, Su-bai stepped forward calmly. He explained that a restless heart and unstable emotions were the worst mistakes when using spiritual chi. He warned Spear King to calm down immediately, or his meridians would burst and he would die. Su-bai then asked the Golden Eagle to talk sense into him. The injured Spear King coughed again and again. Behind him, the Golden Eagle looked worried and tried to support him with its wing. Su-bai observed quietly. He felt that awakened people in this world had an extreme obsession with spiritual qi, but they lacked the knowledge to control it. This made them dangerously unstable. Spear King leaned weakly against the eagle. The golden eagle trembled, its eyes full of tears. Seeing that, Spear King let out a tired sigh and lowered his head. He whispered that he understood. He finally accepted it. He slowly sat down on the ground. The golden eagle stayed close beside him, spreading its wing to shield him as he slumped forward, exhausted. Spear King sat on the ground, trembling with anger. He clenched his fists tightly. Subai looked at him and thought to himself that Spear King was extremely competitive and valued his pride more than anything. Forcing him to admit defeat was a fate even worse than death for him. Then Subai tore a ribbon from his soul banner and wrote some glowing words on it. He offered it to Spear King. Subai explained that the ribbon carried a mantra that calmed the heart. He said Spear King must silently recite it for 6 hours without moving at all. Whether he survived or not depended on his own destiny. Hearing that, Yin Yun looked at Subai and asked why he would still help Spear King after how badly he had treated him. Subai didn't answer her question directly. He simply turned and told everyone to follow him into the cave. He reminded them not to forget the true purpose of their journey. Spear King sat on the ground with his head lowered. In a weak voice, he asked Subai if Subai would save his family in case he died. Subai looked at him quietly and did not answer right away. He turned and began walking toward the cave. He told Spear King to recover well. As for saving his family, Subai said that saving them was his mission. Hearing that, Spear King lifted his head in surprise, his eyes shaking, not knowing what to say. Sweat rolled down his face as he struggled to stay still. Subai continued walking forward with a calm expression. In his thoughts, he said that throughout his life, he had always valued talent and admired those with great potential. But in this life, he no longer valued only martial strength. What mattered more was something his former traitorous disciples never had. He looked back slightly and hoped that Spear King could survive the 6 hours of meditation. While Spear King was meditating, suddenly a distant voice rang out, shouting, "Uncle Hao! Uncle Hao!" Hearing that, both Spear King and the Golden Eagle were surprised. Spear King turned his head quickly and wondered if that voice belonged to Xiao Jun. He couldn't believe it. Xiao Jun had actually made it out of Yangshi City alive. Spear King sat weakly on the ground, still recovering. When he saw the small boy running toward him, his eyes widened in disbelief. He grabbed the boy by the shoulders and said in a shaking voice that he couldn't believe Xiao Jun was alive. He quickly asked about the others and whether they were safe. Xiao Jun smiled happily and told him that everyone had survived. He said the monsters were all gone and that Yangshi City had been saved. Hearing this, Spear King stared at him in shock. He shouted and asked Xiao Jun to repeat it. He could hardly believe that the city was truly liberated. Xiao Jun then proudly told his uncle that the hero who saved Yangshi City had given him a special book. He told his uncle that the hero said once he learned what was inside, he would be able to travel anywhere in the world. Spear King's hands trembled as he took the book. Xiao Jun said that since his uncle was the genius of the Hao family, he should be able to read the strange ancient writing. He asked his uncle to learn it and then teach him as well. Xiao Jun said that together they could become heroes who protected ordinary people. Spear King slowly opened the book. As he stared at the glowing characters, his eyes widened. Strange glowing symbols filled the air, as he realized it was an advanced cultivation technique. The method absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and turned it into powerful spiritual energy. It was so strong that it could suppress or even steal the spiritual qi of people using weaker techniques. As Spear King read this part of the book, he suddenly remembered something. During his fight with Subai earlier, he had felt his own spiritual power weakening, as if it were being pulled away from him. He wondered if Subai had mastered this technique as well. Spear King then looked at Xiao Jun and asked if the hero who saved Yangshi City was the one who had given him this cultivation method. Xiao Jun nodded and said yes. Spear King then asked if he remembered the hero's face. Xiao Jun happily said that he did, and immediately started drawing on the ground. As he drew, Spear King watched quietly. When he saw the finished sketch, his eyes widened in shock. His heart jumped, and sweat ran down his face. He stared at the drawing and shouted that it was him. It was Subai. Spear King was shocked as he slowly understood the truth. He realized that the Subai he had suspected was actually the one who liberated Yangshi City. That hero had even saved Xiao Jun and given him a cultivation method. He lowered his head, blaming himself and thinking that he had wrongly accused the hero of being an evil cultivator. He then held Xiao Jun's shoulders and asked for a moment to recover. After that, he wanted Zhao Jun to take him to meet the hero. Xiao Jun looked confused. But before he could say anything, Spear King suddenly sensed danger and turned sharply. A figure with blazing hair rushed toward them from above. Spear King shouted for the golden eagle. The giant eagle spread its wings and flew up to block the attack. The golden eagle and the enemy clashed violently in midair. As Spear King watched, he asked in fear why that enemy had appeared again. He recognized the attacker, the calamity-level lord of Yangshi City, the Burial Ape King. He stared at him in shock, realizing the monster was still alive. On the other hand, a team finally reached the edge of the ruined city. Broken buildings stood in the distance, and the sky was clear. One of the men looked ahead and said they had arrived. Another man stared at the entrance sign and explained that this place was known as Yangshi City, a true hell on earth. It was Subai's disciple Lin Wanchu's new team. The man who read the city entrance sign added that if Sister Wanchu hadn't mentioned a spiritual cave deeper inside the city, he wouldn't have agreed to come so easily. But now that they were here, he believed they could help liberate Yangshi City. As they walked in, the group looked around carefully. The man with the shield said the place was full of danger. He warned everyone to stay alert and be ready to fight at any moment. Soon the people of Yangshi City appeared in front of them. One of the survivors stepped forward and asked if they were a rescue team from the outside world. He welcomed them to Yangshi City. Lin Wanchu looked around in confusion. You asked if this place wasn't supposed to be hell on earth, wondering if she was imagining things. Another person wondered if it might be a monster's illusion. But Lin Wanchu focused for a moment, and then told the others that she could sense everything clearly. All the people around them were ordinary humans. She also added that she couldn't feel any monster stronger than commander level inside Yangshi City anymore. Hearing this, another teammate told their team captain that Wanchu's ability was perception, so if she said it, it had to be true. Their leader, a masked man, said that whether it was true or not, he would find out by asking. He stepped forward and politely asked a man from the city if this really was the hell on earth called Yangshi City. The man nodded. He explained that it used to be like that. But a few days ago, a hero killed the 4 great demon kings and the demon god who ruled this place. Now Yangshi City had been freed, and had become a peaceful land. Hearing this, the armed man was shocked and asked which powerful person had done all of that. Their leader also wondered how the calamity-level lord of Yangshi City had died so easily. The local man proudly said that they had even built a monument to honor the hero, and that the hero would always be remembered. Then he invited the group to follow him so he could show them the hero and offer them warm hospitality. Workers continued building a huge stone statue. The figure stood tall, holding a staff, while people worked on the scaffolding around it. It was Subai's statue. Wanchu looked up at the statue in shock. She stepped closer and whispered to herself, asking if the person it represented was really her master. She couldn't believe he was the one who liberated Yangshi City. Beside her, you stared at the statue as well. She asked Lin Wanchu if they had met this person before. She said she had a strange feeling as if this man was someone who had committed all kinds of evil. Hearing this, the local man nearby quickly stepped in and told her to be careful with her words. He said the person in the statue was their hero. Without him, everyone would still be trapped in the darkness of the catacombs. Hearing this, you suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. She grabbed her head and groaned. She told Wanchu that her head hurt badly, bending forward as the pain grew stronger. But Lin Wanchu stood quietly, deep in thought. She remembered everything she had seen and learned so far. She thought about Subai. People said he had committed every kind of evil, yet he was the one who saved Yangshi City. Now everyone treated him like a hero. Then she thought about her eldest senior brother. People called him kind and moral, yet he had harmed her again and again. Her heart felt confused. She wondered who was truly righteous and who was truly evil. Beside her, you pressed her hands against her head, still shaken by the strange pain she had felt earlier. Lin Wanchu looked at her anxiously and said that maybe they had misunderstood their master. You turned to her, surprised, and asked what she meant. But Lin Wanchu had already made up her mind. She turned and said she had to find her master and ask him the truth about what really happened in the past. She quickly walked away. You reached out, calling for her not to go. Another person nearby also asked where she was heading, but she kept moving forward without stopping. Lin Wanchu repeated in her heart that her master had liberated Yangshi City. She was sure he must have gone to the spiritual cave. She had to find him. On the other hand, far away, inside the glowing cave of burning red stones, Subai walked beside Yinyun. The air around them was hot, flames rising from the crystal-like rocks. Yin complained softly that it was very hot. Subai looked around calmly. The heat didn't surprise him. He said that the place was filled with the aura of fire. Inside the fiery cave, Subai and Yin continued walking forward. The path was filled with spirit stones. Yin looked around and said that every spirit stone on the walls looked like it was burning. Subai calmly explained that the stones were not actually on fire. They were fire attribute spirit stones. Watching from inside Subai's soul banner, Iron Arms said it made sense why the Spear King's attacks had always exploded, because the Spear King had been absorbing the power of these fire stones. Bone Lord then told Subai that if they absorbed the entire wall of fire attribute spirit stones, their strength would grow quickly. Hearing this, the Ape King's spirit on Subai's sword became excited. He said it was unbelievable that such a powerful spiritual cave existed so close to Yangshi City. He added that the high quality of the stones meant there must be a fire essence bead hidden deeper inside. The Ape King's spirit grew greedier. He said that if he could absorb that fire essence bead, this sword would no longer be able to contain him. However, he also warned that if he went any deeper right now, his soul might burn away, so he would quietly absorb energy from where he was. The Ape King's spirit laughed and thanked Subai for bringing him to a place with so much fire energy. Meanwhile, Subai and Yin continued walking. Yin asked if there was a spiritual spring ahead. She complained that the temperature felt extremely high, maybe 70 or 80 degrees. Suddenly Subai raised his hand and stopped her. Yin was startled, but before she could understand anything, a huge fire creature formed ahead of them, made entirely of flames and shaped like a beast. It roared wildly as flames burst around it, filling the entire tunnel with blazing heat. The giant fire serpent roared loudly. It shouted that all outsiders must burn to death. A huge wave of flames rushed toward Subai and Yin. Subai grabbed her quickly and jumped back as the fire swallowed everything. Yin screamed that she was burning. She said the flames were all over her. Subai looked calm, but he noted in his mind that training in a place like this explained why the Spear King's spiritual energy was so unstable. Just then, Iron Arms and Bone Lord rushed in. Iron Arms shouted at the fire serpent, telling it not to harm his sovereign. Bone Lord charged in too, yelling for the monster to taste his hammer. But as Iron Arms hit that python, his fist passed through it. Iron Arms was shocked seeing that. Bone Lord tried the same thing, but his hammer also passed through the fire python's body. He was also shocked. They looked up at the creature and realized something terrifying. The fire serpent didn't have a real body. It was made entirely of flames, and that made it even more dangerous. Just then, Birdman jumped onto that fire python. He looked at the fire python and spoke proudly. He said that the monster was a spirit without a real body, and its sonar ability was made to suppress spiritual chi. Birdman then flapped his wings and screamed, using its sonar attack. A blast of energy waves shot toward the fire python. This attack angered the fire python, and it roared in anger. It said the noise was annoying and released even stronger flames, shaking the whole cave. Just as Birdman's sonar attacks got disturbed, the fire python attacked Birdman with its tail. It also hit Bone Lord and Iron Arms, sending them flying away. Subai watched from afar and realized something. He thought that this demon was not a normal spirit. The sonar attack had slowed it for a moment, but the rebound only made the flames burn hotter. He concluded that the demon must have a core. Since that was the case, Subai decided to test a move. He placed his hand on his sword and prepared himself. From behind, Yunjuan stared at him in shock. She wondered if Subai planned to use the god-sawing blade to rip out the fire python's soul directly. Just then, the Ape King's soul floating behind Subai clicked his tongue and spoke. He asked Subai if he was blind. He explained that the fire python had no life force at all. It was not a living creature, so it could not possibly have a nascent soul. The Ape King then suggested another idea. He asked Subai why he didn't undo a part of his seal. He said that with his freezing techniques, he could counter the fire snake perfectly. He added that this was better than both of them dying here. In his mind, he thought that if he got even one chance, he might be able to break free. Subai looked at the fire python and spoke calmly. He said that something that wasn't alive was exactly what he wanted. Hearing that, Ape King paused and let out a confused sound. Seeing Subai coming, the fire python became enraged. It shouted that Subai was eager to die, so it would grant his wish. Flames exploded around the battlefield as the fire snake attacked wildly. The ground shook as multiple flaming heads lunged towards Subai from all directions. Subai jumped back, but the fire python kept firing flames again and again, filling the entire area with burning heat. The attacks grew stronger and faster as the beast tried to overwhelm him completely. Then Subai rushed forward with his sword, cutting through the flames. The fire python roared as he closed in. A huge blast of fire exploded. Iron Arms, Bone Lord, Birdman, and Yan Yun behind him shouted in panic, calling out to Subai. The fire python rose from the flames again, its body glowing brighter as it covered the whole cave with fire. But suddenly the fire python was shocked as it looked ahead. It was Subai, who was completely unharmed. He then swung his blade with full force. The sword lit up with a bright red aura as he attacked. The fire python tried to swallow the attack, but Subai's sword pushed straight toward its fiery mouth. The fire snake spirit thrashed wildly and screamed that this was impossible. Flames wrapped around its body as it lost control. Down below, Subai held his sword high. A bright spiral of fiery energy wrapped around him. Ape King was shocked as he looked at Subai's attack. He said he knew this power. This was the same heavenly spirit cultivation method he practiced. Ape King watched with shock. He finally understood. The fire python had no real body because it was born from pure elemental energy and turned into a spirit. The heavenly spirit cultivation method, which absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, was the perfect counter to such a creature. But Ape King was confused and wondered how Subai even had this technique, since it was something his own benefactor had once given to him. Suddenly, the fire python's body shattered into flames. A red bead dropped to the ground. Ape King looked down as it rolled to a stop. It was a fire essence orb. Ape King stared in disbelief. He realized the fire python originally came from this orb, and because the orb was so close to him, he thought the heavens were helping him. But before he could take that orb, Subai bent down and picked it up. Ape King panicked and shouted in his heart, realizing he was about to lose his chance at freedom. Subai held the bead in his hand and asked the spirit if he wanted it too. The spirit forced a laugh and said it was worthless and not rare at all, but inside he cursed, frustrated that he had been so close to escaping. Subai held the glowing fire orb in his hand. Purple energy swirled around him, while golden flames wrapped around his sword. Ape King beside him watched nervously. A moment later, the fire orb floated above his blade. The sword absorbed the orb completely, and flames burst out, spreading across the weapon. Subai stood still as the fiery power flowed through him. He let out a calm breath. After absorbing the fire essence orb, his strength instantly rose to the peak of the golden core stage. He smiled slightly, pleased with the result. It was a great harvest for him. Then he looked ahead at his undead companions, the Bone Lord, Iron Arms, Birdman, and Yin Yun. He said softly that they were next. He took out his soul banner, which floated behind him, wrapped in green and orange spiritual flames. The skull on the soul banner glowed as a notice appeared, saying, "Enhancement mode activated." Subai told them that he would help refine their powers. He explained that the fire attribute spiritual energy inside the spirit stones was too hot and dangerous. They couldn't absorb it in that state. Only after he cooled and neutralized it with the banner could they safely use it. The green flames moved in circles around the group as the enhancement began. After absorbing the energy, Bone Lord laughed loudly, saying he was fully healed and felt like he was back in his prime. Beside him, Birdman flapped its new wings, shouting that it had grown brand new feathers. Iron Arms clenched his fists excitedly, saying he felt endless strength rushing through his whole body. All three of them knelt in front of Subai and thanked him. Not far away, the mosquito creature became emotional. It cried softly that the sovereign favored it so much, and that it would work twice as hard to become a full member soon. Then Yin Yun walked up to Subai and looked at him. She asked quietly if there was a share for her too. Subai turned to her and explained calmly. He said that she was not his servant, so he could not use the 10,000 souls banner to send spiritual chi directly into her body. Then he added that her share was right here, and he touched her side with one glowing finger. Yin Yun's face turned red as his finger slid across her skin, and she gasped, calling out his name in surprise. Subai sent her some spiritual energy through his fingers, directly into her body. Immediately, Yin Yun knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. She said it was intense. Subai looked around and said that everything here was done, and they should move on to the next spiritual cave. Suddenly, a young boy's voice rang out from outside, calling for the Spear King. Then the Spear King's voice came, telling that boy not to worry about him and to run quickly. Hearing that, Subai and Yin Yun turned toward the sound. She suggested they should check what happened. They both ran down the rocky path while Yin Yun asked what was going on, but suddenly she stopped in shock as something appeared ahead. The Spear King's golden eagle fell with a loud crash. Seeing that, Yanyun shouted in disbelief, asking how this was possible. Then Ape King covered in flames appeared. Its eyes glowed red. Seeing that, Yanyun and the others grew confused, asking how the buried Ape King had resurrected. Subai and Yunyun walked out of the rocky cave. In the distance, Spear King and his golden eagle faced the flaming Ape King in confusion. Spear King called out, asking what was happening. Hadn't they said all the monsters in Yangshi City were supposed to be gone? Ape King's spirit was shocked, asking if his physical body had come looking for him. Spear King's nephew pointed at the Ape King, saying something was wrong. They had clearly seen the monster get killed by the hero earlier. Hearing that, Spear King asked why it was alive again. Just then, Subai stepped forward and answered calmly that Spear King was dead. When Spear King's nephew saw Subai, he immediately called him Uncle Hero in relief. Hearing that, Spear King quickly bowed and apologized, saying he had been blind to Subai's strength before and hoped for forgiveness. Subai told him not to worry about it, but warned him to avoid acting rashly in the future. Spear King nodded and said he would remember the lesson. His nephew then asked Subai why the monster was still attacking them if it was already dead. Subai explained that the creature was now only an empty body without a spirit. Someone else was controlling it from behind the scenes. Hearing that, Ape King's spirit reacted in shock, asking who the controller could be. Subai looked ahead with a serious expression. He raised his hand and formed a gesture. He calmly explained that the technique being used was a beast-driving art from the demonic path. He said this art was normally used to control monster beasts after their minds had been erased. He added that the person using this technique was without a doubt someone he already knew. Subai's eyes glowed blue as he used his power to sense the source. A powerful ripple of energy spread out across the rocky area, and Subai's presence seemed to be everywhere in view. Far away, on top of a tall, sharp peak, a man sat cross-legged. Subai called his name Shen Yunbin. Subai's voice rang out as he said that it really was his good disciple. Hearing that voice, Yunbin leapt down from the peak. Purple demonic energy rose behind him like a shadow. Seeing that his position was already exposed, he finally came out. Through a portal, his image appeared above the Ape King. He laughed softly, saying it was just as he expected from his master. He admitted that Subai had seen through his beast-driving art with only one glance. Yunbin narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. He said that simply recognizing the technique meant nothing, because wherever a calamity-level beast appeared, disaster always followed. Beside him, Ape King trembled as purple energy wrapped around it. He raised his hand, strengthening his control over the Ape King. He asked Subai how he planned to fight the buried Ape King with his current strength. Ape King roared and rushed forward with blazing fire and lightning. Shen sent the Ape King straight towards Subai's group. Seeing it coming, Spear King shouted for Subai to look out. He threw himself forward with his staff to block the Ape King's charge. The two collided with a loud crash. The impact sent the Ape King flying back, crying out in pain. It tumbled across the ground, barely catching itself. Panting, Spear King held his side and slammed his staff on the ground for support. He cursed, saying that after a whole year of hard cultivation, he still couldn't withstand even one hit from a mere puppet Ape King. But then he froze. He frowned and wondered why the Ape King's strike felt so weak for something said to be a mighty calamity-level beast. Subai, standing beside him, explained that the buried Ape King's body was only an empty shell now. Although it still carried the name of a nascent soul beast, its true strength was only equal to a peak golden core. He said his servants were more than enough to hold it back. He raised his staff and gave a single command: attack. At once Birdman, Bone Lord, Iron Arms, and Mosquito Beast rushed forward. Bone Lord shouted for Su Hong not to worry and said they would handle everything. Across the field, Ape King crouched low, surrounded by a huge purple aura. Yunbin mocked them, saying a few stray ghosts were foolish to think they could fight a calamity-level creature. As he spoke, the Ape King's aura exploded outward. It roared the word kill again and again as countless blue energy blades shot out in every direction. Subai's undead charged straight into the attack. Birdman, who used its clone skill, squawked back, telling the Ape King not to look down on them because they were far stronger than before. Bone Lord came running, taking the hits without flinching. He laughed loudly and said attacks like these felt no different from a tiny tickle. Yin Yun also rushed into the battlefield with a big smile. She shouted that things were getting exciting and that there was no way they could leave her out. The battle around her grew even fiercer. Subai's undead clashed with the buried Ape King's attacks, filling the area with flashes of light and explosions. From above, Bin stared in disbelief. He said it was impossible that just a few of them could fight the buried Ape King to a standstill. He looked at Subai's undead and gasped, wondering how their cultivation could have improved so much in only a few days. Just then, Subai suddenly appeared in front of the Ape King, riding the Birdman. Ape King was shocked upon seeing him. Subai then grabbed his sword and smiled calmly. He asked his disciple Bin why he was so surprised. He told him that if his master could kill this monster once, then doing it a second time was natural. Hearing that it was Subai's second time, Bin trembled. He asked if the expert who killed the buried Ape King, who wiped out the commander-level monsters, and who saved Yangshi City, was actually his master. He was shocked, and before he could react, Subai's blade flashed down from above. He shouted that Bin was correct. The one who had killed the buried Ape King before truly was his master. His strike cut through the Ape King's body, sending flames and spiritual energy scattering. Behind him, the Ape King's spirit floated at his back and spoke softly. When it heard Bin calling Subai master and attacking him, it remembered that his benefactor in the past had also been betrayed by his own disciple. It questioned whether such a coincidence could really exist in this world. Far away, Bin, controlling the Ape King from the top of a tall stone pillar, coughed blood as Subai killed the Ape King. He was shocked by how quickly the tide had turned. He cursed under his breath, as he hadn't expected all his effort to amount to nothing. He complained that he had even suffered heavy backlash from using the beast-driving art, but even after being injured, he stood up again, knowing that his master Subai's spiritual consciousness was locking onto him. Fear filled his face as he realized that if he didn't escape now, it would be too late. But before he could move, Subai appeared before him, standing on the Birdman. Subai spoke in a calm voice, calling him his obedient disciple. He said they were finally reunited, and asked if he was really in such a hurry to run away. Bin stared at Subai in shock. He said it was impossible that Subai's spiritual consciousness now covered such a huge area. He realized that Subai was almost at the level of a nascent soul cultivator. He couldn't believe that in just a dozen days, in a world lacking spiritual energy, Subai had grown this strong. Subai looked at him calmly and asked if he really wanted to know the answer. Then Subai lifted his soul banner and said it was simple. He explained that his 10,000 souls banner still had one empty spot. He raised his glowing red blade and suggested that Bin move in. Subai said that after that, he would slowly explain everything to him. Saying that, he launched a powerful attack from the sky, aiming the huge red strike down at Bin. Bin tried to block it with his sword, but the force was overwhelming. The impact exploded against him, knocking him back hard. Bin screamed as a deep slash tore across his chest. His body shook from the shock, and the attack sent him stumbling back. But the next second, his body exploded with a huge blast on top of the rocky pillar. Birdman, carrying Subai, circled as flames and debris scattered through the air. Bin reappeared on the cliff behind, breathing hard. He cursed, saying Subai had forced him to use spirit manifestation again. He said he no longer had any choice. Dark energy covered his arms as he gripped his sword and slashed his palm. Blood dripped down his hand and soaked into the ground. He knelt and spoke solemnly. "With my blood, restore your body." The blood on the cliff spread like cracks of red lightning. He declared the covenant of the craved blood and the alliance of the Golden Fortress. He warned that if anyone defied his will, heaven and earth would not tolerate it. As he said that, the sky tore open with thunder and large spirit guardians appeared behind him. Bin laughed loudly and looked at Subai. He mocked Subai, asking if he really thought the buried Ape King was the only corpse he had prepared. Below, Subai remained calm, standing on the Birdman with his weapon in hand, staring down at him.